At a very important clan meeting, the head of the family was in a bad mood because of one of the bearers of their great family name. Old man Chen was very angry with our main character, Alex Walmart. The head called him a non-entity and a disgrace to their family, which is why he drives him out of the house. Alex is scared beyond measure, and it's all because he understands that his fate will turn out very badly without their family. However, Walmart is not of this world. Just 3 days ago, he was in the real world, hosting podcasts about success and teaching people how to become rich. And 2 days ago he died, after which he ended up in this ill-fated world, becoming the 13th youngest son of a great clan. As it turned out, the father of the family was still willing to tolerate his son's helplessness. But his sneeze at a family dinner forced the father to expel him. They banished him to a hut on the edge of the village. He really wanted to get out of there, as it looked more like a prison than a home. A man with a familiar voice knocked on the wide wooden gate and introduced himself. Our Alex was very happy to hear a human voice, which was also familiar to him. In the doorway, he saw a charming silhouette, as if the almighty God himself had descended to him from heaven. But in fact, it was the butler's uncle, who under a gust of wind, was fighting with the blanket. This sight disappointed the hero. The old butler brought him some food, and told the servants to bring in some furniture as soon as possible. The boy was very grateful that at least this old man remained by his side. But in reality, he just wanted to repay him for the service he had done earlier. Alex wanted to know why the head of their family was baring his teeth at him, and not at anyone else. Immediately after his words, the old man decided to tell the story of Alex's father, because the hatred towards him began with him. Alex's father was the third son of the head. Everyone knew about his talent, and predicted that he would become the next head. But damn love spoiled everything when he married an ignoble girl and large-scale problems began. After the birth of our hero, this couple left the family, and after that there was no news from them. Alex is already imagining what a cruel and bloody drama this could end up being for him. The old man said that the servants would come soon, so he should go and continue working for his masters. For the help he had provided, Alex shouted a heartfelt thank you to the butler. Deep down, the old man hoped that this boy would one day grow up and become a man. By the way, while they are sweeping here, I think this old man is a very important character in this work. After some time, the servants actually came and cleaned up the area. Alex was overjoyed at such help. For such purity, it would have been possible to thank them with money. But the hero decided that a simple thank you would be enough. His entire courtyard simply shines after the servants clean it. The hero really loves cleanliness around him. Suddenly, someone started talking to him in his head, as if something divine had actually penetrated his brain. As it turned out, it was a system. She was talking about some kind of pumping inside the house. The essence of this divine system is that he just needs to sit at home and he will become stronger, without tasks and quests. The system lit up and said that the rewards for today had been issued, and he needed to continue staying at home to receive new rewards. The flash made him fall asleep and wake up under the blinding sun, with something hard lying underneath him. This solid thing turned out to be the teaching of martial arts, the mortal realm, with which one can overcome death and gain eternal life. This fool was even afraid of an ordinary book. Where does he become immortal? Afterwards, he began to read this book with suspicion, and so he became convinced that the incident with the system was not a dream. In short, he explained the essence of the mortal realm, which is the basic level of cultivation. Alex is very weak. It's not for nothing that the system gave him the most basic level of cultivation, since he still has about 7 such teachings behind him. If all he can do is sit at home, then he needs to take up cultivation. Taking the lotus position, he began to draw in the life energy around him. It enveloped him from head to toe. Mr. Alex was very glad that in his past life as a businessman, he had studied the meridians, without which he would not have understood. Thus he cultivated in the lotus position until the very night, when the moon was the most beautiful point in the sky. And then until the very morning, when the sun had already displaced the moon and it was simply impossible to look at the bright luminary. He spent day and night cultivating and was not tired. The practice actually strengthened his body. After hard work, you need to take a little rest and replenish your points. So if he sits at home forever, he will become simply omnipotent. It's already the 3rd day in a row and the system has given him a ghost knife, although it's so dull that it can't even cut an apple. On the 4th day, the divine system gave him the defensive and offensive technique of the snake. Alex has been very tired for the last couple of days, but with such efforts, he will become invincible. However, he needs to get busy reading the general history of their entire clan so as not to screw up at dinner again. This is what self-development and multitasking look like. You sit, read, and become stronger. It's simply a miracle. He had guests at his estate, and a charming female voice filled his space. He recognized her. It was his sister Anya, who brought him gifts and wanted to meet, because he was her 13th brother. Alex was glad to have such a guest. But he didn't understand why she didn't send the gift through the servants. Had she really come to please him with her own eyes? In fact, she had wanted to meet him for a long time. But after his expulsion, she had so much work that she simply didn't have time. Anya observed proper etiquette at the meal and said that she was going to ask her grandfather for mercy when the opportunity arose. And this sloppy guy was smacking his lips and saying with his mouth full that he was doing just fine here, so there was no need to worry. She felt a little ashamed, but she was the only one who saw how Alex alone had humanity and kindness left in the midst of cruelty and bloodshed. When she said goodbye at the gate, she said that she would still ask her grandfather for alms. Mr. Alex really hoped that his naive little sister did not realize that not a single word he said was sincere. While he was thinking about his sister, he received a reminder from the system that another day had passed, and it was equivalent to a whole year of sitting at home. Alex sat and cultivated in the lotus position all day long, as he received a lot of life energy. He did this in order to overcome the kingdom through which he was trying so hard to pass. But nothing was working. Even against the backdrop of darkness, he shone very brightly. All the energy in the area was drawn into his body. Still, nothing worked out for him. After cultivation, he was all disheveled. Even so, he realizes that he is the main character. But for some reason, the plot of the work does not allow him to become the strongest in one day. Fortunately, each time he gets closer to those doors that he only needs to step over, and he will enter a new level. Only a couple of days have passed, so he has nothing to despair about. Everything is still ahead and he will succeed. On the 5th day of his stay-at-home life, he received a book of martial techniques related to the mind. It's such a pitiful feeling when you realize that he won't be able to practice even these techniques. The system was generally brazen in giving him useless things, but even so, he learned everything that was given to him. He learned what he learned, but practice remained. And this is difficult. He is alone in the estate and has no one to practice on. It occurred to him to use aura searching to find animals and practice mind techniques. With this technique, Alex will definitely be able to find someone nearby. The aura search technique allows him to locate all living beings within the radius of his aura's interaction. It seems he sensed something and saw a female and male monkey who were mating and were in mating season. This sight did not evoke any good emotions in the hero. He even felt sick from what he saw. A rainbow of vomit poured out of his mouth, and he realized that he shouldn't stick his nose where it didn't belong. Guests arrived at the estate. It was quite early for their visit, and in the morning, instead of breakfast, the stranger offered lunch. The stranger aroused the young master's suspicions, since servants are trained to walk in pairs, and he does not sense the aura of the second one. It was a short guy with a knitted basket containing rice. Everything seemed fine. At first, Alex didn't sense any trickery. Everything seemed plausible. As soon as he took a closer look inside the rice, he saw something unimaginably terrible. Among the small grains of rice lay a small egg of some kind of monster. The hero's vision did not fail him. He was able to recognize in the rice a small egg of a parasite that would enslave anyone if the victim ate it. Apparently, Alex is no longer going to tolerate his upstarts, since he knows that this wanderer wanted to kill him. To find out his true motives, he gathered his strength and directed his hand, charged with life energy, towards the stranger's head. Before reading everything that was going on in this freak's mind, Alex suggested that he confess immediately, or he would find out everything himself. The guy didn't want to tell him anything, justifying himself by saying that the old butler always sent him food. There was no point in interrogating him anymore, so he simply sent his fist of life straight at him. An intangible hand of energy touched the brains of the false servant to force him to confess to everything. As soon as Alex got into the short man's head, his eyes changed color. They became darker than the deep night. This wanderer dropped his basket of rice and can no longer hide his identity. The hero asked him who sent him here. Then the guy replied that he was no one's henchman. He was a representative of evil and came to take possession of him, since he was very weak. Alex realized that through him, this cultist was going to take over their great clan and family. Such evil minions come from a certain eastern autonomous region where devastation reigns. There are constant fights and wars in that place, so there are few people there, but they are all very powerful. Even if there are many powerful masters, above them all stands the King of Darkness, who is stronger than them all. Outside of the royal house, cults of sinister personality are scattered throughout their continent, and they are very dangerous and difficult to kill. If the representatives of darkness come one by one, then their clan has nothing to fear. But the fact that they have started to appear here makes him wary. To make sure it was safe, he asked him whether he was alone or with someone, and he said that there were no others like him. Later, he began to say that Alex was the successor, and through him he wanted to gain control over his entire family. The boy understands that he urgently needs to report this to the head of the family. But how can he do this, since his father does not want to see him? The hand of mind capture began to weaken. Apparently, the representative of darkness decided to resist. At that moment, he weakened. and could not contain this demon in the hands of his mind. The guy had already completely transformed into a minion of darkness and went wild. Claws like a wolverine's came out of his hands. They could even cut paper with their own weight. The 13th son tried with all his might to dodge the claws of the dark minion, but it seemed as if each blow was getting closer and closer. Even though he had the snakeskin technique that protected him, he had doubts that its claws would not hurt him. He once needed to call his family and tell them that there was a sectarian in his house, and he needed to be rescued urgently. In fact, it turned out that he could kill him with one blow from the snake's fist. The only problem with defeating the dark minion is that the ancestral home will reveal to Alex that he was hiding his power. If he kills the sectarian, he will be taken back to the house of his ancestors. But if he does not kill him, the accomplice of darkness himself will not spare him. If he is taken to the ancestral home, he will not be able to connect with the system and receive its rewards. Suddenly, servants came to bring him food, and he was incredibly happy about their arrival. The representative of darkness spoke of the glory of the great dark king, whose name is murder. The servants saw that the cultist had entered the young master's estate, so they rushed to his aid. Meanwhile, Alex actively avoids the cultist's high-speed attacks. It was a fortunate decision of fate. The servants would save him and spread the rumor that cultists had infiltrated their kingdom. He continued to launch combination attacks, shouting how great their dark king was. The boys were very scared for their master, and Alex himself even started acting like he was helpless. The prince ran from the villain, screaming for his mother to save him, but the cultist himself said that no one would save him. The servants noticed what a loser their master was. If they didn't have to bring him food, they would have passed by his estate. Alex's acting skills do not fail him, and he runs away from his enemy realistically. The servants managed to catch the villain and stop him from attacking his master, the prince. While Alex was running, he apparently didn't notice how the wall of his estate turned out to be in front of him. He is very strange, thought his subordinates when he exhaled his spirit. Somehow they even felt ashamed that the prince they worked for was so helpless. The master's condition was no longer so important to them. The sectarian needed to be taken to the leader, and Alex simply needed to be sent a doctor. He was expecting them to leave, but just in case, he decided to test the mind of the dark minion. A long energy arm flew out of the estate and flew towards the servants. He needs to make sure this guy hasn't done anything else bad. To get this information, he will stick this hand right into his brain. In order to extract certain information from his brain, he must touch a certain part of his area. And he did this in order to take both him and his secrets for himself, so that, for example, during torture, he would not tell his family about his abilities. After some time, he prepared for himself a useful elixir for cultivating living energy. As the system stated, this elixir should help him overcome the realm of death, from which he has been unable to escape for a week. News arrived at the main palace of Alex's family about a cult member who had infiltrated and attacked the 13th son. The old man shouted again and was very unhappy with such news, because the cult of personality of the Dark King could awaken again. And Chief Chen was also unhappy that he had such a strong son, and that he gave birth to such a weakling, Alex. Young Master Chris listened to his elder and replied that fortunately, they still had many talented children. Anya, who always visits her brother to make sure nothing happens to him, arrived at Alex's estate in the morning. She was the only one in his family he was glad to see, since she was the only one who didn't consider him a loser. It makes him feel better to have someone to talk to. Anya understands that Alex is not going to return to the ancestral home, so she goes to him, since a cultist has already come to him, and he needs to be careful. And while he was eating, he let it slip that this Satanist was just a small-time asshole, whom he would have smeared across the wall. The girl felt awkward about this, since she herself knew that he had then smeared himself against the wall from fright. It only dawned on him that he had almost let it slip, and his image as a loser would have gone away. When he spat out all the food from his mouth, his sister began to scold him, because he was eating where he had already lost his manners. Suddenly she remembered why she came here. She needed to convey that the head was organizing a family tournament and inviting everyone. Everyone means everyone, says Anya, pointing out that Alex should be there too. Anyone can join the tournament without restrictions, from servants to the main members of the clan. Alex sensed a catch in this competition, after which he called his sister into the room with him to pass something on. He placed a small box into her hands, but Anya had no idea why he needed it. The brother said that he got these chests with elixirs from his father, which is a very good inheritance. Anna was immensely grateful for these elixirs, and promised to use them wisely. Only after she left did he realize that they needed a tournament of such magnitude to identify the cultists inside the palace. On the 7th day of his stay-at-home life, the system again presented him with a box of elixirs. One day he would overcome the realm of death. At the same time, a competition is taking place at the ancestral home, where Anya shows quite good results. The judge made the final decision that the winner had been determined, and it was Anna. Grandfather was infinitely happy that he had such a talented granddaughter in his family. The beauty was elegantly deadly in battle. Her attacks were precision-honed, for which Chen praised her, and she thanked him. The referee is already about to announce the 14th fight, in which the palace gardener is participating. The first to be introduced was this gardener who had made 2 knives out of his lawn shears. The second fighter was again a representative of the royal family, the young Master Chris. The judge told Mr. Chris to also choose his weapon, but he wouldn't need it. He was going to win with his bare hands. As it turned out, the gardener was an accomplice of darkness, and was going to kill Chris for a reward from the King of Darkness. An incredible thirst for murder awakened within him. When he activated his technique, it became clear that he was a cultist. Old Man Chen also realized that this gardener was hiding the fact that he was a cultist and worked for them in the palace. He stopped the gardener's weapon with one touch and did not even feel any damage. The guy wanted to know where an ordinary gardener got such great fighting abilities from. The minion of darkness could not even imagine that his opponent would be of such great power. The servants rushed to save Master Chris, as the cultist could kill him. Chen's grandson told them not to enter the arena, as the fight was not over yet, and it would be a serious violation. Immediately after his words, Chris knocks the weapon out of the demon's hands, and he is left confused. With one movement of his hand, that attack sent the cultist flying far beyond the battlefield. This immediately deprived him of victory, and also of his life, since sectarians are immediately punished here after being exposed. This guy bares his teeth and growls in anger because he lost a battle for which he could have received a lot of money. Chris then struck a dramatic pose with his cape fluttering in the wind, after which the judge declared him the winner. Sister Anya was worried about her brother, and also mentioned Alex, who was the first to meet the cultist and was all alone. The young master obviously didn't like his younger brother, but he considered it Alex's merit that they learned about the sectarians with his help. After completing the tournament, Chris even got the idea to come and visit him. Meanwhile, in his estate, our hero practices cultivation, but cannot get past the first level. For him, it's like trying to squeeze through the narrowest crack, but he still can't become the key to the lock. At the same time, the system announces the 8th day of staying home and rewards with new equipment. It was a stealth technique. He could blend into nature and remain unnoticed. There was little point in it, since he had no one to hide from at home. Well, he has nothing to do anyway, and this technology will become some kind of entertainment for him. Because of practicing the new technique, Alex fell asleep late, and his sister Anya woke him up early in the morning for some reason. The eldest came to visit him one last time and say goodbye, since she would not be able to see him for a long time. The younger gentleman was alarmed by the fact that she came so early to say goodbye to him. She explained to him that she had overcome a new kingdom, and after that, she could climb one mountain for training. It was all thanks to Alex and his elixir pills that she was able to break through. When she said goodbye, she told him the last important news that his older brother Chris would come to visit him. Then he waved at her and gave her a wide smile from ear to ear, wishing her all was well. However, it is sad because he has even fewer options for what to do. He misses the televisions from his first life. This kind of farewell makes him sad. It's still light outside, and he has nothing to do. It was already dark. A new reward from the divine system appeared. He came into possession of knowledge about a new technique, a thunder finger, which can collect surrounding energy and turn it into lightning. He had absolutely nothing to do. All that was left was to study new techniques and attacks. From outside, his voices could be heard saying that it was necessary to concentrate the energy in the chakra network and direct it into the finger. On the other side of Alex's family's property was his house, and these strangers looked into its territory. They were looking for the young master's property. There were 2 of them, and they were going to attack him. Luckily for them, getting here was very easy and didn't present any obstacles. They rushed forward, expecting their prey to be as easy as hitting an elephant from 5 meters away. Both of them delicately descended from the tree directly onto the territory of the most influential family on the continent. Alex sensed the presence of these poor fellows, but he couldn't understand who they could be, although he wasn't happy about them all. He understands that he started cultivating in vain, since he will not be able to stop, otherwise there will be bad consequences. He no longer cared who was there or what they were doing. It was better to concentrate on practicing his thunder finger. On the street, these 2 bandits were going to carefully install an energy grid. The guy was surprised by the fact that the lights were still on in the room. It didn't look like Alex was sleeping. Inside, the bandit heard rapid breathing, but Alex himself stood still, looking like he had broken through to a new level. This fact completely confused the intruder, because everyone around knows that Alex is a loser without powers. The second one turned out to be his brother, and said that his energy grid was ready. The intruder at the window told his partner that Alex was currently breaking through to a new level. The brother was confident in his poisonous daggers, and was already thinking about what Alex would do against them. Then his partner held his hand and told him not to disrupt his cultivation, Otherwise, he might go crazy and die. And they need Alex alive in order to make him a hostage for the family. The light in the room went out, the eerie breathing disappeared, and it became so quiet. The invaders didn't understand at all how this could have happened. Could it really be that loser Alex broke through the level? The bravest one decided to check what was going on with their prey. He couldn't pass through the new kingdom. The second brother became wary, as Alex's presence disappeared too suddenly, as if no one had been there. The daredevil didn't hesitate and simply kicked the doors inwards, for which the second one scolded him. He was very impudent and told the little brat to kneel before his elders. From the darkness came a short flash of electricity, and a bolt of energy shot through the bandit's throat with lightning speed. The guy was seriously injured. Half of his neck was damaged, and it was likely that he could not be saved. Damn it. In this state he can even talk. His partner immediately decides to help him. Alex's voice could be heard from the empty and dark room, although he was completely invisible. It was clear that the bandit was in panic, since his comrade was in mortal danger, and the enemy's abilities were unknown. Alex noted that they were too daring for his guests. Few dared to treat him that way. He came out of his chambers like a ghost. Nothing came from him. No sounds, no heartbeat, and no breathing. The villains could feel anything. For Alex, this was an incredibly rude invasion of his territory, and he would not let them go so easily for this. The uninjured bandit doesn't understand why there's no aura emanating from this loser. The hero wanted to chat with someone, so he decided to tell them about a stealth technique that makes him dissolve like sand and disappear through their fingers. However, he would really like to chat some more, but they need to die, since they will spread information about his power. It was they who set up a spiritual net and made sure that no one would know about their death. No one will know about their deaths, and if they manage to escape, no one will believe that the loser Alex repelled the bandit's attack. Previously, Alex hid his aura with stealth techniques, but now he can fully unleash his abilities. "Behold," Alex said and released his aura. "This is my power that you wanted to see, intruder." The guy realizes that Alex has become a master at a higher level, and is probably already at the highest level of his kingdom. The bandit can think about how strong Alex is already in the afterlife, right with his brother. The snakebite technique didn't give the bandit a chance to survive. The wounds were fatal, and there was no one to save them. Since the hero does not yet know how to restrain his powers, he not only did not restrain them, but he went too far. He himself realized that he had used a lot of unnecessary force, but now we understand how strong he is now. In fact, he is even sadder because there are corpses, blood, and guts in his estate, and he cannot instruct his servants to clean it all up in the morning. He also had no desire to bury these impudent villains himself. The system suddenly seemed to hear his whining and gave a new reward for defeating the enemy. Now all enemies defeated by Alex became controllable living plants. From a small sprout, a large flower began to grow, which grew at a great speed. And so the grow-most man-eating flower grew up. It was twice as tall and bigger than Alex. As soon as the plant saw its victim, it began to suck it into its wide mouth, like paste. There was nothing left of the corpses. They became food for large handheld flowers. It looked too creepy for Alex, but at least they recognized their owner and removed the extra corpses. This sight looks truly creepy, as if you were in a horror movie in a tropical forest with man-eating plants. Memories from this world say that after eating a person, these plants retain the memories of their victims. He touched the top of his pocket pet's head to find out what fate had brought these cultists here. He began to recite the spells of the mind-reading technique out loud and absorbed the surrounding life energy. Images of those bandits getting ready to return their hostage cultists, who were captured at the tournament, popped into my head. They came here for Alex to ransom their people for him, and to catch the prey they took poisonous smoke. On the map, the bandit shows an estate that is almost never guarded, and where Alex, the loser, lives. And from that moment on, their invasion and attempt on Alex's life began. What is frightening is the fact that they wanted to use toxic smoke, which acts like radiation in our world, and can bury this place for many years. For such valuable information, Alex rewarded the flower with divine pills and sent it to sleep. If the poisonous smoke were to spread throughout his family's holdings, no one would be able to cultivate. He was incredibly lucky, because he broke through to the next level thanks to the danger growing outside. A month has passed since the recent events. The system has rewarded him with countless energy pills and new techniques. The divine system also gifted him with several types of deadly weapons, although this is not as important as the following. During this month, he trained a lot and stayed at home all the time, which gave him an inner vision. At first he saw darkness, then small sparks, then a rather bright light that kept growing and growing. Now the light filled everything around. It was too bright, as if a bomb had exploded in my head. After which, some kind of cloudy spot began to appear in the middle of this illuminated space. This stain is still growing to this day. It has already turned into a speck of sand, and does not stop there. Yesterday's system reward was a new book with training and defense techniques. He suspects that the system knows all his strengths and weaknesses, and therefore selects rewards for him that match his strengths. With new technology, he will be able to defend himself from the villains and cultists who do not allow him to live peacefully and calmly. Meanwhile, in the main palace, Chief Chen was receiving information from his envoy. He ordered him to thank a certain family who had worked hard on an unknown task. The envoy continued to say that about 10 people from their family suffered, which is not good. Damn these cultists, Chen thinks, and curses all these sectarians and the King of Darkness. Chen is going to unite 3 families to deal with the cultists. After training in the mountains, Anya came to visit Alex, whom she hadn't seen for a whole month. He was glad to see her even more than anything else. After all, he had been here for a month completely alone. For him, she brought some delicious brewed tea from the mountains where she trained. Alex told her that he didn't want to drink, but would rather listen to how she spent her training in the mountains. Anya wasn't happy with his answer. The tea might get cold and become tasteless. After those words, she began to pour tea into him by force so that he would drink it to the last drop. What a pity that the meeting with Anya turned out to be just a dream. Only someone is pouring some kind of liquid on him in reality. He was shocked to wake up after such a good sleep, although the liquid on his cheek was disconcerting. The hero began to remember how he fell asleep yesterday while practicing a new technique. Finally, he became interested in the yellow liquid on his cheek. Who dared to do this to him? Suddenly, a noisy cat appeared behind him, making its characteristic sound from its mouth. Seeing such an interesting pet behind him, he himself became frightened. It turns out that the divine system rewarded him with this animal so that he would not get bored. It was in his best interest to teach him to use the litter box. Otherwise, he would wake him up every day. The picture shows a beautiful white cat on a yellow radiant background. He is terribly cute. After several days of training, the speck of dust turned into a whole patch of land. Even with such dimensions, everything here somehow looks empty. I wonder what awaits him next. Large white paws, similar to those of a cat, appeared above the small island. Alex was a little surprised that external objects could influence internal vision. He pointed his finger at the cat and said that he couldn't bother him just because he was so cute. The cat was unhappy and pointed his finger at the bowl where his food should be. It was then that the owner realized that he had completely forgotten that his new pet needed to be fed. As soon as the hero felt guilty, the cat hit him in the face with its paw. Later, of course, he gave him some healthy food, and the cat happily devoured his delicacies. Alex had a bandage on his cheek after the cat hit him, and he was unhappy that the cat didn't even thank him. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, a knock on the gate is heard, and it is still surprising who came to him so early. The owner realized that these were not servants, since he had previously told them to enter without knocking, and if there was no knock, then to leave the food at the gate. If a person came to him, then there is nothing bad. He is always glad to have guests in his estate. The elder brother Chris appeared outside the gate. The young master, as he had promised earlier, he came to the 13th brother. He didn't expect to see him, although Anya had previously said that Chris would come to visit him sooner or later. He was glad to have his guest Alex and offered him some mountain tea. Then he remembered that Anya had told him that young Master Chris would come to him. Chris came to him to tell him that with his help, they found out that there were traitorous cultists in their palace. Alex pretended that he hadn't done anything worthwhile in that situation with the cultist, so there was nothing to thank him for. Chris also called him to leave the estate and come down from the mountain, that is, to leave the palace as well. Alex was very afraid to go down the mountain, since the system would not be able to give him rewards. 3 great families want to unite in the fight against evil, after which the head of the family can forgive Alex and return him to the palace. Also, in the battle with the cultists, Alex can not only prove himself to Chief Chen, but also improve his martial arts. Descending from the mountain is a big problem for the hero, so he won't go down. Chris also planned to take Alex without the knowledge of his elders, so as to avoid unnecessary scandals. But if this was problematic for Alex, he was ready to ask the head for permission. The hero thought through his answer carefully and said that he would earn his elders' forgiveness when the time came. Chris realized that his younger brother was not so useless. After all, he also had his own manhood. Chris had completely underestimated him. His strength of spirit turned out to be too great to act so dishonestly. The young gentleman warned the younger man that months might pass before their next meeting, and that he would have to stand up for himself. Finally, he talked about Chen and how he holds a grudge against Alex, but doesn't feel any hostility. So Alex shouldn't hold a grudge. So they said goodbye. Chris didn't suspect that in terms of strength, he and Alex were already almost equal, and for this he only needed a couple of months of sitting at home. Alex slowly closed the large gates made of dark wood that had been cut down on the grounds of his estate. He was terribly dissatisfied with this meeting and was glad that it was finally over. Meanwhile, Chris was returning to the family home, and someone was watching him in the bushes nearby. It became clear to the stranger that Chris had come to visit his little brother, and that he was the target of this shadow. The dark silhouette of the stranger became clear and flew out from the tree crown in which he had been hiding. It was the deputy leader of the local evil cult. He was going to catch the brat Alex and use him as a hostage. All this is done to anger Alex's father, since he will be very angry. Because it was the fault of the head of the family that his son was expelled from the family home, and then he was killed by cultists. Once again we were shown this capsule with toxic smoke that counteracts cultivation. Now was the perfect opportunity to sneak into the estate without a head. These high stone walls were the smallest obstacle on the way. Alex's powers are incomparable to him. In comparison to him, this stranger is simply God. This cultist is ideal for such silent messiahs, but he didn't take into account that the little cat had already noticed him. This wanderer, whose name is Jim, doesn't even see the point in hiding, because there isn't even a guard here. The hallmark of his cultist affiliation is the dark purple aura of evil that he casts when casting spells. Small energy ropes leaked into Alex's domain. The owner of these properties did not notice them, and easily fell into a trap that he did not even suspect. It's very unlike Alex, because he can sense the approach of ominous energy. Why didn't he notice the enemy now? The Dark Master tells him that there is no way to escape his bonds, especially for a brat like Alex. What the villain didn't expect was that his energy rope began to disappear, which is strange, since the main character can't master any techniques. A cloud of unknown smoke suddenly appeared. Jim thought that Alex didn't have any techniques, but how could he explain it then? A bead of sweat runs down Jim's face. He is confused, his face filled with horror from ignorance. A white silhouette of an unknown enemy appeared behind him, attacking Jim at the most unexpected moment. The blow was strong enough to leave a deep scar on his face. This unknown enemy turned out to be our domestic cat, who, as it turns out, is quite strong. In honor of such a crushing victory, Alex praised the cat and nicknamed him Deathpaws. The next time, the hero decided not to scold the pet for pestering him. He immediately began to research this character, and he realized that he was one of the deputies of the leader of the local cult. He didn't want to give it to his family because they would kill him, and he needed information. So he summoned a second bloodthirsty pet that would eat the cultist and give him his memories. Without any mercy, the man-eating flower swallows Jim at the behest of its master. As soon as the flower ate its victim, Alex began to absorb the remnants of life energy into himself, along with the information that was stored in Jim. In Jim's mind, he discovered that he was connected to the first cultist who attacked him, and most surprisingly, he was able to hide in their family for 3 whole months. The deputy gave his assistant a capsule with poisonous smoke so that he could plant it on Alex, and he would then spread the disease himself. A couple of days later, Jim was indignant that there was no news from his assistant. That's when Alex realized that Jim and the shorty were from the same gang of cultists. With his inner vision, he looked at this island, which was becoming larger, although it also looked empty. He knows that his spiritual strength is growing, but he hopes that this island will somehow change visually. After defeating the cultist, the system rewarded them with new techniques, although no one in their region can use them. In order to use the Zanpakuto technique, he needs to break through a new level. He understands that the minions of evil will not leave him alone, and the enemies will become stronger, so he needs to become stronger. In a dark cave, someone is discussing the incident with Jim several days later, and where he went. The dark silhouettes in the cave wondered where their deputy could have gone, since he couldn't have betrayed them. The savage with the scar sat by the fire with the old man, another deputy. He suggested that they think that Jim had betrayed them. The old man explained to him that he must know what would happen to them and their cult if they committed treason. The man with the scar pointed out to them that they should call their elders for help to solve the problem with the Chen family. The evil's deputy, this girl, says that their authority in front of their elders may be undermined, and they will not be valued because of this. The head of the cult sat on a hill. He says that they need to not waste time and attack Alex's family themselves and destroy them. He knows that Chief Chen wants to use their cult as a training ground for his young masters. All 3 Masters of Darkness went to look for Jim, and they also wanted to fight with the family of enemies. These masters went in different directions to explore the surroundings of the palace. The old man thought about how he could search for his comrade, since only he himself could contact them. It occurred to him to break some kind of pill that would give a signal to their deputy. All that remains is to break it, and the information should reach Jim. The next morning the sun was shining warmly outside. At his estate, Alex speaks with a servant who comes as soon as the hero thinks about food. Today the food was really tasty, more than usual. Is there really some kind of celebration at my parents' house? In fact, everything was just like that, said the servant. Young Master Chris led an entire army into battle with the villains, and their campaign was crowned with success. The head of the related house was very happy and held a feast in honor of this. But it was not only this that amazed him, but also the fact that they had won the victory so quickly. In that very cave, a mournful silence reigned. Everyone understood that their comrade Jim would not return, and they were also experiencing an attack by 3 clans. The old master was terribly confused, since he was more than anyone else certain of the death of their deputy Jim. A man with a scar, and after a battle with 2 scars, says that it's a very good thing that he died and didn't betray. This beauty also knows that no battles have been heard from the mountain clan's lands. The head of the local cult said that they shouldn't pay attention to Jim. There were more important problems. The combined attacks of the 3 great clans of the East caused the majority of the losses, including the Stronghold of Darkness and the 4 elders. The leader ordered them to report to the evil king so that he could force the demonic court to deal with those families, and they would direct their forces to other clans. The next morning, Alex's servant brought food again, and also brought news that demons had destroyed the estates of a neighboring family. Alex was left speechless by the sudden attack and spat out all the food from his mouth. The boy reported to him in detail about all the losses and how the little devils burned the houses of an entire clan. Revenge from the darkness was not long in coming, and they lost a powerful ally. At the Chen family's ancestral home, a messenger was discussing how they could strengthen security on their property. Chen believes that they have no right to make the same mistakes as the neighboring family. The messenger heard everything correctly, and reported that 15 elite masters had already gone out to guard the ancestral home. The old man praised their work, and also asked where young Master Chris was now. The messenger answered that the young master was returning, but he was still far away. But he has several elders of the Yellow Tulip clan with him, so he will be safe. Chen felt calmer, but one question remained. Why haven't they been attacked yet if they were the first among the 3 families to attack the cult? Now it began to dawn on him that the main forces of darkness were very close and would soon attack. Alex also realized that the cultists would soon attack their family, and then him. Fortunately, the servants said that they had already defeated half of the villains, and the remaining half would not be difficult to catch and kill. There is also a post with elite security near Alex's house, so he has nothing to worry about. Alex, looking at the blue sky, thought that everything would be like this. His life was safe. This picture shows a graceful bird against the background of a blue sky with snow-white clouds. But in this picture, a whole 6 months have already passed, and nothing significant has happened during this time. And after 6 months, his cat still hadn't learned to catch food on his own. The hero laughs at him with particular pleasure, since his pet has again missed the prey. In cat language, the kitten meowed that he had let him go on purpose, and that it had all been his plan. The young gentleman says that in those 6 months, he broke through the 3rd level. It was precisely because he had broken through the 3rd level that his 6th sense had increased in scale to 100 kilometers. A sudden loud knock on the gate and strong gusts of wind made Alex wary. Outside the gates, not far from the estate, someone was causing a noisy and rather nasty fuss. Clouds of dust rose from the air dispersed by this stranger, or several strangers. The force of this air rocked the trees and scattered the birds on their crowns. Some handsome guy was pulling his plump lips towards the face of a beautiful girl and giving her some terribly nasty compliments. Unfortunately, at such times, such disgusting couples like to wander around in the middle of nature. One gives compliments, and the other drowns in embarrassment. From the outside, this looks especially disgusting. Their voices echo throughout the forest, as if this guy is a large glacier, and she is the sun that melted it. Alex is terribly irritated by these two, because they look so slimy. Red hearts of love were scattered throughout the forest by the wind that appears from the air of that scoundrel. Our hero is even more angered by the fact that that guy is his 7th brother of the Yellow Tulip clan, and he knows very well that Alex has an estate here. The 7th son is deliberately engaged in this obscenity at his estate, since no one would allow him to do this at the home of his ancestors. That's why Alex decides to teach the impudent fellow a lesson. So much so that he will forever regret that he did such bad things out of spite. Using his unknown technique, Alex takes control of life energy, manipulating it, takes a branch from a tree and directs it at the couple. A strong blow landed on the impudent man's back. His girlfriend doesn't even suspect that her boyfriend was attacked by an unknown enemy. He began to clench his teeth in horror, as he was most certain that no one could stop them in this forest. The unknown force that hit him with a stick did not stop his hot ardor, and he decided to continue to climb towards the selfless lady. The girl no longer tried to resist him. Our sweet couple almost touched each other's lips. Alex's head is spinning from such impudence. He can't afford to do something like that here. The 7th son can no longer be stopped. The girl is ready to reunite with him into one whole. Yeah, no one would tolerate that. Alex was terribly angry, so his eyes lit up. He filled his fist with life energy, gathering the strength with which he would carry out a minor attack on his relative. Kleski's airstrike hit the 7th heir directly on the buttocks. The blow was so powerful that the seventh son screamed so loudly that the entire mountain woke up at such an early hour. The impudent man ran away to the house of his ancestors, calling the unprecedented power a manifestation of the energy of the ghosts of defeated cultists. His happiness knew no bounds. He drove the poor fellow away from his territory and showed him an obscene sign. Alex exhaled, relief coming over him, because if they had done what they planned, he would not have been able to live. A cute white cat stood nearby and meowed that his owner was too sensitive. It is unknown how Alex learned to understand cat language, but he answered that he would hardly be able to find a girlfriend himself. Suddenly he remembered how the seventh son, while running away, talked about the Blue Moon estate. Why should he remember such a thing? For the next couple of seconds, the system gave him a new technique of the living energy spirit sword. At this point the events of the day ended. The light was on in Alex's estate, and a crescent moon shone above the top of the mountain. The next day, Alex listened to the news from a servant who told him about the death of a second-level master. The servant also talked about the Blue Moon Manor and how they leaked information. This is not the first time Alex has heard this news. Just yesterday, his seventh son shouted out the name of this family, and he also saw their mention in history books. In passing, the hero asked what kind of Blue Moon estate this was, why they were so popular, and what information they had leaked to them. Shorty briefly explained that the Blue Moon estate was a direct informant of their Yellow Tulip family. You probably don't know, the servant told Alex. The Blue Moon estate is in the dark at heart, but their influence is too great, and their shackles have penetrated throughout the continent. No powerful power is able to find the location of the Blue Moon, and no one can defeat it. For this reason, the Yellow Tulip family decided to cooperate with them. Every action the cultists take is known to the Blue Moon, and they then directly leak the information to their family. The young master understands that Chris and Chen must have a plan, so he has no need to worry. This means that as long as he is not bothered by cultists, he can sit quietly at home and receive rewards from the system. In the 7th month of isolation, the hero received a formation and instructions on how to use it. The one who can summon the formation in their region is very strong, and he can just study it now. The whole power of the formation is that the power increases and decreases depending on the level of the owner. He definitely needs to try it out, so he concentrates his power in his hands and forms a dome. Within the dome's territory, anyone below Alex's level will die or lose their powers. If the enemy is below Alex's level rank 4, then he has nothing to worry about. Alex will soon have been at home for a year, and hopes that the system will reward him accordingly. The guards at the security post were frightened because young Master Chris and Chen were attacked by 3 Dark Elders and were severely injured. The noise from the guards prevented Alex from gaining new knowledge about techniques, but he was the only one who was getting stronger every day. Still, the hero himself is worried about the news of the attack, which means that a new enemy will soon overtake him. To do this, he will set up a formation every night so that no one will disturb his sweet sleep. In the 8th month of isolation, the system awarded the Imperial restraining and sealing weapons, these magical ropes. All sorts of obscenities immediately began to pop into his head, in the form of a beautiful girl tied up with this rope. Alex is glad to receive this weapon. After all, with the formation and these ropes, even a 7th rank enemy of the 2nd level is no obstacle to him. Meanwhile, someone was gathering information at Alex's father's estate. There were 2 cultists. That lovely girl was an elder, and this was her assistant. She knows who lives in this house, and was going to implement some idea that came into her head. The guy suggested that she take her time and leave her useless son alone, since he was of no use. The girl came up with the idea of giving Alex's father a grandson, that is, giving Alex himself a son. The assistant was confused by the vileness of this girl. He can't even believe that she is an elder after all. They are all crazy. She could already imagine the face Alex's father would make when he found out that his Alex was the son of a cultist. And if the head of the Yellow Tulip, Chen, finds out about this, he will leave no living place for both of them. The guy also thinks that if he were Alex's father, he would be very angry. The partner was offended that the elder did not even listen to his proposal. The elder understands everything and is not going to do anything stupid, and they will take that brat captive as a hostage. The assistant doubts her plan, as he thinks that Alex is too useless, meaning that the Yellow Tulip family simply won't buy him out. The girl, however, believes that everything is completely different. She thinks that these people are too honest to leave a relative in trouble. They also know that the Blue Moon clan is leaking information about them, so this house is sowing discord for its own benefit. Alex lies in the sun while his home is being broken into. The young gentleman felt 2 strong, and most importantly, dark auras near his house. Everything immediately became clear. Both cultists, one of them an elder, and she also called him very handsome. He thought she was crazy, that she had gone completely crazy from dark cultivation. So that master of the dark element stood before him and said that she would give birth to the same beautiful children from him. The guy immediately realized that this fool's brain was completely rotten, that she was offering him such a thing. Without hesitation, he uses his spiritual blade to cut the cursed witch in half. This situation really irritates Alex. He doesn't understand why all the cultists come to him first, repeatedly. The Dark Elder's partner does not understand how he managed to defeat such a powerful opponent at such a young age. The situation is so bad that he has no choice but to run away without looking back. If Alex defeated this fool, he won't leave a single trace of him. Unfortunately for this character, when they entered his estate, they didn't even notice the formation. He lost hope of being saved, and even the thought that Alex's father had returned crossed his mind. With the rope that the hero received as a reward from the system, he tied up the Master of Darkness. Young Master Alex gave the man-eating flower a girl to eat and asked him how he didn't like her. The hero killed these cultists in cold blood, as they particularly irritated him. Following the surviving cultist, he sends a special soul seal that should stop the cultist's thirst for murder. This spiritual seal fell right in the middle of his forehead and radically changed his state of mind. Previously, he felt a thirst for blood, but now peace settled in his heart. Alex briefly explained how the seal worked, and in the process removed the rope from him. Alex had the idea to leave the estate in spirit form, but he didn't know whether it would invalidate the system's rewards or not. He then asked the dejected enemy for what purpose they came here, and what the evil clan ordered them to do. The cultist placed his hand over his heart and laid out the true goals of his attack. They were going to spread poisonous gas, thereby harming the clan members and killing the servants. The hero realized that the cult was especially ruthless now, since it was difficult to produce this particular type of magical smoke. Alex gave the order to the cultists to take their smoke and distribute it within their clan, as well as to attack the strongest cultists and kill as many as possible. That same day, a meeting was held in a cave taken over by the cult, where they discussed and complained about having to move again. Only the most prudent understood that if their lair was discovered, the House of the Blue Moon would quickly report the information. One cult member was irritated by this senseless talk about how their cult couldn't cope with anything. In the end, he himself snapped at his comrades and shouted loudly about how this chatter was infuriating him. The guy who blew it up turned out to be the head of this cult, and he spoke out against their whining. Important guests from an influential family came to their cult. The leader met them, but somehow did not understand what such influential cultists were doing here. This couple is once again talking a lot and spreading rumors, which the head really doesn't like. The cult leader swung his hand, his fingers curling smoothly for maximum effectiveness. As a result of the technique's execution, the head sent flying those chatterboxes who talk too much. The judge himself, from an influential family, is irritated that the people of this cult talk too much. The leader of the group tried to obtain forgiveness from an influential gentleman. The judge wanted to know some information that the people of this sect were supposed to obtain. As long as there was nothing to tell, there was no need to worry, the head said. He was more interested in why the judge came to talk in person, and the point was that there were many losses on their family's side. Because of this cult, they lost an entire branch of followers of darkness, and received nothing in return. The Yellow Tulip family killed an elder from their clan, and in general this clan has been causing a lot of trouble lately by merging with other ancestral houses. They urgently need to kill the head of the Yellow Tulip family, this old man Chen. They came to unite, however, they do not have a single strong master of darkness to defeat him. The leader told the red-haired man that they had a master from Yellow Tulip who was cooperating with them, and the outside world did not know about it. Red-haired didn't care if their comrade couldn't handle it. He would go fight Chen himself with the magic smoke, and if he died, the smoke would do all the work for him. Still, the head told them to wait a little for the elders to return. Just at the right time, the guy who attacked Alex returned. The chief asked where his partner was, and the judge ordered him to report everything he learned. He said about his partner that she was hiding inside the lands of the Yellow Tulip. Although in truth she died, Alex's flower ate her. The leader didn't even notice that something was wrong with his subordinate. He was blatantly lying, and the boss believed him. As soon as the judge began to suspect something in his story, the blue-haired man was secretly happy, because his lie would be exposed. The influential Dark Lord noticed that their elder was a little unwell, so he did not take his information seriously. In defiance of this, he suggested that everyone gather more information and wait. We need to help this guy. His condition is really bad. At the most inconvenient time for the cultists, his character changed, so he told them that no one would leave alive today. He had already concentrated enough doom in his hand to kill the elder. He decided to attack his cult leader, as Alex had ordered him to do in his mission. The hot-tempered guy couldn't even imagine what they would do to him for such a wrong step. The judge's partner became wary of this elder because he had attacked his comrade. Suspicions fell on the fact that he had become a traitor, and he decided to kill his comrade with the weapon that the leader had given him. The cultist, under the influence of the soul seal, attacked his former comrade, shouting how he would kill for his master. The sectarian noticed how fast the traitor was and, in defense, decided to show his fist with smoke. He was fully prepared to accept his opponent and counterattack when the opportunity arose. The enemy cultist stood before him like a shadow, and said that their resistance was worthless without the magic smoke. However, he was stopped by the cultist's words that he had been defeated by the Yellow Tulip family. It was then that he made a bad sign with his hands and said that no one in the entire continent was capable of defeating him. The traitor's name was Charles. The red-haired man declared that he had gone mad and must be killed. His teacher came out first to kill him, as he had raised him from the cradle and given him the opportunity to become strong. With all his might, he begged Charles not to blame him for taking on the burden of killing his student. Another student told the sensei to stop acting like this, and to understand that Charles was already sentenced to death. Only while they were talking, the enemy was gathering energy in his fingers to attack with a beam of dark energy. The piercing beam hit vital parts of the sensei's body. It was incredible that an ordinary elder could possess such overwhelming power. He truly believes that it is incredibly foolish to attack the enemy alone when there are so many allies. Another teacher froze with a grimace of fear on his face. You just wouldn't believe it, that a student would kill a mentor. Our Charles has raised the whole cult up in arms. Does he really just want to kill his comrades? They think that in fact this evil will kill him. Charles touched the shoulder of the cultist who was the deceased sensei's student. He stood behind him with a deadly smile and guaranteed him a painless death, but they would die together. The cultist was left here completely alone. All the cultists fled, since the magic smoke would destroy this cave. He asked Charles not to make such mistakes and just let them talk a little. The worst thing is that he decided to leave him alive until the cave was completely torn apart. Somehow the red-haired cultist got stuck there. Charles was surprised that his old friend stayed with him at the last moment of their meeting. His thoughts were to take his colleague with him to the next world, so that they could die on the same day. No one was going to let the red-haired one down from here, because he also has smoke. The more smoke, the bigger the explosion. Charles, under the influence of the press, left his comrade no chance. It was time to die, he said. This turned out to be the last frame of his life before a powerful explosion and the destruction of a large cult. The leader of the cult group was angry to the point of exhaustion. Another of their homes was destroyed. Now they have to look for a new roof over their heads again. And it was only today that they moved into that cave. The next day, while Alex was sleeping, the system rewarded him with 10 years of training for destroying the cult. Alex got out of bed very reluctantly, although missing 10 years of practice made him a little happy. Also, knowing that his plan with Charles had worked gave him the incentive to move on. After receiving the reward, his strength increased greatly, which was immediately noticeable. True, he still does not have enough strength to defeat any Master of Darkness. Luckily, his latest steroid purchases have given him a nice boost in strength, even though he doesn't do anything. Thus, with the help of doping, he will become the strongest man on the continent. These pills had a clear side effect that affected his digestion and condition. Things were not going well at all. He began to feel very bad. At the gate, a lot of vomit came out of him, which was white in color. For him, this was the most terrible punishment during his isolation on his estate. And suddenly he was overtaken by another wave of vomit, which came out completely from him. He needs to stop practicing today and go to bed. Otherwise his body won't be able to cope at all. After rising to a new level, his gaze became more alert and attentive. The movements became more graceful and quick, and the speed of the hands was comparable to lightning. At incredible speed he could catch birds in flight, and his strength grew exponentially. He achieved this speed and strength by advancing to the 3rd level. Now Old Man Chen is at the same level, which means he is already one of the best on the continent. After a while, he began to reflect on how lucky he was to be born into the Yellow Tulip family. After all, they give him food, there is a roof over his head, and servants clean up. Many years later, a representative of the Blue Moon family, Roosevelt, personally came to Chen's ancestral home. The old man began to speak in front of his daughter Anya, and was also glad to personally greet good old Roosevelt. Only he remembered how, because of him, there was an attack on the Yellow Tulip family. Chen remembered that Roosevelt had mentioned some important information in his letter, so he had better spill everything he had. Roosevelt knows that the Yellow Tulip clan masters have been waiting for valuable information about the cultists for a long time, so he brought it to them. Roosevelt decided to get down to business while Chen drank a cup of the family's strong liquor. As soon as the Blue Moon family representative mentioned the amount of 1 million magic stones, Chen choked on his own drink. The old man got angry and asked if Roosevelt had really gone crazy to name such big numbers. Roosevelt said he could tell half at first, and if he liked the information, he would pay the other half. The informant began with a story about the magic smoke, and Old Man Chen immediately gave him half the offered amount. So, recently a judge from an influential family arrived at a nearby cult with magic smoke. And then this guy went silent. Chen didn't understand the reason for this pause and asked if he would continue. So he started asking for 1,000,000 at once, that is, the entire amount, and continued talking about how the judge had brought that very magic smoke from the family of the Purple Moon. With the help of this smoke, he plans to take revenge on the Yellow Tulip family. This information did not seem so valuable to Chen, but in fact, Roosevelt did not finish his story. The informant told the old man that the cult had also managed to obtain a powerful artifact of unknown power, the underground fabric of emptiness. Chen asked if Roosevelt was sure of this information, and the informant began to explain that he was a businessman and could not sell a low-quality product. Roosevelt promised to pay them 3 times the amount of compensation if the information turned out to be false. After that, Chen thanked him and said that they would finish here. They had spent too much money today. But if the head of the ancestral house finds out that Roosevelt sold this void fabric to the cultists, then their family will be very sorry. At this point, their meeting ended. Chen said that he had a lot to do and needed to go. In his yard, the old man was scolding himself for having paid double the amount for being told the same information twice. Once he is free from their influence, he will destroy the Blue Moon clan, as they are cultists. That same day, after meeting with Roosevelt, Anya went to Alex to talk about the fact that cult elders had recently been spotted on their estate. He told his sister that he had begun to frequently see cultists in his area. The beautiful Anya told him that the sectarians had obtained a weapon that could conceal their movements. Now Alex needs to be even more careful and use his aura less to search for energy. Also, the local patrol should use camouflage devices, although this is pointless, since he is already strong. The sister suddenly began to ask him to return to the ancestral home. She would very nicely ask Old Man Chen to forgive him. Alex refused her again, since he liked lying on the lounger here. But in reality, he didn't want to see Old Man Chen's face. It's quite strange to hear such an answer from him, because the clan is in danger. She told him that the cult was going to act and would soon attack their family. He doesn't care anyway, because he knows that Charles destroyed the local cult. What can they do to counter him? It was then that Anya told the news about a new magical smoke that could kill a cultivation master with just one touch. The information about this smoke made Alex spit out all the liquid he had been drinking while listening to Anya. He asked when they had received this information, and she replied that Roosevelt had come personally today to convey it to us. Now everything became clear to him. So the patrol guards were on guard, and he also realized that if the cult had not been destroyed, their clan would have long since been burning with a red flame. Anya told him to just go to Chen and tell him something good, so he would definitely not be left in trouble. However, the 13th brother refused her, and she decided not to leave him in trouble and stay here. In her head, it all looked like this. She will not leave her brother alone here, and no one will attack. Alex told her to be a good girl and go to her grandfather's ancestral home, and he would answer for himself. But she's worried that cultists might come and attack him, and there won't be anyone there to cover his back. In such a situation, he was more serious than ever. After all, he couldn't leave the estate because of the system. In response to his coldness, she only smiled, but he understood that she was the only one who cared about him. She had no intention of leaving this place, because she couldn't leave her weak brother in trouble. Anya clearly sees how optimistic her 13th brother is, but even so, she cannot leave him. If Roosevelt's words are true, and the cult is about to attack, she wants to be sure that her brother will be safe and will not do anything rash. He explains to her with a gloomy face that he is not going to fight the cultists, since his strength is simply not enough. He can stand up for himself, so he told her to leave, but she's not going anywhere. Anya wants to stay to make him come back at any cost, justifying this by saying that it's nice here. Then she pretends not to listen to him, which infuriates Alex so much that he puts his hand to his head. At that moment, the most influential figures of the Yellow Tulip clan gathered at a large table. They discussed how to lure the cult elders inside the clan and destroy them immediately. After discussing this plan, Chen was asked about Alex, since he lives on the edge of their property. Chen found it especially unpleasant to talk about his 13th son, but he still sent Anya to talk to him. If Alex doesn't come back, then he just needs to be looked after, and if he dies, then unfortunately, it will tarnish his father's reputation. The next day at Alex's father's estate, Anya woke up very early, which surprised the hero. She said that she hadn't noticed any cultists today, and that she needed to train a lot to repel their attack. Only now did Alex understand why Chen loved his granddaughter so much. For this work, Alex decided to give her some teaching techniques. She didn't expect to receive a manual with such a powerful technique from him. She doesn't understand why he needs such a book if Alex doesn't practice the techniques at all. He reminded Anya that he lives on his father's estate, and that he has a lot of practice with techniques here. 3 days later, things were not at all calm in the ancestral home. For the 3rd day now, The servants have been observing how strange and agitated Chen is acting, because for the third day now, he has been without water and food. And even in this state he remains cheerful, as he worries about his family and subordinates. But he is irritated that his servants cannot even whisper and chatter so loudly in front of him. He is also infuriated that 3 days have passed, and there has been no news from the cult, even though he paid Roosevelt a large sum. He is completely beside himself with anger, because the cultists were supposed to attack them, according to the informant. Pitiful cowards, the leader shouted and pointed his finger upwards. They can't even go into one-on-one combat with him. For the third day, Alex has been observing this scene. This loud old man is screaming to the sky. Already in the house of the Blue Moon cult, information appeared that the meeting place of the local cult had been destroyed. There were also traces of magical smoke at the site of destruction, meaning the sect was destroyed by a smoke explosion. Half of the Purple Moon's power was also lost, which is why the cult has not yet attacked the Yellow Tulip clan. The informer has detailed the destruction and Charles's involvement, and he understands that they now owe the Yellow Tulip family. Roosevelt did not understand the word that they owe someone. On the contrary, they can use this information to their advantage. The informer reminded him that he had promised them 3 times the amount, but then threatened to deprive him of his bonus. Because of this, problems have arisen in their home, and they need to be solved, so they have to resort to lies. Roosevelt ordered him to use the new information, get paid for it, and save the reputation of their house. Roosevelt needs to send his informer into the cult again, even though it is dangerous. Alex realizes that Blue Moon will soon take action and relay the information to Chen, who will then organize his own attack on the cult. He himself will also soon move to a new level, and Anya is close to the threshold, so the enemies will be in trouble. If he could take over the Blue Moon house, it would be much easier for him. But he doesn't have that opportunity. Afterwards, he let the servant in. He brought him food to leave here. The servant was ordered to leave the food here and go away. He did not dare refuse Alex. Before the servant left, Alex asked him what he knew about the cult attack. At this point, we were transferred to the house of the ancestors. One of the subordinates came to report important information about the cult. Chen was already impatient. He was waiting for information about the sect's attack, but no one attacked. The man had very good news with him. They found out the meeting place of the cult. It also turned out that this gathering place was completely destroyed. Not a single soul was found. Old man Chen would never have believed such nonsense, because Roosevelt himself came to him and took $1 million for information. Chen's informers said that they found traces of the judge and the magic smoke, and there was no one left there. This means that the sect has faced a strong opponent and has suffered a crushing defeat, and their clan has nothing to fear now. After so long, the old man finally smiled and laughed. It was the happiest moment of joy in his life, because without doing anything, he was able to defeat the cult and collect the debt from Roosevelt. He immediately decided to go to the Blue Moon house to look Roosevelt in the eye, and he also took the informer with him. Chen couldn't wait to see his money and the bitter look on Roosevelt's face when he gave him the money. Silence reigned in Alex's estate. He understood that a new level was soon awaiting him, and Anya was not far behind him. The girl had to wake up, and the hero wanted to tell her something important. Anya woke up in a better mood. She told him what a wonderful place his estate was for training and practice. The young master told her to return to her ancestral home. She thought he would go with her. What a fool. He tells her to leave because he won't be able to protect her during the level breakthrough. Alex also asked her not to tell Chen about the techniques she learned from him. With his aura, he sensed that someone incredibly strong was approaching the estate. Fortunately or unfortunately, Chen and his army came to the house to see Anya and Alex. The grandson was not happy to see the old man, and Chen asked why this impudent fellow was still here. Alex replied that he had disgraced the family and therefore remained in exile. The grandfather told him not to show his character and to return home with his granddaughter. Anya stood up for the 13th brother and said that she wanted to stay, and that she was about to level up, so it would be easier for her to practice cultivation here. The grandfather was about to give his place on the throne to Anya since she was very beautiful, but the girl refused because she still had brothers. He laughed and said that if her brothers were like Alex, the family would simply be finished. Chen was as menacing as ever. He told the boy that Alex's father would be very sorry if he saw his son. The leader's words angered Alex, and he released his aura in anger, which became noticeable to the old man. He saw this cloud of power, which he had not seen before, and asked him where such energy came from, after which he laughed, replying that such a weakling could not have any strength at all. The old man pretended that it was just his imagination to see such power in his useless grandson. To be honest, he just didn't want to discuss it in front of the younger kids because they wouldn't understand. He told his granddaughter that he was leaving for the Blue Moon house and that he had some business to attend to. So while Anya is here, I'm off. And he threatened Alex with 50 lashes and then only a return to the house of his ancestors. The hero refused him since he felt fine here, and this made the old man even more angry. The next day, in the Blue Moon house, green foliage and sun rays decorate this beauty. Chen began to put pressure on Roosevelt, claiming that the information from Blue Moon had turned out to be incorrect for the first time. The head of the house was not happy with this situation, because how could their information be wrong? Old man Chen realizes that Roosevelt was wrong, so he wants to see how he will get out of it. Mr. Roosevelt, Chen addressed him respectfully, and told them that up until this point the information at their home had been reliable, but now they had honestly made a mistake. Here Roosevelt understands that the compensation is not worth a lot of money. What is more important here is the reputation they lost. Roosevelt is planning to get out of this situation with the help of other information, which could also be worth 1,000,000 stones. Roosevelt understands how much pressure Chen is putting on him, and suggests that he tell him immediately if the King of Darkness himself shows up in their lands. The old man is not going to tolerate his antics and orders him to speak out everything he has. The Vice Patriarch, the Deputy King of Darkness, and his 2 assistants have infiltrated the lands of the Yellow Tulip. At this point, Roosevelt got out of it by asking if Chen understood the value of this information. He tells him, better not keep him waiting and reveal their location, otherwise no money and loss of reputation. The smart businessman said that this is another piece of information. Information that these trespassers are in their lands would fall into his hands today. So this information is not worth 1,000,000. Roosevelt handed over a map with the location of their arrival. The villains must be in this area. Chen took the location information for himself and considered this information to be truly valuable. Now that they know where the cult is with the Vice Patriarch, they can take them by surprise. When Chen left the Blue Moon house, it became very quiet, because there was no one left to shout. Meanwhile, the sect is getting to know the Vice Patriarch. For now, he is the strongest enemy. Vice Patriarch Charles's assistant, Chase, reported on Charles and his thoughts on how he became a traitor. Carl wondered what happened to the elder who attacked Alex's house and disappeared. Nothing was known about her for sure. Neither who killed her, nor who took over Charles's mind. The Vice Patriarch was in a bad mood, as he had no idea how the Yellow Tulip knew of their location. The kid suggested that this was the work of the Blue Moon, but Carl believes that they are not omnipotent, and this is not their style. Carl told him that they would move out that night and attack the Yellow Tulip family. Carl told them that this family should be prepared for such an attack, because they considered themselves strong. Today he will go with him. For this he gave him a special legendary weapon for escape. This is the first time Chase has seen such a powerful artifact. With it, he will be able to escape from mortal danger. Carl says that if Yellow Tulip attacks him and he survives, he will use the pearl and return to the sect. Having seen this power, these brats should be very scared, because a really strong enemy has come to their territory, Carl believes. Alex lies quietly in his house under the night sky and reads a manual on a new technique, although he has no idea that guests are waiting for him today. Also lying innocently on the fence, sleeping, is a white kitten named Black. Just in the evening, as promised, Carl and his partner arrived to show this clan who was stronger. Carl is going to enter the house of his ancestors, emphasizing that they are going to enter, not break in. The partner is worried that there might be strong people in the ancestral home. But Carl, on the contrary, is going to defeat at least one clan elder. The partner is thinking in his head that Carl is not at all afraid of opponents who are equal to him in strength. All the cultists have plans to take the youngest son of the Yellow Tulip family, and Carl and his partner have their own plans. Even though Alex is useless, he is still Sam's son, and a member of the Yellow Tulip clan, and they can transfer him to the Dark Realm. Also in their plan B, they are going to give him to the King of Darkness himself for training, and also make him a minion of darkness. Their plan is so insidious that with the help of Alex, they want to destroy the Yellow Tulip clan. They imagine the faces of Sam, Alex's father, also the head of the clan, Chen. I wonder if they can kill their own blood. The partner even became a little depressed by the plan's insidiousness. All because this was too cruel a punishment for their family. Carl doesn't understand what his partner is so afraid of if they can easily escape. They are thinking about how they can subjugate all the elders and the head himself, and make them into puppets of the cult. Meanwhile, Alex had already sensed the presence of the enemy on his territory. He regrets that the minions of the Dark King do not think at all before doing something. The most important thing is that he won't even have to leave the estate to defeat them. And in this case, the Seal of the Soul will help him, with the help of which he will not kill them, but subjugate them. Carl and his partner have found their victim. They think that this useless son of the great Charles does not expect that today is his worst day. Carl shouted to his partner about the beginning of the operation to capture Alex, saying that they would catch him. Alex stood before them with unprecedented power. A ritual circle of energy adorned his feet, which testified to his level of the Kingdom of Harmony, which was head and shoulders above Carl. Carl felt this terrifying aura on himself. A lump appeared in his throat, and his confidence disappeared, as if it had fallen through the ground. The energy that hovered around this estate brought him to his knees. Carl could not even believe that there were such people in this clan. Alex's power forced him into submission, and also prevented him from using the Void Pearl to escape. The same aura emanated from our hero when Chief Chen arrived. The partner also remained silent for a long time, but suddenly shouted to his master, intending to help him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a white fluffy creature appeared and attacked the assistant. With one precise cat punch to the assistant's face, the cat knocks him out. Alex thought that these cultists were crazy psychos because they attacked him time and again and were defeated. Finally, he asked Charles if they were all attacking because he was the son of the great Charles. Meanwhile, Chen, near the Blue Moon House, scolds the informant for misinformation. His informant's intelligence has been wrong for the umpteenth time, which means he must return the money he has long owed him. Chen was definitely not in a good mood, as he wanted to kill Carl, but he was not at the place indicated by the informant. Finally, the Blue Moon House representative let Chen in and they started to squabble. The informant made excuses to Chen, saying that it wasn't his fault that Carl wasn't there. Chen, on the contrary, suspected that the informant had leaked information that he wanted to kill Carl. The informant once again shared for free that Carl's base is located near his ancestral home. Chen understood what the informant was hinting at. Carl, with bad intentions, would soon attack his house. The informant made excuses until Chen left, and Chief Chen also said that he would teach the informant a lesson if the information was false. That same night, a bright moon shone above Alex's estate in the middle of the sky and stars. Alex has not yet subdued Carl and his partner. They communicate and find out where their strength comes from and what level they are at. Alex thinks strategically and understands that killing Carl is not worth it, since his family will send someone stronger. Carl doesn't understand at all what Alex could be afraid of if only his cat can take down an entire army of cultists. He introduced himself to Alex as the first deputy head of the Purple Moon family. Alex said that he couldn't hurt a fly so he wouldn't kill them. Fortunately, Carl understood everything. Everyone who speaks like Alex turns out to be the most bloodthirsty monsters, just like his father Charles. Charles once said exactly the same words on a similar occasion, and then killed a dozen cultists. Meanwhile, Carl's partner woke up from a blackout and decided to sacrifice himself so that his deputy would be released. They both looked at him as if they wanted to laugh heartily. However, there was no point in wasting time. Alex created soul seals to subjugate them. Alex issued orders to Carl to control his family's forces and not fight Yellow Tulip, which contradicts the informant's information. Alex believed that the best way to counter the cultists' attack was to control them. The hero asked Carl to tell her information about the Blue Moon House. Carl told her that they knew a lot of confidential information and probably had spy weapons. Many of the Purple Moon House's operations become known to the enemy within the first 24 hours after the decision to attack is announced. And all of this is due to the Blue Moon. This information is useful to him, but their conversation is interrupted by a sudden visit from Chen, who learned of Carl's attack. Alex gave them a seal that would hide them from detection, so he could find out if Blue Moon spies could get information about Carl with this seal. Also with this seal, Alex can contact them whenever he wishes. Alex gave them the opportunity to run away and report to him any information they received. And once again, he can devote his time entirely to rest and no longer worry about being attacked. For subduing such a powerful cultist as Carl, the system rewarded him with a useful eye skill. Before I even noticed, I had raised the level of my Kingdom of Harmony. With such great power, he will show any cultist where the crayfish hibernate. When the cultists arrive at his estate, they will receive a nice surprise from him. After that fun night, Chen went back to arguing with the informant about how his information about Carl was false. The informant even seemed to know that Chen would come to him again with bad intentions. The head of the ancestral home speculates that the informant is acting specifically to harm him, since Carl is not in the vicinity of his territory. The informant doesn't understand what Chen is telling him, if all his information is reliable and true, and the old man accuses him of deception. He was given 1,000,000 star stones, but the information was false. The third time, making excuses is unlikely to help him, since Chen is quite angry with him. Yesterday, an informant reported to him that Carl was in his vicinity, but in fact there was no trace of him. There is no point in him lying. The informant should return his money for giving false information. He asked Chen to give him some time to clarify everything, and then he would do his best. Then he went to his spy, and in the meantime he thought about what could have happened to Carl and where he could have gone, whether he had really given up so easily. Without further ado, he asked his spy where Carl was, and he replied that he had no idea. The informant says that very soon he will have to accept responsibility for providing him with false information. But in reality he doesn't know anything, because yesterday they were watching Carl, when suddenly he simply disappeared from the radar. He ordered the spy to gather all his men and go in search of Carl and his partner. Then he began to wonder where this damn Carl, the deputy of the Purple Moon clan, could have disappeared to and why he did it. The informant suggested that Chen not get angry, but wait, since he had already sent all his people to search for Carl. The head of the Yellow Tulip family made a serious face and scolded him for the fact that it was his fault that they couldn't kill Carl. The informant feels completely guilty and is determined to help his family for the damage caused. The clan leader, being a smart strategist, understands that it will not be easy to catch Carl, since he has the Void Pearl, with which he can easily escape. However, the informant has his own ways of limiting the Pearl of Emptiness, so Chen can only wait for news. Suddenly, the system rewarded Alex for causing significant damage to the Blue Moon House while he was at home. He guessed why the information about Carl had caused damage to the Blue Moon House. There are so many rumors about this house, but they themselves couldn't even figure out Alex. Apparently they are not so omnipotent. And most importantly, he was able to annoy them and received the technique of spiritual speech, which heals the soul itself. The technique is so cool and powerful that it is on the level of gods and can heal any spiritual wound. The second powerful technique turned out to be the voice of truth, with which he can force the victim to speak only the truth. Being at home, he becomes really stronger than usual, and living at home is very interesting. Then, for his good mood, the system rewarded him with another gift that could help him in his defense against the cult. This rainbow flower of energy in his hand is capable of protecting both his physical and spiritual state. With this flower, he will be able to practice more techniques, and this is the key to stability, and stability is the key to security. 3 whole days have passed, and Chen is visiting the Blue Moon House again, complaining that there is still no information about Carl. The informant again knows nothing. His people can't find anything even after 3 days. The head of the ancestral home complains again, this time about the fact that for the 3rd day, there has been no information about the enemy. The informant is seriously angry because he is going to find this freak even if he is dead. The old man already claims that soon he will doubt his information and true powers. The informant again asked him for a little more time. His people would definitely find Carl. Chen was calmer today, so I gave him 1 more day, and then he would have to return the money. The head of the Blue Moon House asked the chief spy where Carl was now, and he replied that he was most likely dead. The spy is 80% sure of Carl's death, but the informant needs 100% true information. The spy chose it as his duty to complete the task and reliably verify the information about Carl. Meanwhile, the culprit of all the commotion is sitting on a lounger and reading tragic information about the King of Darkness. Murder. The book says that the King of Darkness castrated himself in his youth in order to practice dark techniques, but there was a master stronger than him who took away from him the only love of his life. When the future King of Darkness went mad, he decided to sacrifice the blood of 1 million people and returned the castrated organ. Rumor has it that he was the one who discovered dark magic, after which he killed his main opponent and took his girlfriend for himself. During the investigation, this girl plaintively uttered that the King of Darkness was simply a weakling, unlike her ex. After that, he completely went crazy. This is a truly tragic life story. A servant came to his estate to report that Chief Chen was waiting for him at the ancestral home. He doesn't understand why Chen wants to bring him home so much, what his goal is. He told his servant to get out of here since he was living very well here, and if he left, his progress would be in vain. The servant insisted on his own, saying that the head of the ancestral house had long since forgotten about their disagreements. One way or another, Alex drove the servant away, and he went to report the refusal of the 13th son to Chen. For refusing to return to the ancestral home, the system gave him a unique Tea of Truth realization. Here's the Tea of Truth realization. It allows you to increase your current level and kingdom. Now Alex is at the 8th level of the Kingdom of Harmony, and a little more strength will allow him to step into the Kingdom of Truth. He didn't hesitate to try this unique tea and immediately brewed it in a teapot. He brought the hot mug of Truth Realization tea to his mouth to taste it. The warmth of this tea began to penetrate every vein in his body and carried beneficial energy through itself. This tea truly helped him break through the new 8th level and rise to the 9th. At the same time, a servant came to the head to report that Alex was not going to return. Chen was unhappy, but decided that it was up to Alex to remain at his father's estate. That same day, at the Blue Moon House, an informant reported that Carl was most likely dead. The old man asked if his informant was sure of his words, and who killed him. The informant suggested that someone from his own family. Although he doubted himself, fortunately, he would immediately deal with Carl if he turned out to be alive. Later, he made his exquisite smile and offered his next services in finding information. He did not dare to deal with Carl any further. Now he wants to know where his 3rd son, Alex's father named Charles, is. The informant said that he would make his search free for Chen as compensation for the inconvenience, and would also concentrate all his house's efforts on searching for Charles. For such customer focus, Chen folded his hands and thanked his colleague. Alex had already been sitting at home for exactly 10 months, and for this he received the imperial weapon, the Great Firebell. He had never come across such powerful weapons before, but now they started issuing such equipment, which already had the technique honed into it. And this tea of realizing the truth allowed him to break through so far that he already entered the next kingdom. Suddenly, Anya, his sister, burst into his estate with news that she had managed to break through to the 3rd level, and she instructed her brother to take hold of his head and begin to cultivate according to his father's instructions. She doesn't understand his lifestyle at all. He has a calm and measured life in which he doesn't waste his energy on cultivation. She came to him just in time. He decided to treat her to his unique tea. Our beauty drank a cup of tea of realization of truth in a very aesthetically pleasing manner. She felt some strange sensation, as if on a hot early May morning after the rain a cool breeze had passed over her face, and she had smelled the fresh scent of grass. What a wonderful feeling she felt to become so joyful and sweet. Alex explained to her that his father left him this tea. That's why it's so magical and delicious. She was sure that this tea had a special effect, and indeed it did. He was very happy for her, because if he gave her more of this wonderful tea, then little sister Anya would break through to a new level. Anya asked him why he hadn't left this place for the past 10 months, to which he replied that he was practicing here. She didn't understand anything at all here, because she had never seen him cultivate or become stronger at all. Alex told her that he trains his heart and soul, since the strength of spirit and the strength of living energy are directly dependent on each other. It dawned on the sister why her little brother seemed so weak. It was all because of his weak spirit and heart. Father Charles told him about this practice. With it, he will instantly break through to new levels. Therefore, here in the estate, it is easier for him to practice this technique and train his soul. Now, everything became clear and understandable to her. She was no longer going to call him back home and order the servants to send him home. Meanwhile, at the Blue Moon family's house, they learned important information that Carl was alive. The informant asked the chief elder where Carl was now. He replied that he saw him for a moment, then he disappeared again. He ordered his ward to continue to obtain information about Carl, and that no one else knew about him except them. The informant is pleased with the fact that so far they have only told Chen and no one else. That same day, at Alex's estate, Anya urgently needed to leave, and she thanked him for the tea. Anya feels that she will soon have a breakthrough to a new level, so she is going to go to the ancestral house. With her sweet little voice, she said goodbye to him, and ran from his estate to the house of her ancestors. Alex wished her all the best, and told her to be careful on the road. He sat down to read books and thought that if Anya breaks through, then old man Chen will not marry her off to neighboring clans. His reading of books was also interrupted by a strange feeling that always appears when he must break through to a new realm. He sat down in the lotus position again and began to cultivate, letting an abundance of vital energy into his body. The cultivation was successful. He opened his eyes and was elevated to a kingdom higher than himself. The energy of life began to materialize into something resembling some kind of strange animal. This is his new technique. No one below Alex in the kingdom will be able to understand how it works. In honor of the fact that he, being a hermit, achieved the kingdom of truth, the system rewarded him with this cute and at the same time strong bird. This is a bird named Peng. Its speed can pierce all 9 heavenly realms and 9 underworlds. Even now, Peng is at the 1st level of the realm of truth and has extraordinary strength. But she is small, and what will happen when she becomes as big as an eagle? A cat and a bird in the same house will definitely not be friends. The white fluffy one immediately made it clear to the new pet who is boss here. But Pan himself didn't want to give in to some mangy cat, because his speed was enough to pierce everything in the world. Pan charged himself with a terrifying life force that burned with a bright red flame like the sun. And here's the opposite of the red flame, the blue fire, which came straight from the fluffy one's body. Their incredibly epic fight was interrupted at the beginning by Alex grabbing Pan by the wing and the fluffy one by the collar. He is already in the kingdom of truth, and in just a couple of months he has a chance to get into the kingdom of the Emperor. When the time comes for a new breakthrough, nothing on the entire continent will be able to resist it. In the meantime, he should take care of this plant, and it has been lying here for a long time, looking so ugly. It would also be good to find a beautiful maid for the estate, who will look after his yard and pets. For his good mood and care for the plant, the system rewarded him with a cannon of thousands of souls. This cannon speaks about all the souls of the whole world, and about the riches of this world. The book contains information about all souls and resource-rich places, even if they were lost. Because of the system, he has accumulated a lot of valuable and thick books. With them, time flies by, and he can also teach Anya something. For this very reason, he allocated a couple of pages to her that would be useful for her to know. With his help, she will become strong enough to bypass her brother Chris and not depend on the head, which means she will not be given in marriage to the imperial family. But we shouldn't forget about the cult, which is indignant about the fact that their strong fighter has disappeared, and most importantly, not through the fault of the yellow tulip. This old man's name is Totem. He is a big shot in this place and is very worried about his charges. One of them just doesn't understand where their strong fighter could have disappeared to if he wasn't killed by Old Man Chen's clan. This Totem turned out to be no ordinary elder, but an elder of the Purple Moon, one of the families. He doesn't like the fact that the clan under Chen's command has already killed about 10 people from his family and harmed the head. Due to Yellow Tulip's high impudence, he forms a convocation of all the elders of the Purple Moon House. Meanwhile, silence reigns in Alex's estate and a guest has arrived at his house. Anna was very happy as she was able to break through to the next level of her kingdom. Alex pretended to be pleased with her success, but his face was indifferent. Again, he gives her some book, calling it his father's legacy with recipes for pills to increase strength. This book seemed to have dawned on her, apparently. The recipes for void pills are extremely valuable. He should have thought beforehand about giving her something like this, as it could bring a lot of problems. For some unknown reason, Anya even turned to the side. Not sure. She wants to check the authenticity of this recipe. But it's true. He gets these books from who knows where, and he gives them all to her in case she gets better. Fortunately, the system is honest with him, and there is nothing to fear. It is a trusted source, just like his father, so there is nothing to fear. Anna is quite a smart girl, so she always checks such valuable things as pill prescriptions. She says that if cultists find out about these recipes, the consequences will be dire. To prevent prying eyes from seeing these books, she will study them in secret from everyone and practice in a secluded place. To help her with this, Alex gave her a jade stone with a hiding effect on the owner so that no one could track her. Alex is going to order Carl to keep an eye on Anya, so he will be calm about her condition. Certainly with such an important combat unit in hand in the form of Carl, these areas will become much calmer. Meanwhile, in one of the cult's caves, a meeting of the bigwigs of the Purple family was taking place. A bunch of influential people gathered here at the behest of the Totem to discuss the problems they had caused because of the Yellow Tulip clan. Totem wants to find a person who will volunteer to capture one person. Adolf says that their power exceeds that of the most evil clan. But still, one should not underestimate their strength. Yes, they can't do anything to the Yellow Tulip clan yet, but they have known for a long time that they drove away Charles's son. Adolf thinks that this brat Alex is nothing special, so why do they need him? Totem thinks completely differently. Alex will serve as a trap for the Yellow Tulip family. They will easily take the boy and make him their hostage. That's why they need one volunteer who will dare to break into enemy territory to take Alex alive. Adolf understands that if Charles returns and his son is their hostage, they will be in great trouble. One of the most successful elders, skilled in espionage, volunteered to play the role of a spy. His name was Julius. Totem agreed to nominate Julius for this task. His powers should be quite sufficient to catch the annoying boy Alex. Meanwhile, Alex himself is in his estate, drinking tea of understanding the truth and thinking that there is only a little time left and it will be a whole year since he sits at home. Lately, the cultists haven't been doing anything, and he's already begun to think that something conscious has appeared in the sectarians' heads. Only he was interrupted by a red system notification about an approaching high-level danger. Just as he remembered the cultists, they immediately came. This time, it was an elder on the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Julius clearly thinks that no one sees him, but he is very mistaken, since Alex noticed him. Alex is already starting to get annoyed with this situation when all the villains are coming towards him. The guy said that Julia was to blame for coming here, and now he was trapped. Julia came straight to the gates of Alex's house, which were not guarded by anyone. Julius didn't even think that it would be so easy to get into his victim's house. The first one to catch his eye was Alex, who immediately introduced himself as the son of the great and famous Charles. He doesn't understand that everyone comes to him, although they always promise to attack the house of their ancestors. When Julia found out that Alex was his target, she immediately attacked him, as this was his ideal opportunity. Behind his back, Julius saw the silhouette of an energy snake, summoned by Alex for protection. The auric snake's blow landed on his torso. The attack didn't do much damage, but simply knocked him off his feet. The spy thought that Alex was just bait for him, and that the 13th son had security. Alex stood in front of him and asked how they knew he was the son of the great Charles. Julius didn't answer his questions, except to wonder if Alex's guards might be there. Using his sense of life energy, Julius didn't notice anyone suspicious in the area, so he needed to quickly capture Alex. The gentleman, meanwhile, thought that he would never tell him anything, so he would simply kill him. The monstrous snake had grown in size and posed an extremely high danger to Julius. Only at the most unexpected moment did this monstrous snake simply disappear in front of him. It's just impossible to believe how it disappeared. Only the owner of the technique can control the appearance and disappearance of the spiritual beast. The spy suggested that he was the famous Charles, and that the rumors about his disappearance were simply a lie. Julius also realized that Charles had changed his appearance so that no one would disturb his great power. Alex immediately refuted all of Spy's theories, as they weren't even comparable in strength. Alex told him that it would be better for him to tell what family he was from and what position he held. For this, the hero would not kill him. Julius introduced himself as the leader of one of the Purple Moon family factions. Alex didn't expect that the real leader of the group would come for him. He even began to guess why they sent such a strong representative of the darkness. Julius also began to tell that his leaders had suggested capturing him in order to make Alex a hostage of the cult. It was then that he realized everything. The last operation had caused significant damage to the Purple Moon clan, so they had come for revenge. Alex finally came to the decision that he would deal with them for coming to his estate. To ensure that Julius does not betray him, he will place a soul seal and introduce spiritual energy. After the seal was implanted, Julius accepted the belief that he would subjugate the Purple Moon clan, become stronger, and destroy the entire family. Alex came up with a simply amazing plan. He ordered Julius not to reveal himself among his own people, and he becomes stronger. And once he breaks through to the Emperor's kingdom, no one will be able to resist him. Some time passed. The sun rose a little higher, and Julius was already approaching the place where the group was located. Julius was met by his elders, who had been waiting for their leader for a long time. One old man began to complain that Julius came alone. Probably nothing worked out for him. Julius told him that no one dared to tell him what to do, and that soon he himself would become king, since the current ruler was a non-entity to him. His elders began to reproach him for being crazy to suggest such a thing to them. Only he himself did not understand what the problem was, if he had the opportunity to become stronger and break through to the next kingdom. While his proposal may give them many benefits, it may also lead to the death of the entire cult with greater likelihood. Leo tells Julius that he is not strong enough to defeat the king himself, as he is many times stronger. The spy told me not to raise my voice at him, since Leo was nothing compared to him. The lion answered him with a shout that he was just as worthless and that his strength was not worth a cent. Then the leader told them all to come forward, and that everyone who was against them would be killed, and then he would kill each of them. All the cult members were against it. They thought his proposal was complete nonsense, and that he would hardly be able to do anything even to them. The elder's answer did not please the spy, and he decided to send everyone to hell. The first to fall into Julius's hands was this impudent young man, Lev, who apparently would not have time to dodge the attack. The blade of the sword, imbued with dark energy, dealt damage to the arm and seriously wounded Leo. The partner began to worry that Julius was seriously attacking his allies. Then he said that Leo disobeyed him, so he hit him, although he warned him. The next elder came under attack, and he also couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. The old man and the other elders warned Julius that they would engage in battle if he did not stop attacking his allies. Julius simply said that he will not kill anyone who obeys him, but everyone else will go to hell. The old man began to have doubts that Julia was joking with them, and was completely serious. A lion with a severed arm asks everyone to gather and kill him, as he has gone mad. The first one Julius kills will be Leo, who behaved too brazenly towards him. With a powerful surge of energy, Julius dealt a devastating blow to Leo. The old man and his partner realized that the jokes were over, and that they had to destroy Julius. The old man called all the elders to kill this scoundrel who attacked their cult and imagined himself a king. True, they hardly expected that Julius would decide to self-destruct in order to take everyone in this cave. Everyone started to leave the cave as their comrade Julius almost detonated right in front of them. The old man made a face of horror before a large explosion was heard from Julius's equipment. A large mushroom cloud rose to a height of approximately several hundred meters, and a large area was devastated by the force of destruction. Just after what happened, Totem came to the cultists' bunker. He had no idea what had happened, why the bodies of their comrades were lying on the ground, why only ruins remained of their bunker. Totem asked the old man, who was the only one left alive, what happened here, who was to blame for this destruction. The old man, through the pain, said that the explosion created by Master Julius's final kamikaze technique was to blame. Totem didn't want to hear the name of the best spy in their region at all. How it happened, what came over him, and where everyone else was. The old man said that the others were dead. Only he survived, although his chances of living for another couple of minutes are slim. Totem realized how terrible the event had been. More than 70% of the elders had died, and with such losses they could not resist other cults. The old man told him that in a little while he would also go to his forefathers, so it would be better for him to help. The The totem apologized to him and offered him some medicine, after which he would tell him everything. At the same time, Alex receives a system reward for destroying a cult, while being thousands of miles away. The system rewarded him with celestial flares, which will allow him to level up faster, since energy accumulates more slowly as rank increases. Also, in one such flash, a lot of life energy is stored, and if it is released, it will explode, and can kill the enemy of the Kingdom of Truth. If a strong enough enemy comes to him, he will simply throw this explosive at him. But after the victory of an entire cult, he doesn't even think that anyone else will come to him, which means he can relax. The Soul Seal conveyed to him the information that one of his subordinates had come to him. Carl, his most powerful henchman among those who at least remained alive, was approaching his house. Carl greeted his master to tell him some important news about the Purple Moon clan. Alex ordered me to tell him why I came and what such important news was about the Purple Moon. Then Carl began to tell that the Purple Moon and the Great Imperial Clan were uniting against the Yellow Tulip Clan. This union could bring a lot of losses to his family, so it could harm both Anya and Chris. If discord arises in the family, then his hermit life will have to say goodbye to him. In this case, he gave Carl the order to find a workaround so that this union would not take place. And at the same time, he must also protect Anya. Carl did not object to his order, folded his hands and said that he would do everything that his master ordered. Alex then asked Carl to discreetly pass Anya the pills and various valuables that he would give him. If he does his job well, he will receive spiritual medicine. He will also give him 2 spiritual snakes, which will temporarily make him as strong as Alex. He must keep one snake for himself, and the second for Anya. The spiritual serpent entered Carl's body and gave him a large amount of time-limited power. The second snake will act as his protector, who will save his life in an unforeseen situation. He then threw a power-up pill to Carl so that he could give it to Anya and later become stronger himself. The henchman took the pill and said that it would be delivered as soon as possible. Then the thought of old man Chen crept into Alex's head, and the fact that he had very little time left to break into the Kingdom of Harmony. Chen could easily take one of these pills to break through right now, but Alex doesn't want to give it to him, since the old man really doesn't like him. He is waiting for Anya to learn how to create pills on her own, and has also determined that old man Chen has no talent at all. This is confirmed by the fact that even his son Charles was able to achieve the Kingdom of Harmony, but the old man could not. He understands that some kind of talent is needed to level up to the Kingdom of Harmony. Suddenly, the system gave him an improved map of spiritual exercises to replace the old map. Alex was extremely happy about it, since his strength surpassed that of the elite warriors of the 5th rank of the Realm of Truth. But his spiritual vision lasts only 3 seconds, and this is very little for such high power. With this map, he will be able to reach the Emperor's Kingdom and become the strongest on the continent. True, after the establishment of the Emperor's Kingdom, he will need a new and improved map of spiritual exercises. In the house of Chris, who is Alex's older brother and is the commander of one of his family's divisions, Chris thought about the last attack of one cult and how he was saved by the disappearance pill, without which he would not have returned home alive. The Blue Moon clan is very cruel, and information from them is too valuable. They cannot rely on an informant at all. True, there is no good in refusing an informant, since the intelligence will not be enough to know all the enemy's positions. While Chris was alone, a servant entered the room with information from the messenger, which was passed on to him. Chris asked about the source of the information, but the servant answered that the sender was unknown, and that he was not from the Yellow Tulip family, and certainly not from the Blue Moon. He read this letter with particular interest, as the information there was very valuable and interesting. Chris immediately ordered the servant to call her father, who was Chen's 4th son. Immediately, the 4th uncle Herman came to his son at the same moment he was called. Herman came here and looked interested in the purpose for which Chris called him here. Chris handed him the letter and asked who could send it to them, what it looked like. Herman was interested, especially since he has a motive to believe the information on this sheet. But he still needs to be careful. Herman believed that this information was very important and concerned not only their family, so he needed to go to the ancestor's house. Meanwhile, in one of the dark caves, someone was practicing pill creation and completely concealed their presence. As it turned out, Anya was practicing creating pills and everything worked out just fine for her, and the progress was visible. Anya enjoyed training using the technique that her brother taught her. In this teapot she prepares her pills, which glow like stars in the sky in the dead of night. True, not all of her attempts were successful. 5 pills turned out to be defective, 2 were of normal quality. But from 10 pills, she managed to create 3 pills of average quality, which shimmered with the brightest blue light. Next time she will do much better. She is very confident in herself. Soon she progresses from her brother's technique to the creation of high-quality pills of the highest quality. In the meantime, she has used up all the cooking elixir and needs to find a new one. After she learns how to make pills, she needs to learn how to create spiritual power pills. As it turned out, she was being watched by Carl, who sent her a spirit snake that Alex had told him to give her. This spiritual serpent perfectly entered right through her spiritual shell and possessed her. She didn't understand what kind of luck had befallen her today. Some unknown force, similar to a boa constrictor, had entered into her. On the road, someone left her a bag of materials, although she doesn't sense anyone else's aura nearby. There are a lot of materials in the bag, and now she is wondering who gave her such a generous gift. However, there is a possibility that this gift was given to her by her grandfather. But for what purpose, if he never did it secretly? Probably one of the elders noticed how hard she was trying and decided to help as much as he could. She didn't need much convincing. With the new materials, she went back to practicing making pills. Carl told his partner to keep an eye on the girl while he stepped back. But he needed to leave in order to come up with some kind of plan for how Mr. Alex could remain safe. An hour later, Carl arrived at Alex's house, who was again doing nothing but his daily tasks. Carl came to the hero to tell him about his sister's new successes and, frankly, they are amazing. He is confident that Anya has a certain talent in creating pills, as in a short period of time she has learned to create pills of average quality. Alex noticed that Carl had become a real and loyal dog to him, although he hardly knew that Carl was planning something against him. But he gives him medicine so that he becomes a little stronger. Thus, the hero gives him guarantees that for his work, he will become stronger. By lunchtime, a servant arrived at Alex's estate with news that a large-scale battle had taken place with most of the families. He spoke of a certain informant who had revealed the Purple Moon's plan to unite the two families. As sad as it may sound, even with that information from Alex, the Yellow Tulip family could also lose. Thanks to that battle, the Purple Moon clan is on the verge of extinction. The best thing that can be taken from this event is that this clan will no longer function for some time. Suddenly, the system gave him a great spy technique with which he can look anywhere, read anyone's thoughts, and go where he shouldn't be. This technique is so powerful that no one will be able to hide their hidden intentions from him anymore. Simply put, the system has given him the eyes of God, which see the whole truth and know no lies. He decided to test this ability on his Snow White cat. The origin of this magical cat is amazing. He is a beast of heaven and earth, and his power is approximately equal to Alex's. Alex urgently needs to control this power, since such a cute animal simply cannot have such great power. But the truth is, he doesn't know at all where they came from in his estate, where the power equal to the kingdom of truth came from. One has only to imagine what the two of them, along with the bird pen, could do to a foreign cult or an enemy clan. But he doesn't want to think about birds and cats. So he just lies there and waits for the notification system to tell him that he's been living at home for a whole year. His solitary pastime was interrupted by his third son, Thomas, who decided to pay a visit to his unlucky brother. He was very upset that Alex was lying around and doing nothing, even though he had such a cool father. Alex immediately became despondent as he realized that his stuffy brother Thomas had returned from practice. Thomas proved to him that he had to become stronger in order to go and find his parents. Only Alex didn't want to listen to this nonsense and turned his back on him. The third brother believes that Charles and Alex's mother are great people and he should idolize them, and he should look up to his father, as he himself had previously done. The only thing that came into his stupid head was to get an answer by attacking. Alex began to guess why Thomas was trying so hard to become like his father Charles. He probably wanted to become his heir. Thomas asked if he really needed his father's inheritance. Alex told him that he really didn't think so. He just wanted Thomas not to bother him. Everyone lives as they see fit, and that's Alex's lifestyle, just sitting at home and relaxing. And what can he do if he simply doesn't want to engage in cultivation and becoming better, like his father? Thomas had nothing to say to this answer, because he actually turned out to be right and said everything factually. He had to breathe out all his anger and calm down. Then he sat down on his bed to discuss everything that was pressing and the difficulties they had experienced. Our hero believes that among all his peers, Thomas is the most talented, since he has already achieved the spiritual kingdom. True, he does not practice our family's techniques, only those he found outside the clan. Thomas immediately told him that he considered his lifestyle to be something right, although it was still too bad for him. Their dialogue looked like they were having a farewell meeting, but it was still obvious that Thomas was worried about him, so he would help him with his own efforts someday. It was already getting dark on the streets. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Another day had ended in Alex's favor. There was some bitterness in Thomas's gaze. He said that he would soon leave their family and did not know when he would return, if at all. But he promised that if he received any information about Alex's father, he would tell him everything. After all, they are brothers. There shouldn't be any quarrels in their family, especially such big ones. So he gave him a note. Thomas passed it on to improve his relationship with grandfather Chen, as the information inside the note would help improve Alex's situation. And finally, Thomas told him to start cultivating already. There was no point in remaining at the level of the first realm of death. Brother Alex seemed to see something sad in Thomas, as if he had lost someone. This recording was bound in the rare leather used to pack imperial records of techniques. It turned out to be just as he had expected. It was part of an ancient scripture that contained ancient techniques. This is a very valuable thing, since with it he can break into the realm of truth, and if he finds the whole record, then the kingdom of the Emperor is not far off. The only problem as to why there is no one at the level of the Emperor's realm on the continent is the Great War that has stopped progress. There's no point in these pieces of paper right now, just like there are no point in even the highest quality pills. But to give them as a gift to Chen would be very good. He immediately lay down more comfortably, and began to think about Carl, who had become secretive because he could make enemies, and therefore Alex needed to seize the moment when he needed to be saved. Early in the morning, far away from the ancestral home, the loud and angry cries of old man Chen could be heard. They were so loud that they could be heard in Alex's estate, which is on the border of the entire clan territory. How out of sorts do you have to be from early morning to scream so loudly? Our heavenly cat also wasn't happy that he was woken up, and as if he wasn't happy enough, they weren't letting him sleep. He really hopes that Chen Thomas won't kill him, since by the morning he had already managed to annoy him somehow. While Cat slept and eavesdropped on the roof, Chen scolded Thomas for not going through with the arranged marriage. Thomas was to be married into the imperial family in order to maintain favorable diplomatic relations between the clans. Chen explains to Thomas that he doesn't care who he truly loves and values, that love shouldn't interfere with his marriage to the Emperor's daughter. Thomas's father agreed with the old man. Disrupting this wedding could adversely affect their family's reputation. Chen also says that his third son Charles had previously ruined the wedding, and now he will not allow his third grandson to do the same. Chen confirmed Thomas's words. Their reputation would be ruined if they broke off the engagement a second time. Thomas felt very ill, but he said that he had previously agreed with the imperial family on this matter. Thomas's answer lit a fire in Chen. He was ready to tear him to pieces. Thomas then says that today he says goodbye to everyone, and tomorrow he will leave the territory of the Yellow Tulip clan. Then Chen's eldest son, Kyle, responded that after the escape of Charles, his brother, there had been a tendency in their family to run away from their ancestral home. Chen was in a bad mood. The answer did not please him, and today he was going to report to the imperial family that the wedding would take place. Then the same servant from the very beginning of this story entered the room and said that a representative of the imperial family had arrived. From this family came a mother and daughter, who are going to marry Thomas. Chen clearly didn't expect to see the two of them here today. This mother was clearly serious about the wedding. Alex is concerned about what Chen will do to Thomas to force him to marry. An old man can lock his grandson in the basement and keep him there until he agrees. The guy is also concerned about whether the girl likes the guy she is coming to marry. Although, in general, our hero shouldn't care about their situation, as long as it doesn't affect him in any way. Even if Thomas is going to run away, he must know about the consequences that await him in the future. Meanwhile, representatives of the imperial family arrived at the ancestral home. The emperor's wife herself came with her daughter. The empress's name is Lana, and her daughter's name is Jean. Both were absolute beauties, who stood out sharply with their outfits in this gray place. The empress immediately asked whether this family was planning to break off the engagement again, to which Chen replied in the negative. Thomas plucked up the courage to tell them what he would do next. He wanted to ask Jana if she liked him at all, because you can't force someone to like you anyway. This beauty immediately replied that she liked him very much, so she was ready for the engagement. Her answer amazed the guy. Chen was already happy and said that his grandson would not dare to offend Jana. In fact, he was not afraid for their relationship. He was concerned about the diplomatic relations of the four main families of the continent. Thomas still doesn't understand why she answered him like that, because they had only seen each other a couple of times in their entire lives. It felt like she was crazy. She told Thomas straight out that she fell in love with him at first sight. He was not going to believe her, and said that he already had his own love, and they were not destined to get married. Lana decided to stop this whole circus with her loud statement. She asked them if her daughter Jana was not beautiful enough for Thomas, and did not attract his attention at all. Chen said that this was not the case at all, and that he would arrange everything so that the situation with his son Charles would not be repeated. The old man ordered the servants to lock Thomas up until he thought about the engagement proposal. Then Thomas said, pulling out a strange thing from his kimono, that he was not as cool as the third father Charles, but just like him, Thomas would fight for his love, and none of them will be able to stop him under any pressure. Chen's first son shouted at him and asked if Charles had taught him to break up engagements between families. So he took out a strange thing from his kimono, said at the end that Jana would definitely find a good husband, and said goodbye. A giant cloud of smoke filled the room and Thomas got lost in it. Old man Chen ordered that he be caught immediately before he ran away as far as the third son Charles. Suddenly, the Empress's attention shifted from Thomas to the exiled Alex. True, he was not going to talk about Alex Chen, since it was his personal shame and disgrace. Jana immediately went to the estate where Alex had been living as a hermit for almost a year to see what Alex tasted like. Chen told his sons to go and keep an eye on Alex so that he wouldn't harm them with his laziness. They didn't walk long to his house, and eventually these two slender beauties came to the gate. Jana and Lana came straight to him and didn't even knock or greet the loser. The Empress immediately assumed that Alex, Charles's son, was sitting in that chair. He greeted her as always in his own manner, without any respect, full of insolence and pathos. She was surprised because this was the first time someone had addressed her as an aunt. Well, that was completely disrespectful. He answered her that he couldn't call her anything else, because she was the same age as her father, and he couldn't call her sister. Lana already thinks that their entire family wants to ruin the wedding, as if they don't know any consequences. The first son answered her that he would not be able to stop Thomas, because he had run away, and besides, this wedding would be unfair to Jean. Lana remembered that Alex's father had previously offended her, and now his son would have to take responsibility for his blood. Alex acted out of spite, and said that his father had left her for a reason. She was just a psychopath. She wanted to finish off this bastard with her very strong attack, which could even kill him. Fortunately, the first uncle assessed the situation sensibly and understood that the weak Alex could easily be wiped into dust by Lana's attack. His strength was enough to stop Lana's attack, but he's not happy with what Alex said. If Thomas isn't going to marry her daughter, then Alex is definitely going to marry her. The action took place in the same place. Lana sought Alex's consent to marry Jana. They didn't expect to hear such words from her at all, because how could they like their loser Alex? The first uncle asked how they would play the wedding, what would happen to Jean's feelings. This crazy woman didn't even think about it. She agreed, and said that she really liked Alex. Alex's uncles were very surprised at how quickly Jana and Lana changed their minds. Only Alex was against this engagement, because deep down he understood that it would hinder his seclusion and progress. The Empress asked him how he dared refuse such an offer from the Empress herself. He really doesn't understand what Jana saw in him. Their marriage to him could lead to grief in the family, since he is a loser. After hearing this, the two beauties were speechless, as he called himself a worthless person. Lana asked him what led him to call himself a loser in public, and he answered her that he was a nobody, and their wedding could greatly affect Jana's reputation. Lana must understand that by fulfilling her maternal duty, she is ruining her daughter, since everyone around will say that Jana is only fit to marry worthless trash. And the situation with her and her father is not so dire that it should be made into a mountain out of a molehill. The Empress gritted her teeth and became angry at their family. Her anger knew no bounds. She proclaimed to the entire family that there was no one in the Yellow Tulip clan worthy of being her daughter's groom. The uncles understood that things were getting hot and they had to leave here soon. Since Mr. Alex considers himself a worthless person, it means he is not suitable for her daughter, so they leave. For such a beautiful refusal, Alex's system awarded him a new interesting reward. He was even happier with this outcome of events than with some annoying engagement. Deep down, he was thinking that while Jana seemed like a well-behaved girl, there was definitely something wrong with her. With the help of Heavenly Sight, Alex looked at Jean's origins. It turned out that she is the child of a demon and a fox, and she is only attracted to handsome men. She is also cunning and agile. Her characteristics made our hero make such a face, as she is terribly strong. He should be more careful with her, because this Jana is a real rogue and can drive him into a corner. It is also worth warning Thomas that Jean may take revenge on him for the broken engagement. The message conveyed to the bird traveled with it to its destination. Meanwhile, he decided to take a look at the system reward. This time he received a certain heavenly heart that ignited the fire of feelings. This heavenly fiery heart makes human malice a catalyst for such a powerful spiritual flame. If there is even a little bit of anger in a person, it will burn with a bright fire of rage and will hardly go out. There is no way to resist this, Alex thinks, since every person has bad thoughts. Now Thomas's case is not so influential. What is much sadder for Chen is that they did not take Jean into their family with such force. They clearly regret that they were unable to integrate Jana into their family, since with her characteristics, her strength will grow by leaps and bounds. Jana is probably involved in the fact that there is no master with the power of the Emperor's realm on the continent, and there is not enough information in the ancient scriptures. He couldn't figure out where Jean got her reincarnation from if she was a fox demon, and why Lana was so desperate to marry her off into the Yellow Tulip family. Our hero sensed a catch here that led directly to a secret conspiracy that would certainly not be an obstacle for him. Just then the bird pen returned, having most likely already conveyed the message to Thomas. In any case, They all need to be careful with Jana, and they won't take their eyes off her so that she doesn't stab them in the back with a knife. A powerful master of darkness, who was a mercenary and killer, came to a cave where a cult was located. The cult leader, Peter, ordered a certain old man to complete a task in exchange for a pill of spiritual blood, which would extend his life by 10 years and increase the chance of a breakthrough. An old mercenary with long eyebrows named Jim asked if he really had such a valuable pill. Peter told him that his cult was destroyed by the Yellow Tulip family, so he needed to somehow get revenge for everything. Jim had a question in response to this. Who would pay that much for the murder of a couple of elders? Peter said that his main goal was to kidnap Charles's son, whose name is Alex. With Alex in his hands, he will have leverage over the Yellow Tulip clan, which has been causing too many problems lately. He said that Alex could become the catalyst for Charles's terrible war with his own family, which could easily turn into a bloodbath. Old Jim just stood there, thought, and was silent, without saying anything. Suddenly he made up his mind and answered him that he would try to fulfill his task. Peter tossed him the first half of the pill of demonic blood in advance. The old mercenary will receive the second pill only after returning with the captive Alex. A powerful and rare spiritual blood pill, shimmering with a red glow, fell into Jim's hands. The old man did not delay with this task, and quickly set off for the lands of the Yellow Tulip. He understands that in terms of strength in this family, he is second only to Old Man Chen, and that is only because he is simply old. Questions of death have been tormenting him for a long time, and now he has a chance to become stronger and prolong his life. At his estate, Alex is unaware that a powerful mercenary is hunting for his head. He reflects that very soon he will be a hermit for a whole year. There are only 7 days left until the anniversary of his expulsion from his ancestral home, and yet he has progressed so much in that time. It is unknown whether Alex suspects that someone is watching him, but one thing is clear. He either doesn't show it, or doesn't know. Only now did he sense the presence of the hired minion of darkness. He doesn't understand at all why all the cultists go through him whenever they set foot on his family's territory. The old man asked if he was the exiled son of Charles that he was looking for. Alex answered honestly, but asked if that was the reason he was always being hunted. Old Jim said he wasn't part of a cult, he was just a mercenary, so he didn't know everything. He just really wants to take Alex with him very easily and quietly, without attracting unnecessary attention. The old man was no slouch. Even at his age, he remained so fast and agile. However, Alex is much stronger than him, and one word is enough for him to kneel before him. This mercenary is a master on the level of Old Man Chen, and yet he was so easily brought to his knees by some brat. This turn of events took him by surprise. Jim does not understand what to do in such a situation. Alex brought him to his knees with one word and told him to sit still, not to show that he had come here to kidnap Charles's son. This power scared him terribly. He immediately realized that this was Charles's son, and his power was at the level of the Emperor's kingdom. He asked him about the purpose of his visit and, in general, why he was hired and what they offered him. Jim couldn't answer him, as he was very afraid of his aura and strength. Instead of a normal answer, the old man began to grunt with his mouth and rotten teeth. He can't even understand why not a word can come out of his mouth. Alex wonders why the cultists continue to attack him when they themselves are almost completely destroyed. Apparently, while they were cultivating, their dark energy entered the brain and completely ate it. Alex sees in him that his days are numbered, and that he himself is just trash, who, after such a long life, has only ended up in the kingdom of emptiness. He doesn't even know whether to help him break through or leave everything as it is. Otherwise, there would be no use for him. But this way he could extract some benefit from his trash body. A red diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, which he had been meaning to look at. Alex gave him a break and told him to live out his last days and do something worthwhile in the meantime. And now he's already in the forest heading towards the cult leader, Peter, and doesn't even know what to answer him. Alex also gave him this heavenly flash of spiritual power and said that if he met someone equal to the power of the Kingdom of Harmony, he could simply throw it at him. Moreover, Alex has subjugated him, so he cannot resist his powerful will. There was a guard at the gate who had no intention of letting anyone in, even if it was a decrepit old man who looked like he only had 3 days left to live. The guard asked him what this old Jim was doing there and why he looked so bad. The old man with long eyebrows thought that he could not resist the will of Mr. Alex, so he would do something worthwhile. Jim told the guard directly that he was going to attack His Majesty, who lived here. The guard chuckled at him as he began to spout some utter nonsense. The guard thought that the old man was too crazy in his old age to say something like that. Jim took out his spiritual sword, with which he decided to perform the feat of his life. He wanted everyone to remember that an unknown master of dark techniques dared to attack the palace of the Dark Lord. He has nothing to regret, since he does not have long to live, and otherwise he will remain in history. When he entered the hall, Jim shouted loudly for everyone to show themselves in front of him. A large crowd of guards entered the main hall and asked who dared to attack the ruler's palace. The commander of the guard ran out first and said that they would finish him off that very minute. Old Jim realized that the Guardian's power was at the level of the Kingdom of Harmony, so he threw the heavenly cannon straight into his hands. The commander didn't even realize what was in his hands, but it was a time bomb right in front of him. A loud explosion resounded throughout the forest, in the middle of which stood the palace of the Dark Lord. At last the old man fulfilled his duty in life and remained in history as a great destroyer, like Herostratus of Greece. The guard came to the room of the ruler, whose lock was blown up by a time bomb. The man told the lord that the castle had been attacked by an old cultivator who had injured several elders of the true kingdom and killed the guards. The entire main hall was destroyed and turned into ruins. It was as if not a brick of the palace had been removed. This Lord Keith looked very ominous. His gaze was very displeased with this event. The old cultivator is a real bastard who dared to attack the palace of the great Dark Lord. He asked the guard to bring the old man's relatives. He would deal with them himself. The guard assumed that this decrepit old man probably didn't even have any relatives. Meanwhile, in the very cult that had ordered the Mercenary, they were discussing the situation with the explosion of the ruler's palace. The sectarians said that this event would be remembered for a long time, which is exactly what Jim expected from his feat. The cult leader overheard a conversation between elders about a mercenary he had hired to kidnap Charles's son. Peter doesn't understand why old Jim, whom he ordered, went to the Lord's castle and blew it up. Has senile dementia really awakened, or is this all the work of the Yellow Tulip family? Peter is very worried that his scheme with the old man will be exposed, since he is the initiator and the one responsible for that explosion. He may be considered an incompetent cult leader because of this event. His best solution in this case is to simply pretend that he didn't order anyone and doesn't know this cultivator Jim. I hope the Blue Moon family doesn't get wind of this situation and report it to the Dark Lord. He doesn't understand why all the bad weather is connected to the Yellow Tulip family. Because of them, the Purple Moon clan is almost exterminated. Peter hates the Yellow Tulip family with all his heart, because they have already killed many, and today they put him in this situation. The cult leader tells us about this pill full of evil spirits that subjugate all cultivators below the true realm. If this capsule is broken, everyone in the area will be influenced by the spirits. This pill can be used to destroy the Yellow Tulip clan. Spirits don't care how a person resists, they will take over him. Therefore, evil spirits are the main problem of humanity. True, he needs to wait until the latest situation calms down, because the entire Purple family is in shock right now. But the main culprit is now receiving an achievement and a reward from the system for the fact that he blew up and threw the entire palace of the ruler into panic with the power of his mind. The system has awarded him with the greatest technique of secret kingdoms, which he can create on the territory of the continent and store artifacts in them for posterity. Becoming a descendant in this secret kingdom is a great fortune, as the descendant can inherit techniques and artifacts. Also, a descendant cannot betray his master, who will give him power, and if he refuses the power, his cultivation will stop. This technique is really amazing because it is usually wielded by real main characters and players. If his successor betrays him, he will return to the very first kingdom, and he can reward a worthy successor. True, he doesn't have enough strength to create a secret kingdom, so he will wait with it. There are only 2 days left. He is very interested in what he will receive as a reward from the system. 2 days passed, and the day came when he would live as a hermit in the estate for a whole year. The system rewarded him with a complete ancient scripture and hundreds of years of cultivation for a year of seclusion. Now he only has a little time left to achieve the reign of the emperor, as he wanted. Gradually, the power of 100 years of cultivation entered into it, and the level of the realm rose. Already at this moment, his body began to shine with a bright blue flame. He was already at the 8th level of the realm of truth. The moment had finally arrived for the breakthrough into the emperor's kingdom, which he had been waiting for so long. While the owner was cultivating, the cat Black lay on the roof of his estate and slept. The hero sat in the lotus position and began to break through his body to the next kingdom. Finally, he opened his eye, which expressed the great power that he had been working towards for a whole year. The main sign of a breakthrough to the emperor's kingdom is the divine soul, with which he can be reborn again. The power of the soul is omnipotent and can interact with the world and also flow into it. Alex felt as if the whole world revolved around him and he was its ruler. It became clear to him why no one was with the emperor's kingdom. Since the rules of this world had been violated repeatedly, he is sure that there were 100% of those who received the spiritual shell, but only a few could follow all the rules. The main difficulty in this is to maintain 2 kingdoms at once, and at the same time follow all the rules. Of course, there is a forbidden area of his ancestral home here. It looks exactly the same as in reality. There are several elders here who will soon be able to enter the Kingdom of Harmony, but none of the strongest protect this place. He doesn't understand whether the Elders' techniques don't allow him to break through to a higher realm, or whether they themselves are weak. Alex believes that the only advantage his clan has is that everyone is roughly equal to Old Man Chen in strength. It is unknown whether there is a dungeon here, but this place used to have historical significance. Now, it is useless. Finally, the creation of the spiritual space was completed, and its territory was in the region of 12 kilometers. Now, with the power of the Emperor, laws are not written for him, and he can control life and death. Just at that time, in the ancestral home, the elders were practicing techniques to break through to the next kingdom. The old people felt that someone had very abruptly broken through to the next kingdom. Someone very strongly appeared within their aura sensing radius, but now no one feels his presence. The old people also managed to break through to the Kingdom of Harmony, thereby giving them an incentive to stay here for a while. Alex looked at the house of his ancestors and thus influenced them to break through to the next kingdom. Its divine soul and territory of influence can favorably influence the cultivation of masters within its radius of influence. There is an artifact in the center of Chen's estate that is preventing the elders from breaking through. It must be found and neutralized. This golden artifact collects breath from elders and directs it to someone. The artifact is the cause of the elders' cultivation problems, as it was collecting life energy from them. We now need to disable the collection function for this artifact, so that it does not take away the power of the elders. The system rewarded him again for elevating the kingdom to the level of Emperor. The divine system gifted him with 3 great ancient scriptures, which became the catalyst for his level up to level 2. The protagonist sighed and happily said that, finally, 100 years of cultivation had been absorbed by his body. Now there is no one on the entire continent with the level of the Emperor's realm. Although outside there is someone 100%. He also doesn't have to worry about the Purple Moon clan. He can already imagine them destroying themselves. Black the cat came running and started rubbing against him, and Alex realized that he too had broken through to the realm of harmony. The hero is confident that his strength is easily enough to become a cat in the kingdom of truth. But their most important goal is to get to the heavenly kingdom, because this cannot take much time. It's worth rejoicing, since there are only 2 levels in the Imperial Kingdom, and he is already on the 2nd, so the next kingdom is the Kingdom of Honor. According to calculations, the Kingdom of Honor can be achieved in 10 years, and the system gives him several years at a time, so it won't take much time. He also needs to think about restoring the heavenly rules, since there is Jeanne, reborn as the Emperor, and she can destroy the balance of power. Although nothing will happen in the next 10 years, Alex thinks about this. Great, now he is confident in his abilities and can live in his estate in complete comfort. It seems that what is missing here is a couple of beautiful maids who will look after the beauty of the courtyard. He also needs someone strong to provide various services, since Carl and his partner cannot be put here, since they are villains. He keeps thinking about what to do with the remaining time on his estate. I decided to install large and bright gates that really attracted attention. The next day was pleasant weather with a soft spring wind that caressed the skin and stroked the hair. For a whole year and 1 day of cultivation, the system rewarded a chest of imperial quality pills. This joy made Alex happy, and he would begin to live like a real emperor. By the way, he remembered Carl, and with the help of the soul seal, he decided to call him here. At that very moment, Carl came to his master to listen to new orders. Both greeted each other with respect and began an important conversation. Carl said that Anya is actively practicing creating pills, but her progress is not impressive. The hero replied that there was nothing to worry about in her progress, so he asked him to give Anya an imperial quality pill. Alex also noticed that Carl had broken through to the Kingdom of Harmony, which was only possible thanks to Mr. Alex's pills. Lord Murder has one law for the sectarians. They must begin serving at the court of the Head of Darkness as soon as they break through to the Kingdom of Harmony, and they dare not disobey. Alex was a little upset by the fact that Carl would have to work at the court of the Lord of Darkness. He gave him a jade stone that would hide the soul seal from the sectarians. Carl folded his hands and thanked his master for allowing him to do so. A dark silhouette was watching behind one of the palaces of the Lord of Darkness. The guards were still discussing the incident when old Jim attacked one of the palaces and destroyed it. They say that no conspiracies were discovered during the investigation, so the old man could have simply gone mad. The guards also continued to communicate, but did not notice that some old man had come to them. Over time, the old master began to quicken his pace, preparing for an attack. It was an evil cultivator like Jim who destroyed the castle. In the blink of an eye, the old cultivator killed the guard and broke through to the gate. The old master of dark techniques says that now his time has come to look upon the palace of the Dark King. The guards stood like statues and did not understand what kind of madness was happening here again. He decided to be the second one after Jim to become a kamikaze, attack the palace, and die without regrets. The Guardian decided to stop him by any means necessary, so that he would not dare to destroy this place. He ran after him, thereby provoking all the guards to attack him and try to kill him. This is exactly what the old dark technique cultivator wanted. And now another majestic explosion has occurred in the palace of the Dark Lord. It was truly hard to believe in such a turn of events, as some kind of trendy disease had come over them. The Lord began to wonder what kind of tendency the cultists had developed that would cause them to attack his palaces so furiously. 3 dark cultivators who had little time left to live came to the ruler himself. They introduced themselves as 3 fellow cultivators who had descended from the mountains to destroy the Lord's palace. The guards do not understand why the palaces are being attacked by cultists one after another. In fact, cultists see no point in living out their lives quietly. They want to die to be remembered. Only one guard came out to confront the trio of friends with his furious fist. Another big explosion near the palace, which left the building in ruins. That guard won't even have time to dodge. His death will be inevitable. Large areas were subjected to the destruction of cultists on the brink of death, who did not have long to live. In recent months, more and more cultists have been posthumously attacking the palaces of the Holy King, which is already reminiscent of a civil war. The bishop became very angry and said that they were already heading to those places. In a crowd of cultists, they are discussing the rebels. One of the people in the crowd is the brother of a rebel. He also wants to explode in front of his master to harm him with his power. The rebel came closer so that both the ruler and everyone else could definitely notice him. Just as he wanted to say his name and introduce himself to the Lord, his face appeared very exhausted. His arrogant face changed as a large spiritual hand covered him completely in shadow. The evil overlord raised him to the ground when he swatted him like a stinging mosquito. He killed him with great rage, as if he were not his own cultist, but the worst enemy of the human race. The civilians fled because they feared the evil ruler and his power. Someone was not at all afraid to say that he was the brother of a rebel, since in this way he showed his willpower. After all, only a true brave man will force the ruler to intervene in their rebellion and kill them all. The situation in his clan was putting terribly pressure on his mental state. This had never happened before, and then suddenly there was such a rebel movement. He had already begun to think that the cultists' brains were actually dissolving from constant practice. And it's all because of the sacrifice Jim made when he destroyed the first palace. 2 months have already passed, and not a single lucky person has entered his secret kingdom, which is a pity. Perhaps there are no successors to him on the continent, or they are too far away from him. The system rewarded him for the fact that he, while sitting at home, organized a rebellion in another clan. How did he even manage to do it? Because no one knows who prompted Jim to attack the palace. And for organizing the rebellion, the system rewarded him with a mirror with which he can look anywhere and transport objects. An interesting souvenir, and most importantly, practical. You can admire it and take it with you to any point on the continent. At his level, he can't move animals, only inanimate objects. And you can use the mirror and its skill 3 times a day. With a level up to the Heavenly Kingdom, all restrictions will disappear. He needs to try to look at something in this mirror. After these words, a large portal opened. He discovered unseen lands for himself, where fragments of earth fly in the air. 2 comrades are lying down. One is badly wounded and bleeding, and the other is trying to help. Suddenly, the wounded man pulled out a dagger and stabbed his partner. The partner did not expect that his wounded friend would mortally wound him, and most importantly, for what reason. The traitor did not understand why he was asking him why he killed him. It was all because his partner was in possession of the treasures and had greater potential, and he simply wasn't going to put up with it. After the murder, he will not even leave him the bag. He will also take that and go for his treasure. Behind him, he heard some large and dangerous beast growling. It was a heavenly white tiger, which was many times stronger than his and could easily kill him. A portal with the silhouette of a powerful man, Alex, opened before the traitor's eyes. The guy thought that this was a manifestation of the Almighty. He came to save him. The hero had no idea that his first experience with a mirror would involve betrayal in honor of a treasure. Alex ordered him to obey his orders, and in this way he would be able to break through and become stronger. In the hopelessness of the situation, he accepted his words as truth, and decided to listen to his stronger self. His advice was to duck down with a knife in your hands when attacked by a white tiger, and plunge the knife straight into its belly. The tiger was already very close. The guy was afraid. He asked the gentleman to kill the animal himself. Alex tells him to handle the task himself, and he will watch and nothing will happen. The traitor realized that the strongest was testing his abilities, so he had to do it. The tiger was getting closer and closer with each passing second, moving carefully, as it has an instinct for self-preservation. Now, the moment has come for the white tiger to attack, when the guy needs to gather his strength and stab him in the belly with a knife. He tries to mentally prepare himself for the murder. He kills the panic that has accumulated in a couple of minutes. He put all his rage into the attack, but for some reason he still wasn't confident in himself. Eventually, he missed completely. The tiger wounded him with its paw and dealt a crushing blow. The guy took off and was already on the ground. He asked his master to help him and save him. The master scolded him for miscalculating the timing and making too weak a strike. Alex said that he was too far away to get to his aid in time. Now the boy must do whatever Alex says to survive. The boy must kneel down and call the tiger his father, since the beast will not touch its son. The traitor does not believe that this can really help him and save him from death. Alex said that the strongest often suffered humiliation when they were weak. There were even those who were humiliated, but they accumulated strength. After Alex's fighting and encouraging words, the successor became confident that this could help him. He actually knelt down in front of the tiger and began to say that the tiger was his father, and he was the tiger's son. The tiger even felt ashamed to kill him, as if he had forgotten why he had come here. This really started to help. How does Alex know such a nuance about tigers? The boy was very tense when there was a big white tiger right in front of him. The guy he betrayed his comrade and was saved by Alex's advice that he should pretend to be a tiger cub of a big white tiger, so that he wouldn't eat him. He began to notice the effect of the method of distracting the white tiger from himself. The beast began to move away. The boy burst into tears of gratitude to his savior as he remained alive. Finally, he told the tiger that he was his dear daddy and that he would pray for him. The tiger remembered his prey again. His face was full of rage, showing that he no longer thought of the boy as a son. One impressive blow of the tail on the man's head and the tiger's prey was immobilized. While the victim was unconscious, the tiger quickly feasted on the man, who was blurred out in the background. He ate that man with extraordinary pleasure and delicacy, as if this prey cost him nothing. From above, he noticed a silhouette that glowed brighter than the sun in the sky. This silhouette attracted his attention. That silhouette turned out to be Alex, who just wanted to know in which region the tiger was located. It is unknown what the hero was hoping for when he asked the tiger for the region, but the beast answered him, growling, that it was on the northern continent. Surprisingly, now the mirror seemed to him to be the northern continent, where such traitors and white tigers live. For a while, he decided to stop using the Mirror of Eternity, as he had spent a lot of energy. So far, he lacks the strength to control the Mirror of Eternity on a permanent basis, although he is already at the level of the Emperor's kingdom. To replenish his energy reserves, Alex swallowed an Imperial-grade pill that shimmered blue. Once again, he decided to travel around the continent using the mirror since he now had energy. The mirror led him to a random place right in the middle of the ocean, where no one swam at all. He was outraged that there weren't even any fish here, so what was he supposed to catch then? The Infinity Mirror will serve as an ordinary toy for him, with which he will simply while away his time. Now the portal led him to a strange place with stone walls. It was eerily lifeless. He decided to use spiritual herbs without explaining the reason why they would help him. The grass confidently entered the portal and colored it purple. Alex was shocked by the fact that there was someone in that strange place, even though it looked so soulless and useless. He became curious why this place was so lifeless. Perhaps there was a secret kingdom or some kind of cemetery here. A large wooden door led into this room, which had clearly been there for a very long time. It was very dark inside. Only this exhausted old man who was very thin was visible. His eyes were completely pale, as if he was blind, but how then could he notice Alex? The old man asked who his guest was, how he got in here and what his goals were. Alex introduced himself as a local deity who travels through worlds and spaces. He ended up here by accident. The old man did not understand at all what worlds and heavens this guest was talking about. Alex was struck by the fact that the man here did not understand a single word he said to him. The old man himself knows only 10 dominions and 50 kingdoms. Other heavens and worlds are unknown to him. Alex began to understand that in this world, kingdoms and possessions were divided in a completely different way. The hero told him that his world was simply nothing compared to his world, just a small piece of it. The old man became interested in what kind of riches and what kind of power there was in that world of heaven and divine power. Alex began to guess what kind of power the old man had, because he was absolutely cold-blooded in front of a man who shone with divine light. Previously, everyone reacted to him as a master, but this old man is completely calm. It turns out that he is also at the level of the Emperor's kingdom. The skinny master became interested in how to get into these heavens and worlds for him, to which Alex answered that he was still too weak to travel. Then his grandfather answered him that what he was talking about was complete nonsense. He couldn't believe the stranger's words, because he himself had long been stuck at the top of the heavenly kingdom. Alex was amazed by the fact that a person with such great power was stuck here. What kind of insidious traps there were in this world. The hero understands that he needs to take possession of this old man's power by any means possible, although he can only do this voluntarily. Alex decides to deceive him, saying that his power is just the tip of the iceberg in his world. Also, his abilities in his world were assessed at the level of the Kingdom of Harmony. How is this even possible? The strongest old man in the world asked himself. He began to understand that his world was just a piece of land compared to the world of heaven of this god. Alex asked him how long it took the hermit to gain his power. He spent a staggering 10,000 years cultivating, which he regretted because he remained a weakling. Alex continued to brainwash him, saying that his heavenly kingdom in his world is achieved through 100 years of cultivation. Those who have achieved such a high level in just 10 years possess heavenly pride. The old man simply couldn't believe it. It was simply incredible to have achieved this in 100 years. In his world, the old man was considered a source of pride and talent, and as a result, he became the strongest. But in fact, he remained a weakling. Alex said he didn't even know how big the real world was, how he even spent 10,000 years on it. The hermit wanted to know what he needed to do to become stronger. He was ready to become the best version of himself. Alex's plan began to work like a Swiss watch, and he had already convinced him that his level of abilities was very low. Alex pressed him further, claiming the gap between them was too great for him to share his advice with him. Then the old man began to beg his sage to give him advice that would save his life. He has been imprisoned in this place for over 100,000 years, and during this time, he has not even become stronger. Alex asked him how he managed to get here, being the strongest, and in general, what kind of place was this where he was imprisoned. He was imprisoned in this cave of a long-abandoned secret domain, which many powerful cultivators had gone to, but no one had returned, this old man among them. The hero said that their meeting was fate, so he told him advice about the dead energy in this cave, as he could use it. He can convert the energy of anger into the energy of life, thereby cultivating and gaining enlightenment. The old man received one piece of advice, and against its background, many questions arose. What is this anger, this dead energy? How to convert all this? The silhouette from the portal told him that he didn't have to listen to him if he didn't want to, but he had nothing to do in the dungeon, so why not start cultivating? He sees that the old man has another 1,000 years to live, so he can engage in self-improvement. The sage realized that this deity spoke the truth, so he could trust him. The old man said that he would do everything as the deity from another world told him, and thanked him for the information. The prisoner of the ancient trap sat in the lotus position and began to cultivate while a fiery stream of red color swirled around him. The recruitment of this incredible heavenly realm-level master is going according to Alex's precise plan. The hero realized that all he had to do was help him get out of here, and then he himself would want to become his student. At this point, Alex decided to leave him, saying that the next time they met, he would be wiser. Finally, he closed the portal to that dungeon, and once again that cave became as dark as hell. The old sage, a great cultivator and the strongest in the entire world, bowed before the deity and thanked him for his advice. Only Alex himself understood that he had not thought to deceive the old sage so easily, and also leave a mark on him. Here it is. The very seal that Alex had quietly placed on him and partially subjugated his will to himself. The infinity mirror is a useful attribute from the system, as even a heavenly realm cultivator cannot track it. For deceiving old man Christopher, Alex received a book describing the yin and yang technique. Yin and yang techniques will allow you to convert dark and dead energy into life energy. This is the essence of yin and yang techniques, the transformation of life and death, dark and white. He is terrified to imagine that if Christopher learns this technique, he will not only be able to escape from the trap, but also break into a new realm, and also obtain the yin and yang technique. He decided to read this manual, which created the well-known circle of yin and yang around him. The sheets of paper in the book whistled as they turned from page to page, and all the information was absorbed by Alex's brain. The yin and yang technique is incredibly complex to understand. This path changes life and death, and when mastered, the power becomes immeasurable. Previously, he thought about simply dissolving the dead energy, but now he doesn't even think about helping Christopher so that he doesn't gain this power. Let him submit to him on his own, since while the seal of the soul is on him, he will not be able to do anything to him. Anyway, while Alex can't use the mirror, it will be difficult for him to find Christopher. Therefore, he will spend his free time cultivating the yin-yang technique, which will make him many times stronger than before. Alex was enveloped in dead energy, and his pets thought that he was dying. Although only the cat was glad of his impending death. He began to delve into the essence of yin and yang, this change of life and death, the endless cycle of the body's energy. As soon as the dead energy turned into spiritual, the cat felt life inside Alex and became sad. The flow of energy was of incomparable strength, and the cat began to envy it, believing that it was unfair. Several days have passed, and the mirror still creates portals to some strange places, but does not connect it with Christopher in any way. Today was a simply stunning day, not a cloud in the sky, only the life of one sectarian is on the line. The story takes us to the Purple Moon family cult, where one of the cult leaders screwed up with the mercenary Jim, after which he destroyed the castle of the evil lord, and also gave birth to an entire rebellious uprising. Cult leader Peter was clearly very unhappy with the situation in his Purple Moon clan, and was pounding the ground with his fists because of it. A serious investigation has begun into why Jim attacked the palace of the Lord of Darkness, and now Peter is often being called in for questioning. He doesn't understand why the palaces of the Dark Lord were so badly damaged, and why he feels the worst of all. Kneeling while no one is around, he loudly proclaims that Master Jim is to blame for all his troubles. If it weren't for him, the bishop wouldn't have started a deep investigation and interrogated him. This situation makes him cry. The damn Yellow Tulip family members are to blame for everything. But he must not let everyone know about his involvement in the rebellion. He must be the first to attack the Yellow Tulip family, so that no one would dare to think that he is a traitor. An important letter directly from Peter arrived at the Blue Moon house to the informant. The order price simply horrified Sam. This was the first time Purple Moon had offered such a sum. Even the great emperors from the imperial family did not take on such orders as Peter did. All you need to do is find out all the information about where the Yellow Tulip clan lives and the layout of their buildings. Sam understands that they need to maintain their reputation, and it is better not to delay, since the order is not simple either. Meanwhile, back at his estate, Alex waves his fingers to summon a portal from the Infinity Mirror. Finally, the boring days are over, and a truly worthy cultivator named Seth has come across. Seth thanked his master for giving him such valuable advice. The mirror now shows Seth's beacon on its mini-map. Alex is happy with this feature, although the beacon can only be placed on 3 people. Therefore, this function must be used wisely, since Christopher and Seth already have a mark. He really hopes that with the rise of the kingdom, the entire function of the mirror will become unlimited. Luckily, there's nothing to worry about now. He doesn't have enough people to hang up 3 beacons, and it's impossible to take them down. Alex felt someone's presence near his house, but whoever was walking there didn't want anyone to know about him. His strength is low, but he is filled with weapons that even his family will never have. Probably he was Sam's spy. It's a pity that he doesn't have a scout of the same level as the Blue Moon family's informant scout. Since he came to him, he would have to deal with him, and Alex was not going to stand on ceremony with the spy. Only the hero doesn't understand why the informant is still digging under his family and what they are looking for. Only informant Sam and this spy know the answer to the question of what the Blue Moon cult is looking for here. He plans to complete the assignment, then get promoted and calmly marry as an elite intelligence officer. Still, you have to be careful, otherwise his allies will notice him and destroy him instantly. He found the layout of the Yellow Tulip clan's residence strange, which could be seen from his pale expression. He is very surprised by the lonely tree on the hill and the strange-looking, very stupid guard. They even dug a ditch, in which they probably wanted to hide during battles. This high mountain, which seems to have never been here before, is also unnerving. While he was walking here, he didn't notice any mountain here, but he needed to move on and not be distracted by the mountains. Fortunately, Alex hears every word of this spy, since he has influence over the territory occupied by his family. There is one thing Alex cannot understand: how he managed to notice the trap of the Imperial Spirit, which is expressed in that mountain. To begin with, the hero decided to lock the uninvited guest here, so that he would definitely not be able to get out. The most important thing for the Blue Moon family is trust, and if they lose trust, their reputation will also be lost. If he catches this spy and keeps him for himself, then someone stronger will come, as it happened before. 3 days had passed and there was still no news from that spy, and panic had spread through the Blue Moon family. Chief Informant Sam wants to know where his spy has disappeared to and why he has no news. Within this amount of time, he had to complete the work or return and report on the work already done. Sam began to suspect that the task was too difficult for an ordinary spy, and that he needed to do something about it. He began to worry about his spy, since the Yellow Tulip family knows how to surprise, and they must have something that keeps the spy away. The ordinary spy needs to be rescued as soon as possible, so he sends an elite spy to check out the situation. Just when an elite spy was being sent to help a minor intelligence officer, Peter came to the informant. Peter decided to come to find out the success of the operation, and his order regarding the planning of the estates of the Yellow Tulip family. The customer says that everyone turns to the Blue Moon family for services because they always do a high-quality job. The informant told him that they needed 2 more days to ideally fulfill the order. Perth is confident in them and hopes that nothing bad will happen, so he gave them 3 days to complete them. Informant Sam told him that he valued the trust and would not allow his reputation to be damaged. Perth left, and thankfully didn't cause any scandal, like Chen from the Yellow Tulip family did. This task must be completed on time, otherwise he and his reputation will suffer irreparable damage. Only he decided that he had nothing more to fear. because soon he would be promoted and would no longer be the leader of this cult. The deadline for Peter's order was supposed to end this night. Informant Sam decided to go on a mission on his own to rescue 2 of his spies. I never expected to see cult leader Sam go on his own mission. He himself wants to deal with the Yellow Tulip family and understand what technology allows them to detain 2 of his spies. It's very strange that his scouts disappeared when there isn't even a guard at the entrance. He had been waiting for this reward from Peter for more than 30 years, and now this day had come. He would complete this task 100%. Even the heavens cannot stop him. No obstacles will become a barrier for him. This scene looks very funny when a second earlier he was sure that he would complete the task. Alex beat Sam to make him tell him everything he knew about this operation, and was even surprised that the cult leader himself came for him. The protagonist asked who ordered him and the spies, for what purpose they came here and what they were looking for. The informant said that the spies were ordered by Peter, who wanted to obtain a detailed map of the Yellow Tulip clan's territory. Alex began to think about what his family had done to the leader of the Purple Moon clan cult, so that he himself decided to attack them. Informant Sam, tied up and kneeling, said that the madman Jim was to blame for everything, who attacked the palace of the Dark Lord, which sowed a stream of rebellions that attack palaces. The ruler was very angry. Most of the palaces were attacked, and the suicides were proud of themselves for their rebellious act. The guy understands perfectly well that infiltrating the Dark Lord's castle and blowing it up is complete madness, and the Lord will definitely be very angry. Alex really wanted to know what was going on in the clan where the informant Sam came from. The spy said they have a multi-tiered system of interclass promotion, and Sam is an ordinary bronze-level landowner who is supposed to be promoted soon. The gentleman wanted to know who their leader was, but Sam said he didn't know, since no one communicated with leaders or higher-ups. He also said that one needs to become stronger or work long hours to achieve at least his rank. Alex believes that their system is very complex and harsh, and even thinks about how to help him become stronger and break through to a new rank. In order for Sam to become truly useful to him, Alex gave him an elixir that would raise his level to the Kingdom of Harmony. The hero said that Sam had nothing to thank him for. Now the informant had a soul seal on him, and all the information he received would end up in Alex's hands. For the sake of his master, the spy wanted to help and punish Peter, who had planned something against them. Alex asked not to do anything against Peter, but on the contrary to give him all the necessary information, and he himself would find out what the cunning leader of the sect was planning. Sam made the ugliest face of his life and said that his master Alex was very wise. Without thinking, Sam ran to his cult with the map he received from Alex. The divine made a characteristic bell sound, which indicated an achievement with a reward. Alex received a divine talisman of communication between fathers and children, which in some ways resembles a modern walkie-talkie and a vaguely modern smartphone. With the help of a talisman, one can exchange information, not only among relatives, but also between a student and a mentor. The range is quite high, and Alex also has a central talisman that can create copies that he can transfer to anyone he wants and communicate with over a distance. This thing is quite convenient, since you can secretly exchange information and no information will fall into the wrong hands. It would be best to immediately give this talisman to Carl and informant Sam so that they could transmit information to him remotely. Our hero heard that in the Blue Moon they still use demonic messenger birds to transmit information, but they probably don't even know about such talismans. To begin with, he decided to clone the talismans and try out how they actually work. Creating many talismans at once takes up too much of his time and effort, and this problem needs to be solved somehow. Alex thought that he urgently needed some assistant to help him with the creation of talismans. He decided to take a look into his secret kingdom, which no one had ever visited. Apparently, there was too little power there for a student. That same day, using the soul seal, Alex called the very first spy who first got into his house. The spy arrived promptly and asked what the gentleman, followed by clones of those very communication talismans, wanted from him. He wants the spy to take the talismans with him and take them to the sect, where he would give them to the spies under Alex's control. This talisman is very strong and cool, according to the spy that Alex got his hands on. It's a pity that the Blue Moon family's high-ranking officials know about this talisman, so it will be more difficult to implement it secretly. Things are not at all peaceful in the Blue Moon clan right now. But Alex has nothing to worry about. He decided to talk through the mirror with another elite spy who had fallen under the influence of Alex's soul seal. Before meeting the spy, he thought that his current power should be enjoyed like never before. This spy's name is Thomas. He wanted to ask his master a question that had been bothering him for a long time. He has long been concerned about a certain family, in which 3 years ago a young talent grew up, and in one moment all his strength disappeared, after which the family broke off their engagement with him. The hero began to think about what could have happened to that guy. or whether Thomas simply decided to tell him a story with a sad ending. The guy continued the story. The boy's father disappeared when he went looking for medicine for himself, and the boy's relatives began to mock him because his father would no longer protect him. The talented boy endured his family's bullying for a long time and did not want to leave his family. However, he had to escape, and his relatives announced a generous reward for his head. Thomas also wants to intervene and help this genius who is being bullied by his family. Alex told him that he shouldn't interfere in this matter, as it could be extremely dangerous for him. He wondered why Mr. Alex thought so, and he replied that sometimes geniuses were simply incomprehensible to him. He can be dangerous because he can destroy himself or take someone with him to the next world. Thomas understood Alex's thought and said that he would not interfere, but on the contrary, he would watch with him. Alex began to imagine where he might meet this genius in the future. A whole half-month had passed since Thomas told him about the escaped genius. Alex doesn't understand why the Purple Moon family isn't taking action, even though they've had information about his family for a long time. He completely forgot about Thomas, with whom he had not spoken for a couple of days. For this, he summoned the portal of the Endless Mirror. Thomas appeared before him and thanked Alex for his previous advice not to interfere with the search for that genius. On the advice of Master Alex, Thomas told the family not to go looking for him, and this saved them, as the guy killed everyone who came after him. The boy finally decided to go to the unknown ancient lands of the living dead and drew a map of the area. Very soon these ancient lands will open up, and Thomas wants to be the first to get there, becoming stronger. Alex began to understand that his student Thomas really wanted to gain trust and become stronger. The hero began to remember these lands, which he read about in books, and how they were destroyed after a great battle. In ancient times, people and monsters fought a brutal battle and did not leave a single standing stone at the site of the battle, although today these lands have become more suitable. The gates to these ancient lands will soon open, and Thomas wants to go there, so he asks Alex's permission. Alex thought that he couldn't let him go there at all, since he himself didn't yet have enough combat power for such dangerous places. The silhouette from the portal told Thomas that his time had not yet come to go to these lands. First, he needed to become stronger. The guy doesn't understand anything, because there should be devastation in those lands. He simply won't meet anyone dangerous. Alex asked him how he knew that there was devastation there and nothing left, and that might be why many powerful cultivators would go to those lands. Thomas assumed that there was devastation there because it was the site of a great bloody war, and then the thought came to him that in that place he might meet those who were much stronger than the kingdom of heaven. Alex said that Thomas was right, although so stupid, and then asked his current decision, whether he wanted to continue in those lands. Thomas thanked the master for helping him understand that he shouldn't meddle in those lands. As he was leaving, the guy wished him good luck, but Alex looked away and started laughing at him, because he had deceived the fool. After the portal closed, he thought that he needed to get stronger as soon as possible, since he and Thomas weren't the only ones who would want to visit the ancient lands. Suddenly he remembered the old sage Christopher, who was trapped in an ancient dungeon. A terrible sight caught his eye, which almost took his breath away. In captivity, there was already a terribly exhausted old man who began to resemble a completely dried-out sponge. Old man Christopher was just beginning to wake up and realized that the wisest one had come to his aid. He began to ask the master for forgiveness, since he did not understand the essence of his advice and lost 200 years of his life. Alex thought that he was too weak for him, but his basic skills were well developed, so he could take him as an apprentice. The old man had no choice but to beg for salvation and acceptance as a disciple by the wisest one. Alex began to understand that he needed to be subjugated, and this moment was perfect for it, and the old man's face depicted a reaction to the soul seal in the protagonist's hand. The subjugating seal had already been created by Alex. He sold Christopher the idea that with this seal he would become stronger than before. A red subjugating seal began to pass through the portal. Fortunately, Christopher had never seen such technology before, so he had no idea what was really waiting for him. Christopher accepted the soul seal without any questions. This was the old man's second biggest mistake after being imprisoned. Alex had no idea that it would be so easy to subjugate a warrior of the heavenly kingdom. For subjugating such a strong warrior, the system rewarded him with 100 years of cultivation and a 100-year cultivation manual. With this book, Alex will be able to pump up his fighting spirit to unprecedented levels. Before he can start studying a new book, he needs to help the old man. Otherwise, he will die any day now. Still, he decided to pass on the yin and yang technique to him. With it, Christopher would be able to control life and death. For such valuable information, Christopher knelt before him and thanked him for the useful information. He was only able to absorb part of this incredibly complex information from the scripture. A huge flow of information entered his head, which no living person could assimilate in one session. The wise Alex asked him how much information from the teachings of yin and yang he was able to assimilate. He asked the master not to be angry, since he had only managed to assimilate 10% of this teaching. Alex was amazed by the fact that Christopher absorbed the information so quickly, even though there were so many pages and information. In any case, he didn't even expect that this teaching would be too difficult, because it came quite easily to him. Old man Christopher was indignant that the wisest man was silent, and even began to think that he did not want to take him as a student. Alex told him that he was first going to teach him how to convert the energy of death into life, and vice versa. One way or another, he has no choice but to thank him for teaching him the techniques, and take all his advice for granted. Little by little, he began to tell everything he knew about this cultivation technique. Only now did he begin to understand how difficult it was to bear the burden of being a teacher, lecturer, or mentor. Christopher began to thank the young master for the information he received. Previously, he was the strongest and most arrogant, but now he will not allow anyone to defeat him, and he will not let his master down. To fulfill all his promises, he began to cultivate new technology. After the portal closed, Alex said that he was going to accept the system's reward of 100 years of cultivation. Alex accepted the reward, and his strength began to grow before his eyes. He made his way to the 6th level of the Emperor's kingdom. He understands that becoming the strongest slows down over time, and now it took him 100 years to reach just 3 levels. He noticed something odd about this book, as it was divided into 2 parts, the first focusing on attack and the second on defense. There is also a certain spear of the soul that wounds the very spiritual shell of the master and can never miss. Now the old card is useless. You need to look for a new one or wait for the system to issue one itself. He decided to test the connection through the talisman of communication between fathers and children in order to contact his spy. He gave his spy the task of finding out which of the strong cultivators would go to the ancient lands, and who in the Blue Moon family had the realm of Emperor and above. However, he knows that he only has control over the lower representatives of the Blue Moon, and he cannot influence everything in this family. He urgently needs to expand his influence in this family in order to gain complete power in this clan. Once his power extends to this family, he will be able to seize influence over the entire continent and become emperor. Only his pipe dreams were interrupted by a beep from the talisman. Someone urgently needed Alex. The same spy said that he did not have the necessary influence to obtain the information that the hero so desired to know. He told him through the talisman to become stronger and move up the career ladder. Fortunately, he still has time to spread his influence, and there are no strong cultivators nearby. Now, for today, all the classes have been completed. All that remains is to distribute the assignments to the rest of his subordinates. So we were introduced to the second captured elite-level spy. His name is Scar, and he came to receive a mission from the master. Deep down, Truth wants revenge on Alex for sealing his will with the Soul Seal. Mr. Alex asked him if he knew anything about the ancient land of the living dead, but Scar knows nothing about it. He had already begun to realize that this ancient land and its secrets were too complicated, and that it would be super difficult to figure them out. He instructed Scar to go to the Blue Moon clan and give him the Soul Seal, but so that he would not be stronger than Alex himself. Scar accepted the task, but in his mind he knew that his family would soon be in great disarray. After some time, a more influential representative of the Blue Moon House, Max, arrived at Alex's estate. Max said against a fiery background that he didn't know any information about the ancient lands. Alex began to become disillusioned with the Blue Moon family's powers and capabilities, since even with the silver token, Max doesn't know. Max may not know it, but among the many units, there are military groups that wield great influence. It is precisely military units that may possess the most valuable information in the entire family. Everything Max said was no longer important to Alex, and he ordered his subordinate spy to hand over the Soul Seal to the spy with the gold token. He accepted his first task easily, only his reluctant mind knew that it could lead to problems. That same day, an incredible beauty named Lolita arrived. She was a representative of the Blue Moon with a golden token. He immediately noticed her beauty, and only then noticed how great her spiritual aura was. Alex asked how many cultivators there were in her family with a gold token. Without any hesitation, she answered him that besides her, there were 2 more cultivators with a gold token. Lolita was incredibly angry at Max, because he had slipped her the Soul Seal, and now no one would even suspect that there were high-level spies in the Blue Moon family. The girl didn't know that the Yellow Tulip family had a cultivator with such gigantic power. She was even terrified of it. He also wanted to know if there was anyone in her family at the level of the Emperor's realm, and how much she knew about him. She quickly told him about an unknown star cultivator who was approaching the Emperor's realm. He began to feel worse when he realized that there was someone strong in their family, and on roughly equal terms with him. And finally, he asked what she knew about the ancient land of the living dead. She knew very little, only that strong demons who possessed great power often walked there. A legendary battle broke out between humans and demons, leaving no living space on the battlefield. The battle was remembered as a bloody fight. The ground was soaked with blood, as if after rain. In short, it was a terrible picture. When the balance of power in those places was disturbed and the stronger side gained the upper hand, the place collapsed and closed itself off from people. Lolita told him that the ancient lands would reappear when the balance of power was restored, and the lands themselves returned to their former state. With the emergence of new lands, many valuable ancient treasures will be revealed, so cultivators want to get there. True, Lolita does not think that those lands will appear in the next 20 or 30 years. He didn't expect to have to wait so long, even though he has more time to become stronger and expand his influence. As a farewell, Alex gave Lolita an order that if she found out that there was someone in her family at the level of the Emperor's kingdom, she would immediately report it to him. He also gave her a talisman, as he did to all his subordinates, so that they could contact him remotely. Lolita thanked him for the talisman and was about to leave for her house. 2 whole months passed, and during all this time nothing interesting happened. Not even one of the families attacked him. This world is so big, but he is so bored, and he still can't even find his love. Suddenly he felt with his imperial spirit that someone was approaching. This stranger was not a member of his family. He closed something with a snap of his fingers, but they didn't tell us what he closed. He was able to recognize in this stranger that he was hiding his presence, meaning he was a cultivator and did not want to be noticed. She looked like a lovely girl, but something made Alex think that she was a man in women's clothing. To make sure who this stranger was, he decided to look straight into her soul. Information from the soul confirmed that she was the young daughter of a local lord who wanted to marry her off into an unwanted marriage, but she ran away, and her path led her here. Alex's eyes turned into bright red hearts. This girl was like May Spring, so he noticed not only her strength, but also her beauty. Our stranger's name is Margarita. Her charming red eyes concealed some kind of mystery that one wants to solve. She was very unhappy that her older sister had pushed an unwanted wedding onto her, and her father had agreed to it without thinking twice. Margarita had learned in advance that the Yellow Tulip family had the cheapest jobs, so she came here and brought a basket of something. As soon as she approached the gate, something struck her strongly, which could be seen from her frightened eyes. A strange glow greeted Margarita and scared her almost to death. The main character stood at the gate and said that he didn't have a servant, and Margarita could be just the thing. The girl clearly did not expect, when she met the first representative of the Yellow Tulip family, that he would become her master. When she came here, she thought she would meet the real heir of the Yellow Tulip family. But who is this strange guy? Under the light of the deity, Alex said that Margarita had potential that she could fully realize with him. He knew a lot about her, and that she used ineffective cultivation techniques, so she couldn't become truly strong. She was deeply struck by the fact that he knew so much about her, although they had never met before. She thinks about what to do in this situation, whether she should agree to become his servant, or whether he can use force against her. Margarita didn't even know much of what he told her about herself, so she believed that the stranger was truly strong and could be trusted. Alex is glad that he was able to pull the wool over the young beauty's eyes simply by praising her potential. Margarita became embarrassed and thought that she shouldn't become his servant, to which Alex answered her that it really wasn't fitting for her, being from a noble family, to work as someone's servant. The girl answered him that she didn't want to say anything like that, but on the contrary, she was ready to work for him. After these words, she knelt before him and said that she was ready to become his servant. From that moment on, the hero decided that she would address him as her master. Without thinking twice, she answered him that she accepted his order and would always address him as master. For a second, she wondered if she would have run away from her house if our Alex had been in her fiancé's place, because he was so handsome. Then he told her to get on her feet already, because he didn't like it when people kneeled in front of him. She's only been here a couple of days, but she's already become a servant. This isn't the future she wanted for herself, but at least Alex isn't some old man. For taking possession of the maid without leaving home, the system rewarded him with a yin cultivation book. This book is perfect for Margarita to help her reach her full potential. Alex called the beauty to him while she was fixing her silky ash-blonde hair. She already began to feel the difficulties of being subordinate to someone, since previously, everyone had only obeyed her. She was scared, like a street puppy in an alley that we are trying to feed. Margarita also thinks that Alex wants to harm her, since he can do whatever he wants with her. But in reality, he only wanted the best for her, and since she was his servant, he wanted to give her several techniques. Through his finger, he directed a stream of life energy straight into her head. An immense energy began to penetrate her body. Her sad and frightened face suddenly changed. The energy of the color of her eyes was released from her body. She found herself one step above the realm of truth. This amount of knowledge amazed our beauty to the depths of her soul. Margarita thanked her master with great pleasure for the equipment he provided. He also gave her a communication talisman and some level-up elixir. He told her to become stronger, to cultivate, to spend her leisure time with him, and to do small household chores. She is a little uncomfortable with doing some household chores, as it dishonors her blood. True, her master is a real handsome man, so she can make one exception for him. Only she wanted to do something more interesting with him, and he only wanted to teach her his unique breathing techniques. He evaluates her as an excellent candidate for a servant, and soon he also intends to shift the care of Blue Moon onto her. Only now she is too weak for such tasks. Although with her talents she will succeed quickly, Alex believes. In her hands, she noticed a leaf from the Blue Moon, which caught her attention more than all the attributes that Alex had given her. She asked if Alex was the elder of the Blue Moon sect. That was not the case at all, but he was going to join the family. Margarita became indignant, as this could be a sign that her family was trying to find her with the help of the Blue Moon. Mr. Alex told her confidently that she would always be safe with him. Alex told her to keep her clothes on as she looked quite cute. She realized that from today on, her life would change, and she would have to follow all his orders. Meanwhile, the beautiful Lolita, the owner of the Blue Moon family's golden token, was walking towards our hero's estate. Margarita asked with great interest who the girl was heading towards their house. Alex introduced Lolita to Margarita and said that she was a powerful cultivator from the Blue Moon family. The maid was very scared, because if Lolita saw her, she would immediately take her into her family, and especially since she had a gold token. Alex didn't understand why she was so worried that she even spilled tea on him. Now he was all dirty and sticky. From that moment on, Alex gives her the communication talisman so that she receives all the information from Lolita. Her job is to receive information from the Blue Moon and convey the most important information to him. Margarita wasn't sure she could handle the task, but the gentleman said she was quite fit for it. Because of the spilled tea, Alex was very sticky and dirty, so he had to dry himself off with a towel. He'll soon take over the entire Blue Moon sect, and Margarita will be able to track information about her family through Lolita, so everyone benefits. This talisman is very valuable, especially for Margarita, so she thanks him again and again. After Alex accepted the girl into his service, time passed quickly, but almost nothing happened. So 2 years passed without any big or significant events, and not once during that time did anyone attack Alex. Only the hero noticed how quickly his sister Anya was growing in the production of high-quality pills. He didn't even dare to think that Anya was so talented that she could make pills better than the masters of this art, straight from the mountains. Within 2 years, Margarita had found a suitable, cute outfit for herself, and then decided to tell Alex that something was happening in the Imperial family. Alex suspected that all upcoming events would be connected with the Imperial family and the new heir, Katya. The previous emperor abdicated the throne because someone forced him to, and we should remember that Katya is the daughter of the Fox Devil of the Imperial Kingdom. Alex asked Margarita if there was any more news from the former Imperial family. Blue Moon is just sorting out the details, but other families don't know anything yet. The guy already suspects that life on the continent will soon change, as the demon fox will be reborn in the near future. A large-scale meeting was held in the square within the emperor's family, led by Katya. Katya spoke to the people so that they would elect her as emperor, and she would make them great. The same Katya's mother who proposed to Charles so that Alex would have a different mother. Katya says that she plans to profit from the treasures of the ancient lands, and then she will spread their influence across the entire continent. No one was against her, so all the fateful decisions of their family are made by the new head, Katya, the demon fox. The release of dark energy frightened the people, and Katya told them that they must now sacrifice a drop of their blood to her. The first person to donate her blood was the mother, who splashed a drop from her finger. The woman was completely confident in her actions, as she knew what her daughter was planning. Masters from all over the family ran to the altar to give their blood for the new head of their clan. The skull-shaped vat was filled with dark and thick blood, which would later become the catalyst for the rebirth of the fox demon. Katya took a piece of her people's blood and began to control it like a puppet. The people's blood began to spread across the great column, drawing various patterns. Red beams of light began to fall on citizens who hid to avoid damaging their eyes. Against the backdrop of the great pillar, a majestic silhouette of an ancestor appeared, which consisted of voluminous matter of dark energy. Katya knelt before her ancestor and said that she was glad to greet him today. The ancestor was also happy, and waited a long time for Katya to finally call him and awaken the fox demon. Citizens heard of their ancestors only in legends, where their powers were extolled as the powers of heaven. Katya said that their imperial family is currently in decline, and they themselves are weak. As the leader, she is not sure that she can restore her country's former glory on her own. The ancestor extended his hand to her head and transferred his power, directing her towards future accomplishments. A monstrous force penetrated the fragile female body. Every cell of her body was as strong as a wild beast. Her body began to transform into a fox demon. A large crater formed in front of Katya. The great pillar disappeared along with the ancestor. Later, the Empress herself rose from her knees and told all the people to stand before her. The eyes of the citizens were full of surprise. The people were struck to the very heart by this performance. Katya told all the people that she had received the legacy of her ancestors and would make their empire the greatest. Katya will teach her mother everything that is needed, and then she herself will pass on the techniques to them. She also stated that previously smaller families were vassals of the imperial clan, but now they will not control these families. Mother was worried that small families would not allow them to return to their former glory, as it had been under the emperor. In response to her mother's statement, she said that smaller families would have no choice once she succeeded in awakening her power. There is a secret dungeon in the Empress's palace where you can cultivate in peace and quiet without being disturbed. The girl went down into a secret room of a secret dungeon. Now no one knows where she is or what she is doing. She began to think that the balance of power in the world had been disrupted, and now there was no chance to surpass the Emperor's kingdom without the help of the fox demon. As soon as she started cultivating, a fox demon made of dark matter appeared. Now you can imagine how much power Katya has. A drop of sweat ran down the cheek of the young beauty who decided to take all the country's problems onto her shoulders. The silken locks of her hair were soaked to the very tips with the dark material. Alex is at home reading the news about what the members of the imperial family have started to do. Reading this news, he thinks that Blue Lily's family will be against such changes, since she is one of the strongest. It won't be easy for Empress Katya to convince the head of the Blue Lily family. There will definitely be a fun skirmish. Suddenly, for Margarita's teaching and help in cultivation, she entered the level of the Kingdom of Harmony, and for this, the system rewarded him with 10 years of cultivation. Now he began to think. Earlier he taught Christopher the technique and received years of cultivation. Now the maid broke through to the Kingdom of Harmony, and everything is exactly the same. From this we can conclude that teaching your students is a direct path to your own cultivation. Only Margarita came to tell about her success, and Alex already knew everything. He praised her for breaking through to a new level of the Kingdom of Harmony on her own. The beautiful maid can't even guess how he manages to find out everything so quickly. Lightning struck the Blue Lily clan's estate, signaling the start of the battle for dominance on the continent. Our beauty Katya, with renewed vigor, attacked even the most powerful elders of the Blue Lily family. Katya was terribly pleased with her advantage in strength. No one could resist her. And here is Lord Blue Lily himself, whom Katya attacked and suppressed so that he would not move. Now another powerful cultivator, a cultist from the Purple Moon, rushed into the fray. This cultivator turned out to be the Dark Lord of the Purple Moon, who responded to the noise and came to take a look. The Lord saw Katya there, who considered him her friend, since the enemy of her enemy is her comrade. He didn't want to disappoint our young girl, but they couldn't possibly be in an alliance. He was the Lord of Darkness. Katya considered his answer to be incorrect, for which the Lord could attack her, so she prepared for his attack. The ruler fell for her provocation and attacked her, because he believed that this girl was not the one to decide anything for him. And again, there was a loud clap of thunder accompanied by lightning, which foreshadowed Katya's attack. Our beauty harnessed lightning and attacked the ruler, so much so that he didn't even realize how he had lost. The fox demon girl stood before the kneeling lord and said that she was breaking the contracts with the families. She finally proclaimed herself empress of the entire continent and ruler of the 4 great families. The next day, Alex received information about what happened in the Blue Lily family. Margarita told everything that was in the report, about the 10 killed masters of the Blue Lily family and the wounded Lord of Darkness. Katya also recalled all officials from the 4 great families, thereby breaking diplomatic relations between them. He realized that the power of the fox demon had awakened within the Empress, and that her power was now growing too quickly. It seems to him that the long peace between the 4 great families has come to an end. This new Empress was able to inspire Margarita. She even became enthusiastic, since Katya was now so powerful. She began waving her arms, just like Katya did, as indicated in the Blue Moon report. Alex asked her if she wanted to become an empress, and she told him that she always wanted to stay with her master. Then the hero began to teach her that it doesn't matter whether she is an empress or not. In this world it is just a title, but the most important thing is strength. Margarita struck a sweet pose, noting that her master Alex was always right. This time the empress was even able to surprise him, although he couldn't tell her too much. His conversation was interrupted by someone's sudden visit. This stranger was extremely strong. They didn't even knock on the estate gates, but instead burst in brazenly and rudely. It was Empress Catherine herself, who looked as if she were getting ready for a wedding. Alex couldn't even imagine that the Empress herself would come to his home. Katya told Alex that today she became an empress and wanted to ask him to marry her. since he looked the best among all of them. Margarita looked at Alex and the Empress with such bewilderment, because she was surprised that her master was being taken away from here. Catherine's proposal made him feel sick, because he didn't like her at all, and she was so arrogant. She needed Alex to replenish her harem of men, and he was perfect for this role. He stood his ground and told her to take her hands off him. The Empress also insisted on her own, saying that his third brother had run away, but he remained, and now he had such an opportunity. The hero was so angry that he waved her away with his hand and showed that he didn't like her at all. His latest refusal to marry disappoints her, and she decides to use force against him. She decided to demonstrate her strength by showing her will. Suddenly she began to fall to the floor. Something went wrong with her demonstration of will. At that very moment, Alex told her to kneel before him. He was probably to blame for her poor health. The faint sound of kneecaps hitting the stone floor echoed throughout the estate. Catherine's face reflected her current state. She didn't know how he had managed to bring her to her knees with just a couple of phrases. Alex stood proudly in front of her, showing his superiority over her. The Empress turned out to be wrong, so she sits here and obeys the words of our hero. 5 minutes later, the situation had calmed down, and the three sat down at the same table to discuss their family's politics. Margarita was the only one who noticed that they were not welcoming Catherine, and that they needed to make her some tea. But Alex was used to not delaying and asking about ancient lands from people who might know something about them. She spoke very innocently to him, as she knew little about those places, but wanted to know more. Alex told her to tell him everything she knew, and not to make excuses to him and make doll eyes. In her past life, Catherine was a fox demon, and also the pet of Emperor Leo. Even though Katya was that white fox back then, she possessed the power of the Emperor's kingdom, and her master was even stronger. Emperor Leo loved Katya very much until one moment came. Even before the Great Bloody War began, Leo hid the fox demon and rare artifacts in a secret place. The girl received messages from the Emperor until the Great Bloody Battle between people and demons began. The lands of the Empire were also captured by demons, and the elders and the demon fox evacuated part of the population. As a result, the fox demon himself was killed in a brutal fight by a more powerful demon. Fortunately, the Emperor saved the Soul Crystal, with the help of which the fox was able to be reborn. And she was reborn as the imperial daughter of the Empress, who is in the picture. In the future, Alex must know everything, as Empress Catherine says. The hero realized that she had not lied to him, since all the information coincided with what he knew, although he had not learned anything new. Finally, Alex asked if Emperor Leo had left any notes along with the treasures he had hidden. There were no notes, but before leaving, Lev was terribly angry at some traitors among the people. Alex began to wonder what had caused the rebellion among the people, that traitors had even appeared. Only Lev himself knew the answers. However, the time had come to say goodbye to the Empress. The hero told her not to tell anyone about today's conversation. Ekaterina didn't ask any unnecessary questions, and simply went in her own direction. He has no time to hesitate. He needs to quickly gain strength, as many powerful cultivators will want to visit those lands. After saying goodbye to the Empress, he took out the communication talisman to contact Lolita. At that very moment, Lolita answered the call and asked what her master needed this time. Alex answered her that he needed all the information about the great Emperor Leo. Lolita said through the talisman that she would immediately begin searching for that priceless information for her beloved master. Alex was confident that he would not allow himself to miss such an opportunity to profit from ancient treasures. Meanwhile, 3 whole days passed, and no information was received from Lolita. From Lolita's report, we know that only Emperor Leo was able to unite the entire continent. His powers had to be at least equal to the Kingdom of Heaven, since only such powers would be enough to create an entire empire. The war was initially against the Empire, and Leo's closest allies turned out to be traitors, so even the Emperor himself lost the battle, despite being so strong. All his thoughts were interrupted by the maid with dinner, who told him to run and eat, otherwise it would get cold. He became much more pleased with the food, and asked what gastronomic surprises they would offer him today. Margarita brought a servant here, whom she told to tell him everything he knew. The servant, looking frightened, told him that Empress Catherine had come to Chen's ancestral home. Alex was surprised by the Empress's sudden visit and wondered what she might have in mind. Having finished his reflections, he said that there was nothing wrong with their meeting. On the contrary, they would be able to talk about different topics. The servant asked Alex to think about it, since previously Empress Catherine had treated our family with disdain. Now Grandpa Chen is angry about the failed wedding, as they missed the chance to establish strong diplomatic relations. Old man Chen was so angry that he screamed, and his screams were heard again throughout the clan. The question is how he hasn't lost his voice yet. He wants to quickly bring his runaway grandson home. Because of him, an important wedding was cancelled. The remaining 2 great families will soon laugh at them because they did not establish good relations with the Empress. When the Yellow Tulip clan is attacked, they will have no allies to help them in difficult times. An important piece of information in a scroll landed on the desk of an influential person. An unknown person opened the scroll and learned that the Yellow Tulip family wanted to find their grandson at any cost. Chen's sons say they have no need to worry about the situation on the borders, as there will be no rebels. The Imperial Messenger reported that Empress Catherine was not concerned about the rebels, and therefore would not support the Yellow Tulip family in their fight against them. Chen looked at the messenger with such horror, as if he wanted to take his life the very moment he said his word. For them, the refusal of support from the Empire was like a knife in the back. The old man understood that the broken marriage was to blame. Alex could clearly hear his grandfather swearing loudly, but today he seemed a little quieter. Apparently the situation was really serious. But Alex doesn't care about his problems. Today he needs to read the report that's lying on the table. This time the report was very interesting and informative, so get ready. There is a lot to tell. Firstly, after the capture of the Blue Lily clan, rebellious uprisings on the borders of the Empire became more frequent. Fortunately, over time the uprisings weakened, thanks to the destruction of the rebels by warriors from the Nine Swords Mountains. It is very curious that Katya almost reached the Emperor's kingdom. But here the legacy of her ancestors and the Fox Demon had a very strong influence. If anyone else had been in Catherine's place, they would have already been overthrown. But the power of the Empress and her father, who is in the Kingdom of Truth, helps suppress the rebel movements. Sometimes Alex gets the idea that someone had orchestrated the situation with Ekaterina in advance. Alex suspects that Emperor Leo himself, while he was still alive, participated in Catherine's becoming Empress. It is also a coincidence that the warriors from the Mountain of Nine Swords existed long before the Great War, so they could have been Leo's comrades. With each new report from Lolita about the land of the ancients, the situation with that war becomes only more mysterious. As soon as the gates to those ancient lands open, he will send his disciples there, and then everyone will see how, staying at home, he took the whole world into his own hands. Then, when he takes the whole world for himself, the system will reward him again. After his words, he laughed. He placed a cup of rare tea on the table and said that he had not explored the secret space under the ancestral home for a long time. With the help of the Imperial Soul and great influence in his territory, he began to explore that space. There he found many different weapons at the level of the Kingdoms of Harmony and Truth. In general, the Yellow Tulip family's dungeon is documented as a historical treasure, and the clan settled in an ancient, powerful place. He didn't want to think about it. On the contrary, he wanted to make his little sister Anya stronger, and then she would tell him everything herself. Meanwhile, the Empire is not at peace. The borders are constantly under attack from rebels and cultists. Katya's older brother, Roosevelt, says the situation at the borders is getting better. Catherine tells Roosevelt to get to the point of the report and talk about the situation on the battlefield. Roosevelt reported that the enemy had gone into a lull from the cult, and the main frontal attack had been successfully received and stopped. The Empress told him to pay attention not only to the struggle, but also to preserving the wealth of the Empire. In his thoughts, he says that he can feel her power growing quickly, so she doesn't need to wait to make an attack. She believes that she must use her power to destroy all the weaklings, so to speak. She wants to carry out mass destruction by natural selection. The elder brother began to talk about the Yellow Tulip family, and that their clan was connected by marriage to his relative. Katya said not to mention their family's name anymore, and to remain on neutral terms with them. She also ordered her brother not to interfere in their affairs. If anything happened, he could easily handle it himself. Roosevelt then realized that the Empress's attitude toward the Yellow Tulip family had not changed since the time of the cancelled wedding. Perhaps in the current situation, Roosevelt could wish the Yellow Tulip family good luck. The Empress, left alone, says that no one knows about the real situation in the Yellow Tulip family. As soon as the Empress remembered this family, she remembered Alex, who is the Grey Cardinal of this clan and the strongest man on the continent. The next day, the Empress held trials for criminals from all over the country. In front of everyone stood a certain general who had become a traitor to the Empire because secret letters were found on him. These secret letters were addressed to this general and came from the enemy, meaning that the general was an informant for the enemy forces. For his betrayal, he was immediately sent to execution, although he earnestly begged for forgiveness. Catherine called her reign the era of prosperity for their empire, and she would not spare any criminal. Whether this criminal is an official, an elder, or a supreme cultivation master, no one will be spared. Two cleaners were talking today about how much work they were given today. It was also discussed that the Empress attacked all the other families except the Yellow Tulip clan, and they were not brought under control. They thought that they couldn't develop here in any way, so the servants decided to quit the hell out of it. Until old man Chen came to nag him for everything possible and impossible, he could go about his business. For example, he decided to call his student to tell him that he should eat more, become stronger, and not be lazy. Then he called his spy to tell him not to do what he was doing now, and to do what Alex told him to do. Then he remembered that his fierce and fiery pets would soon become stronger and break through to the Emperor realm level. For 2 years now, the young cultivation master has been sitting here at home, and not a single strong disciple has come to see him. Outside his estate, Alex heard a plaintive male voice, some stranger saying that he himself was a loser. This strange guy calls himself a useless slacker and a loser who will never amount to anything. He was also terribly drunk, calling himself a hopeless and insignificant cultivator. Somehow, Alex saw potential in him and said that he was a whiner who could be made into a gem. Margarita returned and came through the portal, saying that she noticed someone new here. The girl asked Alex not to worry, she would look at him herself. The gentleman stopped her with his hand. The alcoholic asked his brother Alex if he had any alcohol, and Margarita realized that he was not only a loser, but also a drunkard. Alex kicked Margarita out and told her to cultivate, but she became sad because the gentleman didn't kick out some loser. This wanderer said that he would give his sword in exchange for some alcohol. Alex told him that his sword was too worthless for him, so the deal would not be profitable. The boy answered him that he was a loser, and the hero should understand him, because he was a loser. Then the master answered him that if he said so, then the truth was not worth a penny. Then Alex started to tell that the loser was abandoned by his girlfriend because he was too weak. He was then beaten up by his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend in front of her, causing the loser to burst into tears in front of them. The loser didn't understand how he knew all this if they were seeing each other for the first time, who he even was. Alex introduced himself as a guiding star for those as desperate and hopeless as this strange guy. He asked Alex if he really had a chance to become better, if he really could help him. The guy, kneeling, began to think that probably there was a strong master in front of him and he was unlikely to deceive him. Mr. Alex told the loser to kneel before him if he agreed to study with him and start his life from scratch. Our new student's name was Sam, and he agreed to become Mr. Alex's student. Sam knelt before him, struck a pose, and said that he would respect Alex for the rest of his life. And with all his heart, the loser turned into Alex's student. Now he has embarked on the true path. The hero told him that he was accepted as his student. Now as a reward for obedience, submission to the rules, self-improvement and respect for the teacher, he receives protection, a home, and power. Sam reiterated that he would always respect, appreciate, and listen to his wisest master, Alex. Meanwhile, with the help of technology, the master looked at his entire history and learned that he was expelled from the Empire as a disciple of the Nine Swords Mountain clan. The system rewarded Alex with the Heavenly Sword technique for finding a disciple straight from the Nine Sword Mountain, where the previous emperor lived. The new student repeated over and over again whether Alex could really make him stronger. The hero answered him that even though he was a loser, Alex had the potential to make a natural out of him. Sam told him that there was no point in making a cool cultivator out of him. If he was a loser, it was easier to die. Alex told him that he should be giving concerts and not talking nonsense. After all his speeches, Alex approached the student and raised his hand to his forehead. Then he cast a spell that would allow his soul to be opened and knowledge to be transmitted. Alex called this moment the beginning of the dawn of this young man's era. After the transfer of techniques, Sam's strength increased. The energy was absorbed into his body and began to run in his blood. It was the dawn of his new strength. His eyes were burning with fire, like two bright lights. Sam only realized how cool his master was when the transmission of one technique raised his level to the soul realm. Alex actually passed on a couple of lower Zanpakuto techniques that he had studied at the very beginning. Margarita couldn't believe her eyes, because in front of her was the same loser, only he had already become stronger. Alex received 100 years of cultivation, and the moment came to break through to a new kingdom. And the maid asked what kind of kingdom he had, because she had never seen anything like it. As he began to break through to the realm of honor, a circle of yin and yang appeared beneath him. After breaking through to the kingdom of honor, his inner vision took shape. How long it has been since we saw this island. A cultivator at the Emperor's realm can destroy a master one level lower in the blink of an eye. But a cultivator of the honorable realm directly influences the physical structure of the world. So the honorable realm is higher and can destroy anyone in its path. Now our hero wanted to see how much his powers had changed. The strength of his spirit increased. His speed increased along with his strength and became monstrously great. He can control his soul at a distance of 50 kilometers, while physically he remains at home. With such power he can rule the whole world. There is no one who can resist him. Now he is the strongest on the entire continent and no one even knows about it. It contains the great sutras, the best techniques, the power of spirit, and with all this, he can calmly control the continent. For raising his kingdom to honorary, Alex received a halo like an angel's and a sutra of the god's regret as a reward. The Halo of the Saint is a powerful divine-level item that allows one to become stronger. Now he will be able to teach his students, and he himself will also become stronger. He also had to look at the Sutra of God's Regret. He hoped that this technique was worth something. In theory, this technique is powerful because it allows you to simply become stronger at any moment. He didn't think long and accepted the system's reward, since it hadn't given him anything bad or harmful yet. The sutra began to produce an effect in increasing his power. His strength seemed to have increased several times over. Now he thinks how good it is that no one senses his power, because all the cultivators would simply be in shock. With such great and powerful power, any enemy is within his reach, and no obstacle will be an obstacle. He is already thinking about how he will combine all his sutras and turn it all into a weapon for the Judgment Night. To test his theory, Alex wants to find someone strong, and comes up with the idea of going to Old Man Christopher. In this large form, he came to Christopher, who had already grown younger and stronger. Now he saw for the first time what Alex looked like, and realized that he was obeying a good master. The hero noticed that Christopher had made progress, but he still didn't understand much. Alex told him not to be upset, because he would solve all his problems in him. After all, he was his teacher. Christopher sincerely cried and thanked his master, because with his help he was no longer an old man and would be able to live longer. The teacher asks the student not to despair, and to work now in order to be happier in the future. To become more powerful, you need to open your mind, but the old man doesn't know how to do this, so he cries like a child. Alex calls today a very good day, because everything is working out for him, and if only he had a few smart students to give him strength. It's true that students aren't vegetables. They won't just appear out of nowhere. He needs to look for them himself. Luckily, he has a wonderful infinity mirror, and he can walk around the whole world. It occurred to him to check how his student Thomas was doing at the distance, but it turned out that he had been caught by representatives of the family of an abandoned genius. Thomas doesn't understand why he was stopped, or rather, he pretends not to understand. Alex was torn between his students, because he had previously told them not to interfere in the case of the escaped genius, and now they were trying to catch him. The hero understands that Thomas is now in real trouble, and that he intervened in this situation by accident. Those masters stood before him and said that he had no right to interfere in the affairs of other people's families, and if this was a misunderstanding, then they would still arrest Thomas and check everything. Thomas understands their hidden intentions, because if he goes with them, he is definitely a dead man. Alex doesn't understand at all how Thomas met these weaklings if he is stronger than them. And now he noticed that the weapons of these masters were much stronger than those of Thomas. They decided to attack the young master because he could cause problems for their family. Although deep down they understand that our Thomas is involved in their brother's escape. The time had come to act. Alex intervened and everything around began to shine with divine light. The robbers did not understand anything. Even Thomas himself did not immediately recognize his master. The thought even crept into his head that this monster would kill him too. A second later, he realized that this was his wisest teacher, who had given him many techniques. Master Thomas said that he was in trouble, and wanted the master to lend him a helping hand. Alex told him that he would not help him in any way, since those two were just bugs compared to him. The bandits realized that their victim was familiar with this powerful deity, and now they were definitely finished. Thomas felt sad that the master called the attackers bugs, and if he couldn't defeat them, then he was a worm. God is trying to figure out why Thomas can't deal with two bugs. Those two robbers fell on their knees and asked forgiveness from the wise Alex. The robbers said that they did not intend to cause serious harm to Thomas, but rather wanted to disperse peacefully. The guys told him that they could never lie to such a strong master as Alex. He knew that those two were lying to him, and then he asked Thomas to find out the truth. Even Thomas himself lied when he said they had a simple misunderstanding. Alex knows that Thomas is lying, but it is the right move because that family will not take revenge on Thomas. God decided not to touch the small bugs, and the two agreed that they were bugs, and there was no point in wasting extra energy on them. The guy was offended, since the robbers themselves had already taken it for granted that they were bugs. But he couldn't touch them. Still, he is too soft-hearted. If the master had not come, he could have died. The hero gave him a chance to take revenge on those two as he wished. In response, Thomas chose to pardon them and let them go. They probably understood everything, unless he wants to receive a small compensation for moral damage to himself. The two thieves think that Thomas is very kind on the surface, but in fact, he is just incredibly cunning. Alex fulfilled Thomas's request and told him to give him all the valuables, and only then could the robbers escape. They did not disobey Mr. Alex. They handed over their valuables and ran as soon as the opportunity presented itself. They are already running at a gigantic speed. Their heels are sparkling from how quickly they escaped danger. When they ran away, they decided to report everything to the head of their family, and also thought about who this strong cultivator was, whether he could be a demon, The student knelt before the master and thanked him for saving and helping him when he was in trouble. Thomas added that he was still a weakling, just like a bug, and was nothing special. Alex told him that he didn't have to worry about anything, because their meeting was destined to happen. Alex speaks to him in such eloquent terms when a person is very useful to him, and Thomas is just like that. And for saving Thomas, the system rewarded Alex with the purple flame technique and the spirit of flame. It's just that it's difficult to communicate with these students. It would be much easier if they all gathered in one place. This time he decided to try his luck and try to find someone through the mirror. He just had one more try left, and in some cave he saw a talented cultivator. Even at such a young age, the boy reached the second level of the Kingdom of Harmony, which definitely piqued Alex's interest. He just couldn't understand why this boy reminded him of someone. Suddenly he realized that this was the very talent that those robbers were looking for, and with whom Thomas had gotten involved. Around his neck hangs a pendant in which is baked a terrifyingly gigantic power that makes one's blood run cold. This lovely girl resembles a spirit. Her beautiful white hair matches her snow-white clothes. Alex thought that this beautiful little spirit had powers equal to the Kingdom of Heaven, the highest kingdom. She came to this guy whose name is Jack. The spirit tells him to become stronger and then he will leave this place. Jack promises that he will definitely become stronger, especially if his beloved mistress is nearby, who will teach him everything. Jack looks terribly tired, his eyes are drooping, and he is thinking about how to make his family respect him. The girl answered him that he must reach the heavenly kingdom. Then his family would have no choice whether to respect him or not. His true goal is to change the form of her mistress, and to do this, he wants to reach the heavenly kingdom in 1,000 years. Alex understands that there is no way he will be able to reach the kingdom of heaven in such a short time. She begins to tell him that it is impossible to reach such a level in such a long time. It will take 100 years for the emperor, 1,000 years for the kingdom of honor, and 10,000 years for the kingdom of heaven. Many ambitious, impudent people get stuck in the kingdom of heaven for tens of thousands of years because of their ambitions. And if the boy's talent is not great, then 10,000 years will not be enough to reach the kingdom of heaven. Jack didn't even think about how difficult it would be to reach the kingdom of heaven. He was sure that 1,000 years would be more than enough. He doesn't have to worry about becoming stronger, because with her help, he will definitely succeed. She remembered that in her lifetime, there had lived a legendary master who had reached the kingdom of heaven in 10,000 years. He had killed 3 demons, and was now probably dead. Jack was curious about this great master who was talked about across all continents. This handsome man turned out to be our old man Christopher, who has been imprisoned in a dungeon for more than 100,000 years. He didn't expect to hear such interesting information, but this time he was lucky with the mirror. In the dungeon, Christopher began to sneeze and wonder who was remembering him. The boy says that he will become as legendary as the warrior Christopher, and will be known on all continents. It's a pity this guy doesn't know that his idol in the dungeon is Alex's student. He is already tired of sneezing, but they still won't stop thinking about him. How Alex wants to intervene in their conversation, but it's too late, since the mirror's effect ends. He wants to explain to Jack how this world works, and teach him the correct cultivation techniques. The girl tells him to run away from this continent and go to the one where Alex lives. It turns out there are few worthy cultivators there. The ancient land will soon open up, and many cultivators will want to come there. Suddenly Alex bursts into the cave with his terrifying aura, which shocks both of them. The boy assumed that it was a spy from his family who decided to catch him. The energy of this scout seemed too powerful to the keeper of the pendant, so it may be some kind of ancient cultivator. There's no point in his family's ancestors chasing after him, so it simply can't be. They don't have such strong ancestors who would have such terrible power. Again, he deceived everyone, as happened with old man Christoforov, who was stronger than him. The old man himself was already tired of sneezing, and he sneezes because Alex and his peer constantly remember him. Alex stood in front of her and said that he was a deity who simply traveled between worlds and studied them. A guy named Ken greeted the uninvited guest, and the girl was already thinking about how strong Alex was, since he could travel between worlds. Ken says he is very glad to welcome Mr. Alex to this cave, and did not expect to meet such great power in his life. The hero told them that he understood their caution, since they were hungry, and the boy was wounded. The powerful craftswoman thanked for her understanding, and said that she had not previously known about this deity, and wanted to learn more about him. Alex told her that they were too weak to understand all of his intentions, which many of the strongest cultivators simply couldn't understand. The guy confidently tells them that he himself wants to know more about their world, since his world is too big, and it will be difficult to tell. In their world, the girl says, there are 5 continents that belong to humans. 1 belongs to demons, another to monsters, and the last one is a mixed race part of the world. People have explored all the places in the world except the continent of demons, which is still unknown to anyone. Many powerful cultivators of the heavenly realm perished in the battles of the legendary desert that no one had passed through. It's all because of this blue gate, which lets in cultivators at the level of the god realm, and as we know, these are the gods themselves. Although even the cultivators of the god realm themselves did not return from the deserted lands. In this fateful meeting, he learned that there was another ancient desert kingdom of demons, where only the feet of the gods could set foot. Now, finally, Alex became more serious than ever, as he wanted to give the girls some important advice. His advice is that the world they live in is just a drop in the ocean of the universe where Alex lives, and the power of the realm of the gods has the same comparison. The boy and girl's jaws dropped, as they never thought they would encounter such a powerful creature in this cave. She was afraid to even think about cultivating when he said that in front of him, she was a worthless insect. This girl used to be Ken's main guide, but now he realizes how weak she is. Alex made a mocking face, as he was able to deceive these two just as he had once deceived his student Christopher. For such quality advice, the two masters thanked the wise man and wished him prosperity. Before leaving, Alex told them that they needed to get to that desert kingdom to reach his universe. Then she realized that the achievement of his universe was only achieved in that ancient place, and that was why no one returned. The hero immediately began to think that he quickly needed to achieve the kingdom of God, which she had so humiliated. She thanks him again and thus shows her politeness to him. Alex noted her politeness, but did not forget to say that she was weak. Although she knew how to respect someone more powerful, she had already begun to think about how he could help her change her body so that she would become a level stronger. He answered her that she was very weak in front of him, but he would not deprive her of useful and effective techniques. Sometimes she doesn't understand at all what he wants to tell her, so she asks again with a sad face. He answered her that it was not always important to understand his words. The main thing was that she had the motivation for self-improvement. The hero gave her advice and explained that she was only a soul, and the soul was the most important thing in enlightening her essence. The key to strength lies through her soul, and she must nourish her last shell to become stronger. At that time she knew all this, and his advice was useless. She wanted to increase the effectiveness of her techniques. The wisest one told her that this path is not easy. She herself must gain awareness through trial and error. Still, he will help her if it so happened that fate brought them together, and he sees potential in her. Alex prepared a vial of elixir containing a soul seal. He understood that they would soon come to his continent, and it was high time to subjugate them. The girl accepted Alex's fake gift, which contained a soul seal. Alex said to take the elixir drop by drop, since she might not be able to withstand such a load. The soul seal has landed on the craftswoman's soul shell. In a couple of seconds the process will begin, and she will become its slave. She clearly didn't expect to receive such a deal, because she expected that an unfamiliar deity would help her. Meanwhile, Ken praises Alex and says that he is respected not only by him, but by all societies around the world. He realized that Ken was being disingenuous in his words, and pretending that Alex was dearer to him than anyone else alive. Alex tells the guy directly that he hears deceit in his words, how he is trying to curry favor with him. Ken tells the master that this is true, but he is in such a position that he wants help from our hero. The trouble is that the boy is being fiercely hunted by his family, and is now wounded, and he does not ask for permanent protection, as this is unthinkable. Ken plans to become strong on his own through Alex's guidance, so that he can be a useful student. Alex realized that this boy was very cunning, and allowed him to take a couple of weak techniques from his arsenal. For such generous support from the master who stands above all nations, Alex sincerely thanked him and promised not to let him down. I didn't think that these two would fall for it so easily. Otherwise I would have lied much more skillfully. Before the end of their meeting, the girl and Ken ask him to tell her what his title is. He didn't think about this at all when he was hanging noodles on their ears, and out of confusion he began to scratch the back of his head. As a result, he appeared before them as an immortal, powerful, incredible, incomparable, graceful saint of virtue. The character's eyes lit up with bright lights at such an unrivaled title. They knelt before him and named his full title, which I'm too lazy to even describe. It was time to say goodbye. Alex told them that there would be a chance and they would see each other again. The craftswoman and Ken said goodbye to the master, and he went for a walk around his estate under the clear blue sky. He has no time to idle, so he decided to study the technique that the system gave him after enslaving Ken's mentor. The technique implied that all his power directly influenced the power of the soul. With his imperial soul, it won't be that easy to kill. Even he himself will have a hard time achieving his own death. After almost 3 years of cultivating in his home, only now did he realize that being a know-it-all was really cool. A blue portal appeared in the sky above, from which a sword emerged, and Alex's voice could be heard. Alex told Sam that he was giving him a powerful sword because he was in a good mood today. This sword was shining and sparkling with some kind of lightning. The guy thought that there was some unknown spirit in it. Margarita confirmed his thoughts and said that Sam was stupid and did not understand anything. She also complained to the master why this loser had such a powerful weapon, while she got nothing. As soon as the talented disciple heard the phrase, "spiritual blade," his pupils turned into 2 stars. Sam realized that the master valued him very much and gave him such valuable gifts that tears came from such happiness. Alex was surprised at how greedy Margarita was and gave her some rare and powerful weapon as well. As a gift, the maid received a rare whip of the Kingdom of Truth. At first, she will walk with it. Then she will become stronger and receive another one. Both of Alex's henchmen thanked and said goodnight to their master. It's already night and Alex thinks that he has been sitting here for 3 years already. It's time for him to meet the head of the Blue Moon sect. He gave someone from his house the task of arranging a meeting with the head of the Blue Moon sect. Lolita came for a task and says that calling the head of her sect to a meeting is not so easy. The head of an entire clan is a pretty big shot, and Alex understands this. So he gave Lolita a pill and told her to set up a meeting in exchange for it. A servant close to the head of the clan ran into the main halls of His Majesty. In front of the gate, the servant knelt down and said that a powerful cultivator had summoned him to a meeting, and, as a sign of respect, he had given them an Emperor's Realm pill. Only Alex knew that this pill was expired, and he had been wanting to get rid of it for a long time. Already in Alex's house, the servant of the head of the Blue Moon told all the details about his boss that he himself knew. With a downcast face, the servant tells Alex that the head of the sect, that is, his boss, has the Emperor's kingdom, and he knows nothing more. More precisely, his position in the family does not allow us to know more details. He and his colleagues do not even have a rough idea of the location of the main palace or where the head himself lives. The servant heard nothing in response to his words. Alex remained silent, since he already knew all this information. It was only that the servant, rather reluctantly, began to talk about some strange thing he had noticed while working with the chief. He managed to find a strange recording in one of their family's residences, but much remains unknown to him. So the servant heard an answer from Alex, who clearly, in one word, told him to tell everything he knew. This record mentioned an ancient war between humans and demons, and it was definitely only the imperial family that was involved and wanted to be destroyed. But who was the instigator is unknown. This information turned out to be interesting, so Alex even wanted to take this old man's servant under his wing. Before saying goodbye, he told the old man to go ahead, but not to go far, as he would call him again. Meanwhile, Sam and Margarita admired the views that opened up from the slopes of the mountain where the Yellow Tulip family lived. Alex's pets also had fun as best they could. The cat was hunting for the bird pen. In his 3rd year at home, Alex decided to lie down on the sun lounger and expected a great reward. This time he received a cloak of universal power. It nourishes the wearer with energy and provides unlimited protection. He was also given the universal bow of the soul. It strikes the enemy in his soul and reaches at any distance. Alex once again confessed his love to the system for giving such rare items. With this incredibly cool dream weapon, he will be able to strike the enemy's soul. He can also kill his enemy while lying in bed, because the arrows have a homing range of thousands of miles. The bow's power is directly related to the strength of its owner, so he urgently needs to become stronger and reach new heights. Meanwhile, a servant came and brought food, but Alex drove him away, as he was going to conduct training. That same day, Alex's older sister was traveling and cultivating herself when she suddenly found an ancient place on the Nine Swords Mountain. If Anya continues to cultivate, her brother Alex will not be despised by her grandfather Chen. For the sake of her brother, she becomes stronger, because she values and respects him very much. In the clearing near the cave, she saw many rare plants and mushrooms that were perfect for creating pills. This glowing mushroom is very rare, and is called the white spiritual mushroom that strengthens bones. This purple flower is called the legendary 1,000-year-old snow lotus. It removes all toxins from the body. There was such an abundance of rare plants that her eyes were running wild, which is noticeable in the picture. She wanted to collect all these gifts of forest nature and give them to her beloved brother, who really needed them. Anya ran from one place to another and collected all the plants that looked like rare and legendary ones. Suddenly she was distracted by a sudden and familiar smell that caught her attention. She thought that the smell was coming from this flower, but it was probably coming from the person who was hiding behind the rocks, and Anya couldn't see him. She was very happy when she saw this flower, because she had only seen the same one before in pictures and books. This is an imperial herb from the Nine Swords Mountain. It awakens innate abilities or makes them stronger. This imperial herb would be a real salvation for Alex if, of course, he could carry it home. Suddenly, that same stranger emerged from the rocks and said that this impudent woman should not have stolen on their territory. Only at this moment was the beauty able to discover him and look the wanderer in the eyes. The girl asked him who he was and how he dared to appropriate the herbs that were available to anyone who climbed the mountain. The guy admitted that the mountain is part of his family's property, so this garden also belongs to him. And the plants in his garden, of course, belong to him, so he attacked her to take them away. He looked at her with a greedy gaze, as if he wanted to kidnap her and make her his personal slave or maid. Anya prepared for the attack and stood in a stance, saying that this blow is for you, pervert. This guy liked that this girl was not one to be timid and could even answer him. Anna managed to land several precise and powerful blows on the enemy and send him flying. The attack was successful, and Anya managed to throw the stranger several meters away from her. True, this bastard received very little damage, but he remained just as feisty. With every second of their battle, she realized more and more that he was a real pervert. Anna began to feel an even more vile gaze on herself, which fell heavily on her body. Luckily, she had already sensed a rustling sound behind her and realized that she would be fighting against two people, and that was no longer fair. A heavy shadow fell on Anya, and she sank into despair, as her battle turned out to be doubly difficult. Another powerful cultivator stood in front of her and threatened to kill her for a couple of rare herbs she had taken. That pervert from the mountain ordered his assistant to take her before she escaped. Anya began her conversation with the new stranger with threats such as, if he approaches her, he will get what he deserves. This guy didn't listen to her. On the contrary, he cold-bloodedly decided to grab her. She repeated it to him and said that she would not warn them anymore. Anya's fist with a pair of bracelets moved towards the assistant, who took it with his finger, and some invisible barrier stopped the heroine's attack. She clearly didn't expect such a turn of events, so her mouth dropped open in surprise. That pervert was already anticipating how this beauty would become his eternal servant. The assistant used his sharpening technique on the girl without any mercy. With one movement of his finger, he not only stopped the master's powerful attack, but also prevented her resistance. Anya was trapped in a barrier of purple energy that would hold her back until the cultivator stopped the technique. He was just happy that they managed to trap such a beautiful and strong craftswoman. The girl in captivity threatened him with death, saying that as soon as she got out, she would fulfill her promise. The guy told her to give him the herbs, and then he would be nice to her, which is a big plus because he is the one every girl wants to be with. She made it clear to him that such a scumbag would never be near her, not even in her wildest dreams. He won't believe it unless she recognizes him as the young master from the Nine Swords Mountain. Even so, she wasn't going to believe this impudent guy who treated every girl he liked like that. He also threatens her and asks her not to beg for mercy when the moment of punishment comes. He immediately looked at her with disgust and again shouted to his assistant to bring her to him. The girl tells him directly that he can kill her, but he will never get what he wants from her. He was already running out of patience because her words only fueled the fire within him. Her whole life flashed before her eyes at the speed of a Porsche 911 with a 4-liter engine. A girl in an artificial barrier or cage made of energy was directed into the hands of an evil pervert. The cultivator who imprisoned Anya in a bubble was attacked, so the heroine's transportation was disrupted. The Lord of Nine Swords Mountain shouted at the unknown masked cultivator who was attacking his assistant. From the outside, this master resembled Carl, whom Alex had enslaved during the first years of his hermitage and left to protect Anya. The heroine recognized her masked savior, as he had previously saved her in extreme situations. She remembered the moment when a large wild boar attacked her in the forest. The masked master stopped the wild pig with his technique, and it was unable to move anymore. She developed an unhealthy interest in who her mysterious savior was, hiding behind the mask. However, she did not interrogate him, but on the contrary thanked him for saving her. Carl replied that there was no need for gratitude, since it was his duty to protect Madame Anna, and this time he helped her out just when it was needed, and for this he received sincere gratitude. Again, the unknown cultivator in the mask said that it was his duty, pressing with his hands. The man changed his tone and told the lady that he would help her with something else. He asked the lady's permission to solve all her problems for the time being. His eyes bulged as he saw his technique destroyed by a single move from the masked master. Finally, Anya managed to escape from captivity, not without the help of her savior. She understood that Carl's power was great, but she had a question about who he obeyed and who ordered him to protect her. Carl told the pervert what other trick this bastard would perform in front of them. The boy responded to the sudden question by saying that he would answer for his words. Carl warned the young gentleman that if they met him again, it would be the end of his family and himself. The young gentleman bowed and said that he hoped that fate would not bring them together, but he would warn his master about today. The masked hero told him to move away from that place and not to catch the eye of Madame Anna. By morning, Carl returned to Alex with a report that contained all the information about Anna's adventures. The hero has already managed to understand that the family from the Nine Swords Mountain will soon find out Anya's identity, since she is influential and strong. He has no patience as he waits to see what the Nine Swords clan will do against their Yellow Tulip family. Then Sam came with his statement to the teacher that, as he became stronger, he wanted to prove himself more and more. Mr. Alex stood in front of him and started telling him that he shouldn't worry about it. One way or another, he should become even stronger before testing himself just to show his strength. Sam has already stopped understanding the limits of his training, because from the moment they met, all he does is train. Then the teacher asked Sam if he remembered his former love, who treated him badly. Or, Alex says, he wants to get away from his teacher. Is he really thinking like that after all the good he has done for him? Alex asks Sam if he understands the responsibility he bears as a swordmaster. Sam was completely scared and thought that the master was going to beat him up. Once again, the gentleman asked if he knew why there were so few swordmasters in the world. Semu had nothing to answer Alex, since he simply did not know the answer. Then Alex asked again why so many swordmasters live their lives in vain. The guy found the words and came up with a more or less reasonable answer that these swordmasters simply have no abilities. Even with his very logical answer, Sam turned out to be wrong, because Alex doesn't think so. There are many stronger and more talented swordsmen than Sam in the entire world, but they all have one major problem that makes them losers. And the essence of this problem is the misunderstanding of the true being of a swordmaster. Finally, Alex was able to brainwash Sam, and he accepted his mistake when he started this conversation. Now he is very eager to know about this true meaning of being a swordmaster. Alex warned him that this meaning of being could be very painful for him. Sam admitted that he was going to fulfill his duty to his master and was ready to go through any torment for his sake. Since that was the case, Alex told him that there were 3 commandments of the swordmaster that he must accept. Once and for all, he must accept these 3 commandments, after which he must not break them. Sam can't stand it anymore when Alex tells him about the 3 commandments, which could be the first obstacle. Our hero told Sam that he would have to completely forget about his love and never remember it. He claims that all his thoughts must be dedicated to the sword, and no girl should distract him. Sam asked if the love for girls and swords could coexist in the heart together. Alex immediately asked him if cultivating the sword was important to him if he had a lover. Will he think about cultivating the sword if his lover gets into trouble, or she would want to trample him, which he would then do without cultivating swordsmanship? And what is he going to do if that girl's parents want to kill him? Will he be able to answer them? With all these reasons, will he think about cultivating the true being of a swordmaster? All these words made him understand that achieving this mastery would be the most difficult test of his entire life. It was then that he began to remember the days he spent with his beloved when they walked through the meadows, when she left him, saying that he was a real loser who would never have a future, when that new boyfriend of hers humiliated him in front of her and made him cry in pain. The thought crept into his head that in all the love and girls his weakness was hidden, and because of the devil's love, he was becoming a weak loser. His determination awoke. He understood his master and the message he wanted to convey to him. Just great. His student was able to overcome the first obstacle on the path to becoming a true swordmaster. Now he told Sam to prepare for the 2nd commandment, which might seem even more terrible to him. This information alarmed him, and Alex tells him that he will have to stop paying attention to beautiful girls. As an example, he decided to use 2 girls whom he was going to create at that very second. 2 girls appeared at the estate, one a beauty and the other of average appearance. Alex asked him who he noticed first. Sam answered him without hesitation that he was the first to notice the beauty, who looked simply incredibly beautiful. Alex told him to imagine what would happen to him if, in a battle with such a beauty, he fell under the influence of her charm. The guy himself already said that she would defeat him in that very second, since it is impossible to win with a clouded mind. He then assumed that, as a woman, this commandment would not apply to him. He objected to the student, as there are many handsome men in the world who can use their charm. Alex used himself as an example of a handsome and charming man, as he truly fits the standards of beauty. And now the time has come for the announcement of the last commandment, by which Sam will have to live. This commandment is the most difficult, as many have given up because of its complexity. Sam began to understand that the previous 2 commandments were just a joke compared to the last one. Alex told him that if he didn't have a girl in his heart, then by drawing his sword, he could even slay a god. By following these commandments, Alex will become a true master of the sword, the stuff of legends. A master of swords who has survived all the tests of the commandments cannot be threatened by any enemy. After all these beautiful words, Sam fell to his knees, showing his readiness to complete all the tests. Sam promised to fulfill all the commandments, but he needed the master's help, since without him, nothing would work. He was already tired of being fooled into thinking he was missing out on his ex. For 3 days, Sam repeats his commandments and tries to forget about his former love out loud. The 3rd day turned into a real hell with the student, so he decided to change the environment and talk to old man Christopher. He passed through the portal and asked Christopher how he was going with his self-improvement. He replied that with the help of the teacher, everything was only getting better. The old man also looked much younger and noticed how strong Alex had become, realizing that he, too, had no limits to his power. Alex told him to keep going and make progress in his cultivation. The hero asked him if there were cultivators who were more than 1,000 years old and still alive. Christopher answered him that, of course, such people exist, and there are quite a few of them. He asked the old man this question to find out whether the craftswoman who walked with Ken had lied to him. Christopher continued, "Many cultivators, with the help of secret techniques, were reborn into new bodies, and it was easier for them to achieve success." Alex found this information very interesting, as it answered several questions at once. This technique for restoring new strength has a nuance, which lies in strengthening the body, without which nothing will work. Alex thinks that Empress Catherine has reached the level of power of the Emperor's kingdom so quickly. Christopher continued to talk about the nuances of the technique, saying that its cultivators are rarely found, since not everyone can withstand it. Alex speculates that such ancient places have a special cultivation environment. The hero assumed that this was the very secret kingdom that Christopher wanted to tell about. The old man was surprised, since this judgment is the mystery of a lifetime, but for Alex it is just a trifle. The time had come to end the conversation, and Alex said goodbye to Christopher. Meanwhile, Alex's most desired friend and older sister Anya came to visit. Alex is very happy to see his little sister, who has returned from her own expedition. She brought him some treasure that she had found on her little journey. She brought this legendary flower to him, and no one else, since he could best help him with his weakness. Anna pointed out to him that he had to take this plant, otherwise she would be very offended at him. She tells him that this time he has no right to refuse her gift. He answers her that it would be better for her to spend such a rare herb on herself, since it is extremely useful for her. She realizes that if he doesn't eat this herb now, he will die in 100 years, since he was unable to break through to the next kingdom. She is obliged to feed him with this grass, otherwise she will lose her beloved brother. Then Anya showed cunning, and decided to distract Alex, and then forcibly introduce this medicine into his body. Luckily, Alex realized that Anya was going to deceive him and forcefully push the weed into him, and had already taken some measures. Alex decided to use the technique that controlled Anya's hand, and directed his right hand with the grass into her mouth. She showed with her whole appearance that she did not want to eat the grass, but on the contrary, wanted to leave it for her brother. The hero had almost completed his technique, and Anya's hand, under his control, placed the grass into her mouth. She swallowed the medicinal plant whole, even putting her fingers in her mouth, and once again she failed to help her little brother become stronger. She started crying very loudly. It was not clear why, but Alex did not feel sorry for her at all, unless he came up to stroke her head and said that he didn't need this grass, and that he didn't need anything from anyone. True, Alex is quite satisfied with this courtyard on his estate, and he doesn't waste his time here. Even if he knows how hard it was for her to get this plant, he will not take it, because he will want her to eat it. Anya was not happy with his words, since she goes on every trip only for him. She sees how he is dying here with stinginess, and in general he doesn't even have anyone to talk to. The hero denied everything she said, and for this, she began to beat him harshly and scream. Alex heard Old Man Chen issue a new decree that he would punish everyone for illegally selling the elixirs and pills made by Anna. The head's decree meant that Anya had already returned home, and he could begin researching the treasures of the ancestral home. After this interesting decision, a powerful explosion thundered in Anya's house, which everyone heard. A large hole appeared in Anna's house, caused by the explosion, although it was as if the space under the house had already existed. The servant ran to Old Man Chen to report the explosion that had occurred in Anya's house, and that the girl herself could not be found. The old man's heart almost stopped from shock and fear for his granddaughter. Chen gave the order to call all the elders in the estates and go to the place where the explosion occurred. Once there, the old man gives the order to the strongest elders to follow him, and the rest to comb the perimeter and look for suspicious individuals. They absolutely must find their granddaughter before they've examined everything to the point of holes and gone nowhere. Also, all elders must inspect the entire pit in which Anya may be located. Suddenly, a small green glimmer appeared in the darkness of the pit, which attracted the chief's attention. Our girl was flying in the air and emitting a green glow, like the northern lights. The grandfather was very happy. He even beamed as brightly as his granddaughter, with whom he was very happy, since she was safe and healthy. One of the elders noticed that there was some strange object lying near her stomach that they had not seen before. Old Man Chen told them that the imperial weapon had chosen her and made her its master. This beautiful and strange dagger was flying near Sister Anya's body all this time. It was the imperial weapon. Just as suddenly as the explosion happened, this handsome man entered the body of our little sister Anya. Her eyes sparkled like two bright emeralds that shimmered in the sun. Our beauty, after merging with the dagger, began to shine even brighter, which showed her new power. Old man Chen tried to shout to his granddaughter, saying that he had come to help her. She opened her eyes and immediately recognized the man as her beloved grandfather Chen and the elders standing nearby. She didn't understand anything at all, since the last thing she remembers is how she was lying in her bed. Old man Chen knew that she might not know anything, but he still asked if she really didn't remember anything. Still, she remembered how she heard an unfamiliar voice calling her to him. It seemed very kind to her, so she went. The head of the yellow tulip family thought that this was a manifestation of the ancestral spirit. The elders noticed blue balls of energy, which could be the result of the appearance of their family's ancestors. However, Chen decided that these were the ancestors, and that these balls were a consequence of their power. The leader said that no one should talk about this situation, otherwise there would be severe punishment. The elders should also accept this power, and then report on those who broke through to the level. After giving orders, Chen told Anya that she had scared him to death, but he was glad with all his heart that she was safe and sound. Anna explained to him that she was fine, and that he had nothing to be afraid of. This situation with Anya brought tears to the stern grandfather, as he was afraid for her, and learned that the imperial ancestors had recognized her. Now with her, their clan will gain the well-deserved influence they had before. Three crows looked into the crater after the explosion, and listened to Chen explain how he managed to obtain such a valuable gift. Alex also heard the old man's cry and was surprised that his strict grandfather began to cry because of his sister. Suddenly, a wind rose behind our hero, and he realized that someone had come to him. He recognized this stranger, but did not name him, as the author decided to save the intrigue for the end of the chapter. In the next chapter, it all started with the imperial family. The servants report the latest news to Empress Catherine. The servants say that the Yellow Tulip and Nine Sword Mountain families are in conflict over the latest reasons. He says that he can resolve the conflict in his own way, to which she replies that he shouldn't interfere. She was going to resolve their conflict herself, especially since it was a complete trifle. Since all that had happened was a fight between Chen's daughter and one of the sons of the head of the Nine Swords Mountain. Unless she ordered him to report to the family of the Mountain of Nine Swords that with the change of head, nothing should change. Meanwhile, in the main residence of the leader who commands the Mountain of Nine Swords, here is the head of the Mountain of Nine Swords, Ben, interrogating his son whether it is true that he met the alchemist's girl. Ben realized that this was a chance to marry him and his son, since they had been lacking good alchemists for a long time. Already in Old Man Chen's house, the issue that the Empress might raise regarding the recent attack on Anya was being discussed. Head Chen hoped to receive at least some news about this, and whether Empress Catherine had said anything about them. Also, after the attack in the Nine Swords Mountain areas, the head of their house sent an engagement proposal. Chen really doesn't want to marry off his precious granddaughter to this freak, but he will have to endure attacks from the families again. If she had to marry that bastard, Old Man Chen would still help her escape. At the most inopportune time, those two arrived, running after their beauty as fast as they could. Anya and Chen didn't even understand how they managed to get here so quickly, and at such a speed. The old man told her to go to his estate, but she refused because she was very curious about why they came. Chen threatened to punish her severely if she did not go home immediately. It was already too late to go anywhere, as Ben and his grandson came to meet their new daughter-in-law. He looked at them with a serious gaze in order to immediately put pressure on their psyche. He managed to put pressure on them. Everything around them went dark when he said that they must understand why he came here. Ben is here to arrange the engagement of his grandson and his granddaughter Anna, who is an alchemist. Some unknown force pressed on him more strongly than he had once pressed on Chen and Anna with his gaze. This unknown force made him shut up and not make a sound because he was talking too much. This power materialized into a dragon, which, with its pressure, could kill the old man. Suddenly the enemy force became even more serious. Ben felt the pressure on himself, as if he had been at the bottom of the Mariana Trench without diving equipment. The familiar soul seal was placed on Ben, and Alex clearly had a hand in it, enslaving the old man. Anya noticed how the aura of the head of the Nine Swords Mountain had changed dramatically, she thought, and said out loud that he was probably putting pressure on them again. Since the old man was interrupted, his grandson jumped out and decided to finish telling his grandfather's speech. But suddenly he was interrupted. Only it was the old man himself who used all his strength to hit him. Ben said that his grandson was simply a worthless person, and not worthy of Mrs. Anna, while he broke his bones, bent his limbs, and simply mocked him. Anya and Chen looked at each other and asked what was going on here. Because if you don't understand who is controlling them, then it's not clear what they are doing. Meanwhile, old Ben continued to punish him, calling him a loser and regretting that he was born. The grandson mentioned his ancestors when he begged the old man to forgive him, which made his grandfather even more angry. For mentioning the ancestors dear to his people, The grandfather threatened his grandson to send him to the next world, to those ancestors. Her eyes widened when she realized that old Ben wanted to beat his grandson to death. She suggested that the old man leave their house so that they would not stain their yard with blood and other biological substances. The old man did not argue with the lady and said that he would continue his punishment at their home. And again he hit his grandson so that he would bow his head before such a beautiful lady. This news from the distraught old man Ben fell into the hands of the Empress. She was surprised that Ben's grandson returned at the point of death. She considered this punishment a manifestation of grace. They had already beaten him very severely, especially since he was simply a freak. Only Katya understood that the punishment was the work of Alex, her beloved handsome man. Chen understands that the leader's madness is connected to Anna, but they still need to find out more. The elder was talking about the madness of Empress Catherine and how they could try to stop her. The leader understood that there was no point in fighting her. Katya was too strong. She literally had no weaknesses. Moreover, the connection between the Nine Swords Mountain and the Empire is too strong. Their alliance cannot be broken on its own. The elder thought the opposite. Since the situation is uncertain now, maybe they have a chance. Here Chen began to think about Catherine's weaknesses. After all, she could still harbor love for his useless grandson Alex. As soon as he remembered his grandson, his fist clenched tightly, and the old man became very angry. Anya was there with the elder and Chen. She understood that even after returning home, Alex would be in a tense situation. Meanwhile, in one of the local cults, the unsuccessful leader was overthrown, who was also humiliated in the process. The new leader attacked the place where the leader was and killed a couple of elders along with him. The previous leader was simply a loser and a weakling, since they dared to humiliate him in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the leader of the most successful cult, Peter, was going to take revenge on the Yellow Tulip family for all the failures they had created. Before, he was always on top and was the best leader of his kind, but now he himself has to run around doing the task. Peter brought with him a capsule containing a demon's soul, intending to take revenge on the Yellow Tulip clan for almost killing him. The guy understands that he can kill their entire family, since no one can stand before the demonic creature, and then he will rise to the top again, as he did before, when his mercenary did not attack the Lord's palace. The ancient demon blood pill will make the entire Chen family regret what they did to the Purple Moon family. He already feels that he doesn't have much time left to live, but he must do it and finish them off, taking them with him to the grave. Then Peter said with confidence and a serious face that this would be his last mission. The elders searched the ancestral home building after Chen gave them the task. Just at that moment, Peter was walking near the house, holding a pill with concentrated demon blood. Now the day of judgment will surely come for the entire Yellow Tulip family, and they will fall into the depths of despair. Suddenly, Peter moved beyond the fence right into Alex's house, although he didn't even notice that anyone was attacking him. Alex stood in front of him and said that he had already given Peter a fake map of the area and was waiting for him to attack. In his hands lay a red pill with demon blood, and it was clearly not simple. With it, he could significantly harm his family. Peter told him that the process could not be stopped. The pill with the demon was activated, and soon there would be nothing left of this place. Alex decided that the best thing to do would be to eat the pill carrier as quickly as possible, and the problem would solve itself. Be that as it may, the carnivorous plant swallowed Peter whole, but the pill fell out of his clothes. The soul of a powerful demon was released from the pill and took shape. Now you know what a hereditary demon looks like. The hero did not panic, although the situation was terrible and could easily get out of his control. Margarita and Sam were stunned by what they saw. They didn't know what to do against such a powerful enemy. The demon gave them an ultimatum. If they bowed their knees before him now, he would allow them to live as his servants. Margarita did not follow in the master's footsteps and began to panic, since the demon was on a higher realm level than Alex. An evil spirit attacked Master Alex to take his beautiful skin for himself, to gain a shell. Alex confidently told him to risk his life, because it's one thing to say, but another thing to do. It was then that he thought that this demon was not higher than the heavenly kingdom, and in spirit form he was much weaker, so he had nothing to fear. And that was the end of this chapter. The next chapter began with the demon unable to do anything with his enormous amount of techniques and mantras. The demon's all-encompassing power began to be suppressed under Alex's powerful sealing technique, something the evil spirit itself did not expect at all when it awakened on the weak part of the continent. Margarita was simply shocked by the power of her master, as he was able to suppress the demon's power with just one hand. Before the final sealing, the demon made various cries about how he did not believe that there was such a person stronger than him on the northern continent. The hero understands the true benefit of this spirit, which clearly fought during the great bloody battle between people and demons. Even now this spirit was called strong, which means that all the demons of that time had the same strength as him. It would be useful to imprison him for information about the Great War, since he must have known something about the traitors who came out against the Emperor. It's a pity there is no Buddhism in this world. Otherwise, Alex would have used the techniques of that religion and made the demon his servant. The system apparently heard Alex and endowed him with 3 Buddhist scriptures, and it also recognized the demon's heavenly power. He obtained 3 legendary scriptures of the past, present, and future. They have incomparable power within them. From the very beginning, he decided to study these scriptures in order to fully recognize their gigantic power. Meanwhile, Margarita stood nearby and admired the power that was released with the light from Alex's body. He received the highest treasure of Buddhism, the glass pagoda depicted in the picture, with which one can purify anything. It's time to begin cleansing the demon and turning him into Alex's faithful servant. With his powers, he is able to spread Buddhism throughout the continent, making it easier to fight the demons, although they will still resist such tendencies. Alex knows the divine system too well, and it never gives anything for free. The hero warned his disciples that they should not be afraid, as the soul of this demon was too small, and he was already suppressed. Margarita answered him that her master was incredibly strong, since he was able to suppress such a powerful demon. Sem made a promise that he would become a great swordmaster, because he was studying with the best master in the whole world. The swordsman says that he will soon forget his former love and gain the true power of a swordmaster. A few hours later, in the same place, the demon is still being tortured in a cage, and the guests of the house are resting. The demon's soul is bound by the Buddha's chains, which prevent its shell from escaping from here. He doesn't understand how that person managed to seal him, because his soul is at the level of the heaven realm, the highest realm on the continent. In general, he does not know where such powerful soul masters appeared in the world, who are able to restrain the demon and suppress its will. The demon began to threaten Alex with a war between people and demons if he did not release him, and he could no longer stay in this cage. Each time, the Buddha's influence on the demon grew stronger, and he became kinder and clearer in his mind. The demon's soul was almost ready to become Alex's servant, but the hero understood that it was still too early. Fortunately, now he was proud of himself, since he was able to turn the powerful demon into Buddha. After the demon has completely transformed into a Buddha, he will study the entire race and then purify all the demons. This thought alone excites his thoughts, as he will be able to completely cleanse the world of demons. As time went on, the demon's will only worsened, and he could no longer cope with the resistance to purification. The pointy-eared one screamed at Alex with all his might and begged him to let him go, since he was no longer able to resist. The young master thought that the purification of a demon and its initiation into Buddhahood is always accompanied by grumbling. These were the very first tears of this powerful demon. He continued to utter the words of dark techniques, but their benefit became too small. It was at this moment that the chapter ended. The next chapter begins right in the residence of the Dark Lord Murder, who was scolding his subjects. The bishop accused the guy who stands with his back to us. He is trying to justify himself, but everything seems to be pointless. Darkhead Murder pointed his finger at him and asked who allowed him to act willfully. After the accusations, he dealt him a crushing blow with a dark energy laser from his finger. Instant death. The assistant of the deceased understands that tomorrow the same thing will happen to him if things go as badly. He already wants someone to defeat or even kill the ruler as soon as possible. Murder asked the last servant if it was true that the Yellow Tulip family was no longer under the Empire's protection, and the servant answered him in the affirmative. After the answer, the Lord began to think about how he could capture Alex's family in order to gain a convenient geographical position for spying on the Empress. Finally, he asked him once again how much stronger he was than that deceased assistant. Then he decided that he would go there himself, since there were many strong cultivators in that family. A couple of hours later, the Lord was already there and decided to come from Alex's side to create a stronghold in that estate. He noted that their entire family had not shown anyone stronger than Empress Catherine could have provided. If there is no one strong here, then he will easily capture this spy point for himself. Meanwhile, Alex does not foretell the trouble that is heading straight for him. On the contrary, he was already getting ready to sleep. Suddenly, he became much more serious, finally feeling the aura of a strong villain, which was Murder. Alex's eyes lit up like stars in the sky. He realized that the evil overlord would be the perfect punching bag before bed. Alex decided to move the Dark Lord to himself, which Murder did not expect at all, as can be seen from his face. The Lord shouted very loudly and asked him how he did this to him, who was able to transfer him here. The hero, with a serious face, asked him if he was the famous Dark Emperor. Tears of fear began to flow from his eyes. He could not understand how he dared to curse such a strong and influential ruler. Alex wasn't used to repeating the same questions, but he repeated them to him anyway. Murder fell on his knees and begged for forgiveness, as he was guilty of being speechless at the sight of the young master. The boy warned the bishop that he was on his knees before him, that he wanted to hear the truth and only the truth. Murder admitted that he wanted to capture their family, to stab the empire in the back. He told him that if he heard or felt a lie, he would face instant death. Murder realized that he would not dare lie to his master, so he would tell the whole truth. Next, he asked about the great and ancient emperor who would unite the entire continent. Murder told everything he knew, but Alex also knew the same thing, that the emperor was great and had united the entire northern continent. The second question was what Lord Murder knew about the powerful ancient demons. The evil lord told him that, according to rumors, demons came during the height of the human war, and they should appear again when the strongest one appears. Alex then realized that there were few people left in the world who knew everything about the ancient war and the ancient world. Finally, he asked if there was anyone in his yard who was stronger than himself. And there was. It was his uncle, who turned out to be a recluse. What Alex needed, he realized, was that two such allies would be of great benefit to him. In honor of such a meeting with the leader of the Purple Moon, Alex gave him the soul seal and its copy so that he could give it to his uncle. The very same soul seal with which he can subjugate any enemy, weaker than Alex himself. After the seal was placed on his forehead, his thoughts changed dramatically. Now he doesn't think anything bad about his master. Before the end of the chapter, Alex blesses him for the great accomplishments that he will make in his state. The next chapter began. Murder howled at the clouds and rated the weather tonight a 10 out of 10. He says that he will always be faithful to his master, as he feels the care he has shown towards him. From now on, he will do good deeds to fulfill his duty to his new master Alex. The ruler flew at full speed towards his home, leaving behind a trail of dark death energy. The boy stopped on one of the trees when he flew up to the palace, the appearance of which had changed since the last time. In a monologue with himself, he asked himself what had happened to his palace since the moment he left for Alex. By evening, a crowd of people had gathered at the ruler's palace, wanting to ask the leader for help. Among the guards, there were relatives and friends of ordinary people. Many recognized each other and asked where the bishop had gone. The guard told him that the new Empress Catherine had summoned the bishop, and if his loved one wanted to get the bishop's approval for a matter, then this guard could help him with it. This man told the guard that his brother had fought with the ruler not long ago, and now his whole house was covered in banners, and this guy wanted the same. Then the guard understood what his interlocutor wanted. He simply needed a ticket to the ruler's palace. He had such a ticket, or rather, it was a trip worth 2,000 magic crystals. The trip includes a lot of everything, from comfort to small snacks, and all this for 8,000 crystals. The guy started thinking, this will definitely suit him. Maybe he has better offers than this. The trip costs 2,000 crystals and lasts half a day, which is simply an amazing offer. The 8,000 crystal voucher included a full-day trip. He becomes close to the ruler, and previous offers remain. The guard said that there was a third and final offer. This was a really serious matter and would not come cheap. The guy said he wouldn't mind listening, as the previous proposals were damn good. The guard began to announce that for 500,000 crystals, his loved one could see the ruler's heels being cleaned. The trip also included a free spoon, which the Emperor of Evil had eaten with that same day. The guy read these terms and conditions in full, and the third sentence really interested him. He realized what he would be doing in the near future, and would definitely come for one of these tickets. A dark purple light spread throughout the capital, and the guy was pushed back by the blast wave. The guy's body crashed into the man standing next to him, who was not expecting such a blow to his back. A powerful explosion of dark energy appeared in the middle of the open space of the palace. A cloud of dark energy headed towards different houses and destroyed everything in its path. One guard, whose face is in the picture, realized that the evil king had returned, who, according to some reports, went to the Empress. The bishop stood on the ruins and did not understand at all why such a crowd had gathered there. Was there really some kind of celebration in the evenings? Today, the bishop doesn't want to figure out why all these people have gathered here, so he'll give them a minor punishment. Suddenly, he thought that his subjects had sabotaged him in all power, so he decided to kill them all. He concentrated his imperial power in his hands and struck the ground. On this day, everyone will receive what they deserve from the ruler, since he is under Alex's control. Innocent people did not understand why the ruler was treating them this way, because they had never imagined that they could subjugate him. They think that he has decided to exterminate his people, whom he should command, not kill. The guards had no choice but to run to either Murder's uncle or the young master, so that he could calm the Emperor of Darkness. One of the servants came to report to the young master about the situation in the palace. Many powerful masters have already been wounded by the hands of the Lord. If this continues, it will be difficult to restore all this. Another servant came running to the ruler's uncle, who lived in his palace and did not know what his nephew was doing. The guard told him that half of the palace had been destroyed by the hands of Lord Murder, and many masters had fallen. Old Man Block realized that things were bad, and with that idiot Murder in power, things were only getting worse and worse. From the very beginning of Murder's reign, Block knew that they should not have let him onto the throne. The gates to his residence opened. A powerful aura was released from the building and took on a human form. The uncle's eyes were burning with anger. He was ready to kill his nephew for what he was doing. He promised all his guards that he would finish off his nephew in a second and stop him. The dark aura in the shape of a giant began to evaporate as quickly as Block disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, the palace was in chaos. Murder was destroying buildings and killing his own people. Block was already there, standing in the air and pointing his finger at his nephew, who was wreaking havoc on their clan. The Dark Lord stood before him, squeezing his subject's neck, his eyes full of incomprehension as to why his uncle was scolding him. The old man shouted loudly at him and asked why he was destroying everything around him and killing his subordinates. The guy said that he was carrying out a task from his new master Alex, who gave the order to attack his palace. Block didn't understand anything, like Mr. Alex, who is Murder talking about, and his nephew is talking about the gift that is on his forehead, which Alex asked to give to Block. The old man himself does not understand anything at all, because he did not immediately notice the large red seal of the soul on his forehead. The large red seal burned like a star in the sky, only it was on the young master's forehead. The soul seal began to glow brighter with a red light, which forced Block to cover himself with his hands. After a couple of seconds, the old man's aura changed. It seemed to become cleaner than before the seal hit his body. The two shook hands and said that they would cooperate in destroying the Purple Clan. Old Man Block gave him complete freedom to do whatever he wanted. The soldiers were shocked by Uncle Block's statement. Now there was no one among them who could help them in this situation. The main power was in their hands. The night was dark. Alex was getting ready for bed and thinking about what had happened during the past 24 hours. He expected more from the trial of the Lord of Darkness. He thought that there would be some changes, but nothing happened. With such results, he was even interested. He couldn't be so indifferent now. But his teachings and the future Swordmaster are growing rapidly and are already at the second stage of the Realm of Emptiness. And his pets became much stronger, having broken through into the Emperor's kingdom. Even his disciples, with whom he communicated through the mirror, began to grow and advance in cultivation. He became so bored that he didn't even know what else to do except look for a new student. Suddenly the system rewarded him for his 5 years of seclusion and gave him a miniature world that would always be at hand. We didn't even notice, but exactly 5 years have passed for Alex, and the system is rewarding him with another well-deserved award. This miniature world has a wealth of resources for cultivation, as well as a special aura to enhance your skills. We would call this miniature world Elbrus, in the middle of which, on the most prominent hill, grows a giant tree, which probably has taken root throughout this entire world. This thing is simply amazing, Alex thought, and even his eyes turned into 2 stars from such a gift from the system. The hero immediately decided to invite all his friends with whom he communicates at home into this world. That same morning they got ready and moved to Elbrus, which shocked all the guests of Alex's house. The place looked absolutely stunning, Alex's friends say in unison. Sam and Margarita stand next to each other and discuss how strong their master is, that even the masters cannot imagine anyone stronger than him. Then the young gentleman points his finger at that big tree and asks them what it is called. And here is the tree itself. In this world it is called Holy, that is, simply a holy tree. We will also call it the Elbrus tree in honor of this miniature world. Margarita was so excited that she noticed the Elbrus tree only now when Alex pointed at it. The boys really wanted to know more about this tree, so they asked the master to tell them. To be honest, it is a simple tree. It does not even emit spiritual energy, but its legendary status cannot be denied. It is a part of the world and cannot be destroyed. Elbrus is simply an amazing tree and very durable, as it is completely indestructible. If a weapon is created from the wood of this tree, then this product will not be able to be destroyed by any weapon from the real world. Alex's friends and pets didn't even expect that this tree had such cool properties and features. There is too much spiritual energy in this world, more than on any continent in the real world. Achieving success in any skill here is easy. The girl was shocked that in her lifetime she was able to see the legendary secret kingdom of time, in which cultivating abilities grow by leaps and bounds. Sam understands that he can become a swordmaster in this world faster, so he will soon take revenge for all the humiliations in the family on the Mountain of 9 Swords. Margarita was also motivated to take revenge on her family for the fact that they were about to give her away into an unwanted marriage. Then Alex said that this world is too pure for these two, and their hearts are truly dirty. Sam immediately understood what his teacher meant when he directly reprimanded them for their misbehavior. Margarita also wanted to say something in her defense, but the words simply weren't in her head. The hero told them that there should be motivation for self-improvement, but it should not develop into an obsession. After all, these two are like this Elbrus tree. They have grown, but they still have room to grow, because the tree itself still has to grow to the sky. The boys all understood what the master was trying to convey to them, so they paid attention to where their pets had gone. Alex said that Black the kitten and Pen the bird came downstairs to have some fun. Our main character wasn't lying. The animals really did fly down, and only the bird controlled its flight. The bird decided to hunt snakes, which it loved very much and had not eaten such ones for a long time. The kitten also did not stand aside and ran to hunt for a mouse, which he also liked for lunch. Alex didn't expect them to do such a thing when he only allowed them to run and fool around, and they started fighting. The hero immediately boiled over and began to puff like a steam locomotive with flames pouring from its eyes. He sternly told them to stop, as he had not given anyone permission to destroy animals here. The bird and the cat began to justify themselves by saying that they hadn't really done anything. Alex told the two that they should not fight, as the animals here were not suited for fighting. They should also protect the younger ones, as they are stronger, so they shouldn't do this anymore. Then he turned his attention to his students, whom he ordered not to sit in their seats and gloat, but to go and train. But before work, they needed to have something to eat, so they decided to catch some animals. Sam and Margarita immediately noticed a couple of fat sheep and a lot of fish in the river. For some time now, a loud howling of stomachs has been heard throughout Elbrus, coming from Alex and his friends. And here are the slackers lying around, even though they said they would go to practice after lunch. The system praised Alex for his ability to have a good time outdoors, and at that point the chapter ended. In the next chapter, Alex decided to have a training fight with his pets, who were supposed to take on a strong form. This giant cat is our Black, who took on such a terrifying form for a training fight with his owner. The bird Pen also took the form of a phoenix. The cat and the bird attacked from both sides, and even this was not enough for Alex. All the pets also tried to break through Alex's defense, but they were unsuccessful. At this ominous moment, Alex decided to end the battle with the pets. All his animals were defeated. He alone remained on his feet after a powerful battle. In reality, it was a weaker illusion of Alex that fought the pets, but it was still able to defeat them. The illusion technique is quite powerful, but it wears him out even more. If he were in the heavenly kingdom, it would be even easier for him. It was time for dinner. The servant brought him food, but Alex drove him away as he was busy training. He was enlightened by the technique of illusion, which is a great technique because it belongs to the ancient Emperor of Time. The advantage of the illusion technique is that it is secret, so few people know about it. Also, his realm level is too low to use the technique to its full potential, but if he has enough power, he can create an endless illusion of time. Here we were transported to a dark forest, where the older sister Anya was looking for rare herbs. She said that she was looking for rare herbs in this forest, as she had heard about the riches of the local nature. And then, as luck would have it, Anya is met by some girl who is ill-disposed towards her. The girl standing in front of the strange guy says that she doesn't intend to harm Anya, and just wants to be friends with her. The guy standing next to her said that he didn't believe his partner, but on the contrary, he thought that she wanted to punish her somehow. Anya immediately realized that they were hostile to her, but she was not afraid, since she had a mysterious protector, and he would save her at any moment. Our girl went ahead, telling them to let her through. The guys didn't stop her and let her pass. They didn't even attack her from behind. The girl liked Anya's impudence, but the guy thinks that their master will definitely not be in a good mood with extra guests on the premises. The guy also said that his partner is excessively cruel, so Anya is very unlucky. It's as if there's a smell of death around her. Even her aura turns red, the color of blood. The partner understands that the girl let Anya through only because it was her clever trick. Suddenly she stopped our heroine, telling her to wait a little. She stood right in front of her, wanting to know her name, since she had shown politeness to her. But she didn't know her name. Anna answered her that she didn't want to chatter idle, and she answered that she was asking for forgiveness, because she didn't want to seem intrusive and rude to Anna. She told him menacingly that she was looking for rare herbs here, or any herbs at all, but there was nothing at all in this forest. The girl was very happy, because in front of her stood Anya, who is an alchemist, and there are very few of them these days. Anya warned her that she would not create any pills or elixirs for them. The girl told her that he didn't want to take anything from her, but on the contrary, he was offering her protection, because being alone in the forest was dangerous, and she would also help her find what she was looking for. Our heroine made it clear to her that she could only cause problems, so she pushed him away. The girl continued to insist on her defense, but Anya was unapproachable and did not give her a break. This stranger insisted on her own, and decided to accompany her, to which her partner thought that she had really become attached to this girl. The thought entered his stupid head that this was love at first sight, In the next chapter, an alchemist came to the Yellow Tulip clan's ancestral home and wanted to join the family. But his true goal is to capture the family and then take the emperor's throne. The guards of the house stopped the guy to ask what fate had brought him there. He introduced himself to him as an alchemist named Ronald who wanted to join the Yellow Tulip family. The guards asked him how he could prove that he was an alchemist, since anyone could say so. But they couldn't let just anyone in. He gave them 2 pills that he had made before coming here to their house. They still decided to let him go, but at that point they asked each other whether they would hire him at all. Ronald sincerely thanked the masters at the gate for letting him into the fortress. The guys immediately made a bet of 50 crystals on whether they would take him in or not. Already in the main building, Old Man Chen accepted the information he had received about Ronald, and that he wanted to join his family. He looked like a loser, but he really wanted to join a powerful family, and Old Man Chen himself was looking for new talents. Before accepting him into his family, Ronald must show him the pill he made before coming here. He showed them a green pill that had a 1% chance of being successfully created. He really was a loser who was born in a small village and simply could not have realized himself in any other craft. Chen decided that he would not take him, but would give him some crystals on the way. This decision was made because his house was full of alchemists of Ronald's level. The old man had to send him home anyway, since the pills were worthless. Chen said that this was his final word, and he would not give any more chances to demonstrate. Ronald thought that the old man looked down on him and was not going to leave it like that. A bag of crystals fell at his feet, which Ronald took as a slap in the face, which is why he decided to show them his abilities. He has come too far to help his family and advance in his career. The guy took out his fiery cauldron and began to create his art. He skillfully mixed and evenly heated the ingredients with his special technique. All of its ingredients were simply awful, which justifies its poverty. At first glance, his techniques look good, but he is absolutely nothing special. He continued to show his diligence and did well, although his results would not be high. The whole crowd on the street was saying that this process looked flawed, and that Ronald himself was just a village loser. He decided to surprise them all by creating a special pill that would wipe their noses. True, his body was heating up a lot. The pain was terrible. His bones were already melting before our eyes. It was just terrible. Even his village family considers him a failure because his stamina is too weak. He always tried to do something incredible, but everyone dragged him through the mud. People were shouting behind him that he was already red as a lobster, and that very soon he would spend all his strength on just 1 pill and then die. The crowd told him that he was a real disgrace to his family and simply did not dare to be accepted into the ancestral home. But it was too late to prove anything to them. His stamina ran out, so blood started coming out of his mouth. He fell to his knees, his entire cloak covered in ash from the overheating of his body. Blood dripped onto the floor and his bowler hat was crushed under its own weight. The crowd in the capital chased him away for being such a loser who decided to get free food here. The guy was left completely alone again. The whole crowd had dispersed, since there was nothing else to do here. And suddenly he disappeared, leaving a pool of blood, and at that moment another chapter ended. Meanwhile, Alex lived peacefully and noticed that his second student, Ronald, who was born an alchemist, had arrived. In his early childhood, he was wounded and poisoned in a fight, which became a consequence of his failures in the future. Although he was a real talent, the hero is infuriated that real talent is constantly being persecuted and humiliated. This definitely shouldn't have happened. Ronald's family didn't know that Ronald had a natural talent that they simply couldn't tap into. One mistake led him to this result, and his family simply did not give him clear direction to become stronger. Ronald suddenly came straight to Alex's house, which he had hoped for more, because there would be someone there who could help him. Suddenly Alex's voice appeared in his head, telling him about his problems, that everyone was humiliating and underestimating him. Ronald had no idea what voice was talking to him, but a great deal of interest played within him. Alex introduced himself to him as a light that helps lost people get back on their feet. Ronald responds that he cannot achieve anything due to health problems. Alex told him that he didn't care what the real reason for his weakness was. He would give him whatever he needed anyway. Then Ronald flew into the estate and introduced himself to his master. The hero told him to kneel before him, but he was so happy he didn't even think about it. He began to beat his head in front of his new master to show his respect. The system rewarded Alex with a new void flame technique for hiring a new apprentice. From today on, Alex calls him his second student, whose talent he intends to reveal in the near future. The main character introduced himself to him and showed his senior students, one of whom was the swordsman Sem. Margarita tells him that even such a weak student will be made the strongest by their master. Alex knows his weaknesses, because he is talented, but the trauma in childhood does not allow him to become stronger. Alex's words were the bitterest truth for Ronald, and this wound still prevents him from becoming a truly powerful alchemist. The hero doesn't want to restore his vital energy flows on his own. Ronald will do it himself, but with special techniques, so he can fully reveal his talents. The boy understood that he was not to blame for his weakness. It was all the result of that damn poisoning that happened in childhood. The master said that he had a flame of emptiness that would plunge the boy into agony for 40 days. If he could endure it, he would recover. And if he could not, he would die. Alex gave him time to think, but Ronald wanted to become strong and reveal his talent. His genuine motivation was that he now had a chance to become a bird while being a worm. Sam liked this guy's attitude, because before he was the same loser, and in general their whole company were complete weaklings. The protagonist immediately decided to give him the heavenly flame of emptiness so that he would not waste time. Ronald immediately realized how serious a test awaited him, because this fire was too hot. Alex believes that Ronald will be able to improve this fire, and then it will become truly strong. Margarita asked the master if Ronald, being so weak, could master such a technique. Ronald objected, and asked not to feel sorry for him, because no one had ever felt sorry for him before. Our hero believed in him, so he knew that he would cope and become a worthy alchemist on his team. Alex immediately sent him to the miniature world of Elbrus, where a more suitable aura would help him increase the effect of the technique. Through the world portal, Alex sent a great flame of emptiness towards him. The fire completely engulfed Ronald's body, and terrible pain took over the boy's mind. He resolutely declared that he would take revenge on everyone who despised, humiliated, and threw stones at him. Alex believes that he will cope well with the task at hand, and for such assistance he will receive a reward from the system. After some time, Ronald's difficult trials continued in the same Alex's estate. The hero watched his second student all this time and said that he had achieved success and had also subjugated the flame. So, this young talent was able to break through to the next kingdom. But he simply needed to be given the opportunity to blossom. The system immediately rewarded him for helping Ronald with a new powerful technique of 100 threads and 100 years of cultivation. He didn't waste any time and broke through to the 6th rank of the honor realm through hundreds of years of cultivation. And the 100 threads technique is incredibly powerful, as it allows you to carry out powerful attacks and recover using it. His realm rank is only 6th, but he is already stronger than any 9th level master. It's been exactly 40 days since his test, and he passed it. Later he thanked Alex for giving him such an opportunity, and the hero is glad that he was not mistaken in Ronald. Alex realized that Ronald was now in great danger, because such talents were often hunted by various beauties. The guy should be given advice that girls in love are a terrible thing that will become an obstacle to becoming a real alchemist. If his mind is focused on female beauty, he will end up in a dead end, and that is not their path. Even in ancient times, love led talented people astray, causing them to die earlier than they could. Ronald accepted his master's new lesson, and promised that he would close his heart to the beauty of the female body. The hero told him that his concentration and harnessing the heavenly fire of the void would make him a great alchemist. For mastering the art of void fire, Alex gives him the legendary fan and pill-making cauldron. Ronald realized that these items were real heirlooms compared to what his family had given him. He also gave him the ancient scripture of 10,000 pills and 1,000 years of cultivation. Alex himself had used this book before, but he gave it to Ronald. It's small, but there's a lot written in it. He will also teach him several breathing techniques that may seem ordinary at first glance, but are actually very useful. Today was a good day, and he had been waiting for it for a long time, so he was going to teach them the great art of the soul. Students must be proficient in this art, so Margarita was very determined to do so. So he decided to use the mirror to find a good place to learn this art. Suddenly, through the mirror, he saw a beautiful girl in blue clothes. She was extremely beautiful. She looked about 20 years old, like a snowflake. He also suddenly sensed her strength, which was equal to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, although she was very young for such power. She was too young to have such great power, so he began to find out how she achieved it. As it turns out, she is the reincarnation of a great emperor from another continent. She is the true pride of the empire. He became more interested when he thought that the emperor of their empire could be a woman. He must continue to keep an eye on her because she might get in his way and interfere with his plans. Also, due to her, the empire prospers. Moreover, the whole world grows because of her. He decided to leave a mark on her so that he could track her further. He didn't expect to find a connection with the imperial family, let alone this girl from the family of Ronald, whom he had recently accepted as a student. Now he needs to find out if she is a girl or a boy, and he is going to find out through the Blue Moon family and Empress Catherine. After some time, a letter arrived directly from the Blue Moon from the leader of the Seth sect. Katya didn't understand what a member of the Blue Moon could want from her. A beautiful maid gave Katya a letter, which she took with the help of magic. This letter was from Alex, which surprised the girl. He wanted to meet her on his territory. She considers Alex very handsome, but she is also afraid of him because he is dangerous. That's why Katya decided to go to Alex herself, as she was afraid that he would come to her himself. She even had to hide her aura so that no one would know about their secret meeting. An hour later, she was standing in front of him and was about to discuss the main issue of their meeting. And the most important question was what she could know about the emperor of the southern continent, and whether he was a man or a woman. She answered him that, of course, he was a man. How could he even think that the emperor was a woman? Katya was completely sure that her former master and emperor was a great man, and not some kind of woman. Alex was speechless when he heard her answer, because the emperor himself was reincarnated as a woman. What will happen to society when this girl opens the ancient gates to the city of the dead, and the whole world learns about the great woman emperor? Alex still didn't believe her words that the emperor was a man, and asked her to always be honest with him. He immediately asked if the emperor declared war on him, whether she, as the ruler of his empire, would join him or act differently. This question made her think hard, since this matter cannot be resolved in 5 minutes. Katya answered him that she was not going to betray the emperor because of some handsome and extremely strong Alex. He told her that she was perfect for the role of the emperor's future pet, and she replied that, on the contrary, she would become his best advisor. Alex said that he had learned enough from her, so she could go free. In this world, he becomes more and more interested, because even the emperor himself can be reborn as a girl. He immediately decided to take a peek through the infinity mirror at what the great emperor was doing in a woman's body. The girl sat on a snowy mountaintop and practiced self-improvement. A strong guy came to her in exactly the same clothes and was much stronger than her. He was 200 years old, at the 9th level of the emperor realm, and a very proud man. He brought her some medicine to make her niece happy. Alex didn't even think that the reincarnated emperor already had his own servants, since he was described as proud, but he behaved like a sycophant. He offered her some kind of bag, for which he had fought in hundreds of battles. His endless conversations infuriated the young and talented craftswoman, also called Violetta. The strong uncle's name was Kurt, and he was in love with the beauty that reveals itself when she is angry. His chatter infuriated Violetta even more. She was already on the verge of a breakdown, since she can't stand her uncle. She burst into blue flames, and Kurt realized that things were bad for him, and he should run. She drew her halberd, sending him to hell before preparing for a powerful attack. She howled into the air and directed her powerful and concentrated attack at him. She directed her most powerful blow at her own uncle and caused significant damage to the landscape. He kept repeating that she was simply magnificent when she was angry. His words made her even angrier, and she was preparing to carry out a fatal attack on his life. Once again, Violetta created a loud roar with her attack, and a large cloud of snow dust spread in all directions. Now she said that she is the emperor and not some woman, which makes us understand that Violetta is fully aware of herself. Violetta. That was the name of the girl into whom the great emperor of the northern continent was reincarnated. And now she is washing herself in front of us. She is fully aware that she was reborn from the emperor into a new body and called it her superior plan. True, she stretched out her hand and realized that she had been reborn from a male body into a female one, as she felt her breast. The emperor in Violetta's body was not at all happy about becoming a woman, so he shouted in his thin, feminine voice throughout the palace. After some time, the girl decided to engage in self-improvement in the mountains of her family. Violetta understands well that her previous male body was much more powerful than this female one, but that is also not bad. She is one of the most famous ice beauties of this family, and the strongest representative in the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, Violetta returns home after training her incredible abilities. A large convoy of guards greets her with a solemn greeting. The girl wants to unlock the full potential of her body, but something is stopping her, and she can't figure out what is stopping her. The author draws our attention to the bracelet that Violetta is wearing on her hand. Perhaps this is the secret to weakening the body and maximizing the heroine's potential. Our heroine's mother stood in the middle of the street and gave her advice to train less, since she was already the strongest among her peers. The old woman warned her that cultivation would not lead to anything good, and that she need not worry about power, since she would easily receive the position of queen. The girl objected because she couldn't afford to give up training. Mother asks her why he is so diligent in his training. It could ruin her, pointing to her already rough skin. Violetta loudly declared with this face that she wanted to have rough skin like a man, and then she asked if it was even possible, with the help of some kind of magic, for her to become a man, since she really wanted it. The old woman was frightened that her sweet, beautiful daughter wanted to become a man, especially since this desire appeared so suddenly. The mother thought that her daughter had gone crazy, so she urgently needed to do something about her strange desires. She ordered the guards to call the king so that he could resolve this issue with Violetta. Violetta herself said that she was in her right mind and understood what she was getting into, since she was going to become stronger, and it was impossible to do that in this body. The king told the guards that her wishes should not go beyond the palace, as the path of cultivation was determined by heaven, and changing her gender in that case would be a curse for her. Alex also foresaw this, and joked that with him, she could easily undergo a sex change operation. Alex had been watching Violetta for so long that he was out of energy, so he decided to take a couple of life force pills. The hero really enjoyed watching her and spent the rest of his day like that. Meanwhile, the great emperor himself, in the body of a beautiful girl, was studying ancient books with techniques. She was looking for the book that would suit her perfectly, according to her abilities and characteristics. She was drawn to these two books with ancient techniques of her family. Her cousin came out to meet her to tell her something. Her cousin treated her too well, and often wore some rare creams to moisturize her skin. The girl only became more angry because of her brother's kindness, since she needed strength to fulfill the emperor's will. That is, her will. He tells her in response that she is too sweet when she is angry, so she does not want to be angry in return, and then he asks her to marry him. Violetta took out her gun and pointed it at him, threatening to kill him and send him to hell. She runs after him and says that they are both men, which means they can never get married. Seeing such nonsense, even Alex felt ashamed and he simply turned off the portal through which he was watching them. There's a time for fun and a time for work, Alex decided, and decided to train his students today. He decided to pass on the skills of body purification to his swordsman Sam and alchemist Ronald. His very first student, Margarita, also wanted to acquire this technique. Alex told her that she didn't need such techniques, as her vital energy flows in her body were working perfectly. These techniques also change the shape of the body, so it can become very muscular. The teacher imparted to the student the technique of the curved body of the heavenly sword, which befits his talent and qualifications. Ronaldo also found a cleansing technique that was ideal for his characteristics, which would help him restore the energy channels that were damaged due to the poisoning he suffered as a child. For such undoubted generosity, the men thanked their mentor on their knees. Then the hero thought about Violetta, who just wanted a more masculine and resilient body. These thoughts materialized in his head exactly as shown in the picture. Another sudden thought about finding out about the ancient land of the living dead came to him. He wants to know everything about these lands, so he waits for the demon to be purified with the help of his holy technique. Meanwhile, Violetta is chasing her cousin, who is bothering her. To calm her down, he decides to send people to search for a special purification technique that will increase her body's endurance. The guy knows what levers to press to calm the girl down. This time he decided to give her what she wants. Violetta herself is very ashamed of using her beauty to achieve something. Being an emperor, she previously decided everything by force. She can no longer stay at home, so she is going to look for a suitable place for practice and training. At the most unexpected moment, two heavily armed ninja bandits attempted to assassinate her. The girl clearly did not expect an enemy attack at such a sudden moment that day. Violetta concentrated as much as possible, as she didn't know what to expect from this enemy. The opponents possessed an amazing technique for creating an energy shield. Armed to the teeth, the bandits attacked the girl and were about to mortally wound her. The beauty repelled the attack of two bandits and was about to launch a counterattack. She began to think about the fact that her enemies knew who she was, although no one knew about the Emperor's reincarnation, which meant that her family had enemies. Still, she needs to think not only about her family's enemies and about her own life, thereby defeating these annoying bandits. Alex, observing the girl, realized that she lacked strength and endurance, since her skills were completely inappropriate for the kingdom she was in. It is precisely his body purification techniques that will help her gain the power that the Emperor, who was reincarnated in her body, possessed. Seriously, it's unlikely that an ordinary Emperor Realm Master would be able to repel an attack from two elite warriors from another family. Violetta didn't feel any pressure from these warriors. On the contrary, she was already waiting for stronger guardians to arrive. She then cut out the nearby rock with which she intended to finish off her enemies. The swing of Violetta's long spear left a long trail of frost, which frightened her enemies even more. The bandits had no idea how to respond to our heroine's powerful blast wave. Luckily for them, they managed to repel that girl's attack, but they spent too much energy on defense. Violetta is a strong warrior, and understands well that when an enemy has no strength, you need to finish him off. Without direct intervention, using a special technique, Violetta raised the spear into the sky and pointed it at them. The devastating attack accurately struck the bandits and deprived them of their future and lives. The heroine's miraculous attack managed to mortally wound the bandits, so they had no choice but to die here. The whistle passed the girl's ears, and Violetta felt as if someone had attacked her with a throwing weapon. She realized that she would have no use for a new opponent, since she now didn't know exactly what to expect from him. She easily parried the next shuriken attack with her hand and made a grimace on her face as if the new enemy would be no problem for her. Suddenly, a steel rain of shurikens began to fall from the sky. all flying straight at her. It's a good thing the girl has such a powerful magical aura that can push all the shurikens away. The attack from behind was unexpected, which poses an obvious danger to her. And so it turned out, she received a serious wound in the side. The wound was bleeding heavily. She thought that the best solution would be to use the tyrant technique that belonged to the ancient emperor. The only thing that stopped her was the problem that after the technique she might not have any clothes left on her, and her family should not know that she had been attacked. While she was thinking about how to save herself, she was already surrounded by 4 strong warriors from an unknown family. The enemies were literally everywhere. Wherever you took a step, they would be there, as if they had thought everything through in advance. She realized that they were professional assassins with a variety of different techniques tailored to killing. For some reason, she began to think that her cousin was involved in the attack. But even if it wasn't him, she would still punch him in the face. Just when she thought about the killer's deadly techniques, they began to use one of them, the so-called invisibility. Their silhouettes disappeared, leaving behind a faint red trace of their aura of murder and blood. She was no longer able to hit them so easily with her spear. On the contrary, they easily evaded all attacks. Stealth techniques and invisibility irritated the heroine since anyone can hide, but she prefers to fight face to face. Violetta thought that more powerful techniques would at least allow her to hit the enemy. But even so, she was wasting her energy on nothing. In the cloud of dust, she was completely invisible. She merged with the curtain of sand, like a white hair against the background of snow. Alex realized that it was a little unfair to attack a fragile woman with such a powerful force. But even the most powerful and experienced killer cannot hide from Alex's eyes. Alex passed on the eagle eye technique to Violetta, and now she can easily discern the invisible silhouettes of her opponents. The ice spear aimed to kill the ninja, because now it at least had a chance to hit the enemy. Violetta deals with visible opponents easily. She doesn't even have to strain herself too much. One after another, the opponents lost their own lives for daring to attack the reincarnated emperor. A special technique allowed her to take these red souls of people for herself. Alex noticed that even these vile monsters fear for their lives and are now trying to save themselves. True, the hero noticed how Violetta used her ability to take the souls of her opponents. The cousin immediately came running, shouting that he would not spare anyone who dared to attack his cousin. Alex received some information about the land of the living dead. According to rumors, the emperor killed the instigator who wanted to carry out a coup in the imperial family. Even at the 6th level of the honor realm, Alex believes that he is weak compared to the great emperor. We were immediately transported into a mini-world that was completely under the control of our main character. Students Ronald and Sam have already reached the realm of truth and are actively moving towards a breakthrough to the next level. Margarita also reached the highest level of the same kingdom and was thus ready to make a breakthrough very soon. However, ordinary cultivation practices are not enough, so he is thinking of creating a place with a special aura to enhance the power of his disciples. And here is that very space where it would be much easier to make a breakthrough, but he can only enter it for now. Alex received news from the Blue Moon that great ancient relics of one of the most powerful lost clans would soon be found on the mountaintops. This clan once possessed incredibly powerful relics, weapons, warriors, and techniques. And the most interesting thing about this news is that very soon these relics will be declassified. It is known that the head of that family was the master of the Heavenly Kingdom, but he died at the hands of demons in a bloody battle. The 3 main and strongest families sent their highest warriors, and the losses were catastrophic. These ancient relics are considered the main treasure, so you need to quickly get everything before other families pounce. Slamming the letter on the table, Alex said that he was ready to take the system reward once he had robbed the entire treasury. He immediately called for a conversation his swordsman Sam, whom he was going to send on a mission. Sam had previously been practicing the new technique until he was interrupted by his master and teacher, Alex. The protagonist ordered the swordsman to go to the Great Mountain to rob the main treasury there and find rare relics. He also warned Alex that the 9 Swords Mountain clan would send its elite fighters there. Sam confidently told his mentor that he was not afraid of even the most elite fighters of that clan, and was ready to bring all the most valuable treasures. Alex gave a motivational speech to Sam to make him famous in that kingdom and show all his power. The student gave his word that he would do everything for his teacher, for the chance he had given him to become a legendary swordsman. Meanwhile, on the northern mountain, warriors from 4 families had already gathered. Ordinary wanderers also hoped to get at least something from this mountain and not be killed. The workers started talking about a certain clan where only women run everything, and they should not be underestimated. The crowd of people were talking about how there had always been only 3 kingdoms and 3 sects on the continent, and now another new kingdom had appeared where there was not a single warrior of the realm of truth. The elder of the imperial clan argued and quarreled about Empress Catherine. Chloe says that Elder Max may be punished for disobeying the ruling Empress Catherine. Max also says that the warriors in the New Kingdom are too weak, and they are unlikely to be able to take anything from this mountain. The head of the sect spoke out on this matter and believed that they were not going to suppress the minority, being the majority. The crowd began to argue again about how the head of the sect should not be there after what he did to his citizens. Chloe thought that the leader of the sect would bring charges against the families who were infringing on the New Kingdom. The leader of the Nine Swords clan, famous for his sword skills and abilities, has arrived. Chloe was very happy to meet him, as she was expecting only elite warriors, and not the clan head himself. The head himself brought with him several elders who would be on the side of the imperial family. The sect leader was surprised by the fact that the Nine Swords clan leader himself had come to the aid of the imperial family. Elder Max is no less surprised than his boss, as he is now sure that they have even fewer allies. The crowd began to rejoice at the arrival of such a famous figure as the head of the Nine Swords family. It is said that he has reached the 9th stage of the Truth Realm at such a young age. Elder Max greeted Head Alexander and his elders. A lovely girl stood to the side. It was not yet known who she was, but she immediately laid eyes on Alexander. Her grandfather was with her, who noticed her sympathy for Alexander and remarked that he could marry them after the treasure hunt. The girl answered him that she had great hopes for her grandfather and really wanted to marry Alexander. The old man answered her that he had heard how close Alexander was with his childhood friend. The girl knows about Alexander's friend because he never even hid her, but she is sure that she has no chance against her. The old man is glad that his granddaughter has such a big and loving heart, as she is ready to destroy everyone for her future groom. Suddenly the ground under my feet began to move, and an unknown vibration appeared that had not been there before. The girl, like everyone else, felt vibrations underground and asked if everything had begun. Elder Max and the sect leader also realized that the discovery of rare relics from the ancient mountain would soon begin. Head Alexander was also ready to take possession of the treasures of this mountain, and therefore greeted the discovery of the ancient land with all due respect. The leader of the sect shouted to the people on the other side that he was waiting for people from the sect where women run everything, but they were somehow delayed. He also added a very bold phrase. Allegedly, those women really lack real men in their clan. Warriors from other clans expected everything from him, but no one wanted to hear such words. Someone even confirmed that they have been waiting for them for so long, and they are not here at all. The rest condemned the words of those guys, since such insults could create conflict and even war. Meanwhile, Sam, all alone, leaning against a tree in the Sakura Alley, sits and waits for the opening of the ancient lands. Sam was spotted at the Sakura Alley location where a spot had been reserved for the female clan. The warriors told the swordsman to get out of here, since this would be an arena for the strongest, and there was no place for him here. One of the old men decided to teach the young man a lesson and show him how big the earth could be and how vast the sky could be. The old man used the Fierce Beast Snowpaw technique as a third-level warrior of the Truth Realm. The hero decided not to even look at his enemy and understood that he would not be messing around with him for long. That's how it turned out. The old man didn't expect the swordsman's attack speed to be lightning fast. The old man was instantly killed by the Thunder Sword technique and cut into 2 equal parts. The sect leader didn't expect to meet such a powerful swordsman in this place. Max thought that Sam was not a man, but some kind of monster, because he didn't even notice how he chopped up that grandfather. Chloe had never imagined such young and fast swordmasters. The swordsmen from the Nine Swords clan were also shocked along with the others, as he should be popular due to his abilities. But no one knows anything about him. Only Alexander recognized his old student, who had been sent into exile as a scum. Alexander noticed that Sam had become stronger, but he still considered him a scumbag who was not worthy of being a swordsman. Our swordsman answered him proudly and boldly, pointing out that he was the same old man who had not been able to break through beyond the Kingdom of Truth for 50 years. Alexander's allies began to defend him, and wondered how this young swordsman dared to contradict the great head of the Nine Swords clan. The leader was also dissatisfied with the words of the swordsman, who had previously been nothing special. Sam, on the contrary, prepared for a long time to prove himself to everyone and show how strong he is. The swordsman asked him if he was so important that he could not talk to Alexander himself. Sam clearly told him that Alexander was far from the most important here. And the most important thing was that the swordsman had prepared for a long time to show his strength and would not allow anyone to disgrace the name of his teacher. A new, powerful aura appeared in the thick of the Sakura Alley, which had not been there before and Sam had not felt it. The swordsman took a stance to be fully prepared for combat if he was attacked again. A lovely lady with smooth, pale skin, which she had obviously taken care of for a long time, began to emerge from the trees. One can say about her clothes that they were sewn by real masters of their craft. Everything is restrained and emphasizes her figure. The textile masters especially highlighted the décolleté area, which perfectly complements her luxurious breasts. A great master from the women's clan appeared, looking simply stunning. All the boys in the clan noticed how beautiful and lovely she was, and called her Goddess Alice. Alexander felt that she had the aura of a true celestial being, as if she had descended from heaven. The teacher forced her to come here, and not in vain. According to their plan, she will charm all the guys with her beauty, confuse them, and take all the treasures. Her thoughts were interrupted by the swordsman Sam, who shouted loudly for her to stay away from him. He ordered her not to come closer, as she would not allow him to bewitch him and take advantage of him, since there could only be a sword in his heart. Sam tells her that he will not let her into his heart, since he has the way of the sword, where there are no women. Alice understood that this guy would pester her for a long time and cause her problems in this battle for treasure. The girl scolded him for a long time because he first scared her and then became rude. She had never met such rude people before, so she demanded an apology from him, to which he refused. This rudeness irritated her even more, and she hated him more and more. Time after time he repeated to her that he would not let her into his heart, as his teacher Alex had told him to do. Alice angrily tells him that she can't kill him today, as they have more important things to do. But next time, he better run. Alexander decided to intervene in the squabble between Alice and Sam to prevent them from starting a war. The head of the Nine Swords clan soared into the sky and told Sam that this was not the way to take revenge for being exiled from his family. The beautiful Alice was surprised by the fact that Sam was expelled from the family. Apparently that is why he became such an ill-mannered boor. Sam replied to Alexander that he noticed how bad a swordsman the 50-year-old clan head had become. Sam noted that Alexander had just met a beautiful girl and immediately fell under her spell, so he would never become a legendary swordsman. The young swordsman concluded that his way of the sword was complete rubbish. Alice no longer cared about the treasures. Here and now she wanted to kill the impudent boy. Alexander also became angry after Sam's words, which forced him to draw his sword. The clan chief told him to also draw his sword and accept his death as the most shameful outcast of his family. Now the old man will show everyone why he banished Sam, and then they will understand that he is a real weakling. The crowd of onlookers noticed how much Sam had managed to anger this head Alexander with his actions. The young swordsman smirked at him, just as he had done when the other old man had attacked him, and then he had won. Sasha thought in his head that the boy was trying to humiliate him, but he wouldn't succeed. The clan leader was determined to win, and took hold of his blade. With a wide smile on his face and a clear confidence, Alexander said that Sam was finished. He was filled with the thirst for murder. In front of him he saw not his former student, but simply a victim. Alexander delivered punches with precise, fast strikes, but no matter how precise they were, he never hit the target. Sam didn't even draw his sword, showing his complete superiority over his opponent. Old man Sasha says that Sam has definitely become stronger, but nothing more. He is not destined to win. Once again he runs to meet him in order to finish him off once and for all. He suddenly notices that Sam hasn't even drawn his sword, telling him that he's stupid for wanting to die so quickly. Sam told him in response that Alexander was not worth him drawing his sword from its sheath. Sasha understands why he says this. Apparently he is too confident in his abilities, but he should not underestimate the head of the clan. Alexander gathered a powerful aura of living energy around himself, and said that he needed to finish off this boy. At that time, he used a powerful technique that was only taught in the Nine Swords Mountain clan. Sam knew this technique well, as he taught it to older students. For the first time in the entire duel, the hero decided to draw his blade to fight his former mentor and his leader. The hero stood right in the epicenter of the blow, and this attack could have been fatal for him if he had been as weak as when he came drunk to Alex's estate. The blow was of gigantic power. Such attacks could easily change the landscape of the Earth's surface. The curtain of smoke cleared. Dust spread across the ground, and we see two silhouettes of a former student and mentor. The mentor looks at his former student with complete incomprehension. As the last time they saw him, he was driving him away from his family in disgrace as a failure. And also a former student who surpassed the old teacher, having fallen into the hands of a new mentor. Head Alexander does not understand how this happened, how he was able to defeat his head. Sam tells him to accept his defeat with dignity, and Sasha is sure that he used some rare artifact. The young man told him that he was not even capable of admitting his defeat, and that he was simply a walking disgrace. He didn't even understand, or rather didn't see, when he managed to draw his sword during his attack. Now Sam stands a few steps higher and points him to his place. Alexander continues to try to understand how his clan's biggest loser came to possess such power. He wants to see him draw the sword again. He wants to see him do it. Although he is now wounded, and clearly Sam will not give him a second chance since he is already wounded. His ex-girlfriend, who left Alexander for power and wealth, tries to stop Sam. With this example, he confirmed the words of Alex, who taught him that a woman greatly interferes with becoming the strongest warrior. Sam decided to tell everyone why Alexander lost this fight. The old man's face fell into a stupor. He did not expect his enemy to tell him about the main weakness of his heart. Sasha's girlfriend was also waiting for the outcome. Why did her man lose to the loser she abandoned, and whom they kicked out of the family? The boy pointed at her and said that she was to blame for everything, and that she was slowing down the swordsman's development as a warrior. When there is someone in your heart who is more important than even life, then your sword becomes rusty. He began to understand Alex's words even less, because first he humiliated him in front of everyone, and then he began to give strange advice. The girl didn't understand at all what she had to do with it, since she hadn't done anything. Then he told them to imagine his path as a swordsman as the sea, and when the heart of a beloved appears, she creates waves that lead him astray. When he is led astray, he hesitates. His reaction becomes worse, and then he loses. But when there are no waves in his path, he develops calmly. Alexander understood what the loser was trying to convey to him. Apparently, this was the truth of his weakness. Now he knows the reasons why he cannot break through to the next kingdom. Alexander told his wife to go away, as their duel was far from over. Sam was only too happy to give free rein to his sword, because it had been a long time since he had cut anyone. An entire hour has passed, and Sasha and Sam still can't finish each other off. This time, the old swordsman gave his word that he would defeat him and use his strongest technique. People on either side of the fault moved away, as the technique was dangerous even at a great distance. Everyone was afraid except Alice. She was sure that nothing would happen to Sam after this attack. Alexander soared into the sky with his sword, pointing to the sky, and told him to watch carefully as this would be his final technique. Now this technique is called the God Slayer, which can defeat our swordsman. This technique is unique. Only the Nine Swords Mountain clan has records of how to use it. Now Alexander will definitely win over the impudent youth who dared to humiliate him in front of the warriors of other kingdoms and sects. A large blade came from the sky straight into Sam's body and was ready to cut him in two. This was exactly the attack Sam had been waiting for an hour. It was his brilliant chance to become popular and show his power. The swordsman jumped straight towards the sword and aimed his blade to block the attack. The swords of two enemies will meet any minute now, and the fate of who will win this battle will be decided. He still managed to repel the strongest attack from the strongest representative of the Nine Swords family. A tornado of red aura froze in the sky, created by Sam so that everyone could see how strong he was. The strongest warriors on this mountain opened their mouths wide at what they saw. Only Alexander feared for his life, because he didn't even know where his enemy had gone. Alexander looked at the sky for a long time to try to see his enemy, but he was too fast for him. Like lightning from the sky, Sam will strike the old swordsman who thought himself too strong, and this pride will be his undoing. The force of this blow was extremely high. The blast wave reached onlookers from other families, and so ended their battle, which lasted a whole hour, and Sam had been preparing for it for 3 whole years. Dark, thick blood flowed from Alexander's mouth, and the bruises showed what a fierce battle he had survived. And then Sam's enemy told him to kill him and not spare him, since he could no longer live with such shame. Sam felt that his old enemy was not worthy of being killed in a duel because he was just a damn weakling. Alexander has long since departed from the true path of a swordsman and gone in the direction of his beloved, so it will not be the sword that will kill him, but his wife. And now the young swordsman said his signature phrase, "He is capable of killing a god." And the most important thing is that Alexander is now a grain of sand dangling under his feet. The head of the sect was very surprised by his words, since few people can claim to be capable of killing a god. Max was as surprised as the head of the enemy sect, as they had never heard of this warrior or his strength before. He was even able to scare this girl, since it is hard to believe that an ordinary swordsman has such abilities. The influential old man, like everyone else, was wondering where he could have gotten such abilities from. Chloe still doesn't believe in the existence of people who could overthrow the gods and then kill them. And Alexander's wife, as before, is simply worried about her husband, and does not care that she left the swordsman 3 years ago. At that moment, of all the influential figures on that mountain, only Alexander remained silent, broken by his defeat and humiliation at the hands of his former master. Alex watched everything that was happening, and said that he didn't expect Sam to intimidate everyone so much, especially since the strongest warriors were silent and didn't say anything. For Sam's battle, Alex received a reward in the form of an improved magical infinity mirror. With this mirror, he can watch everyone without a time limit and no one will even notice him. He is very happy with this gift from the system, as he will still be able to watch Sam. Meanwhile, his young apprentice tells the enemy that he doesn't have to accept defeat, because his biggest problem remains Alexander's clan itself. The Dark Leader decided to intervene in the conversation, disappointed that the Nine Swords clan was so often given publicity, while his sect was left out. Other people don't understand why he constantly gets involved in other people's squabbles that don't concern him in any way. One of the elders of the Nine Swords clan decided to stand up for his chief. As he understands that the swordsman is crossing the line, he immediately said that he was just a little bastard who could never defeat Alexander. Sam then told him that he could fight him, and if he won, he would save the honor of his master. The old man was ready to roll up his sleeves and direct his monstrous strength at the impudent man, but his assistants stopped him, as his old age could prevent his heart from taking it. Once again the swordsman sat down by the tree and told everyone to shut up and let him rest for a moment. Then his ex-girlfriend intervenes to tell him that he is going too far, and Sam tells him that he spared her husband, so she should be grateful to him. The wife came to her Alexander to take him with her and help him recover. Then she tried to cheer him up, saying that next time Alexander would have the opportunity to defeat him. Sam shouted after him that the woman had ruined him, so he would never catch up with him in swordsmanship. This bold statement brought the crowd to life again, and they began to discuss his words. Alice approached him to say something, but Sam immediately interrupted her, as he did not want to listen to her. He told her not to come near him, as a beautiful woman should not hinder him from becoming a true swordsman. The very beautiful warrior Alice wished him a good rest after a difficult battle. Block supported the young swordsman, and said that he should not succumb to the beauty of women, and follow the true path of a swordsman. Alice emphasized that this stupid sect leader had no idea what he was saying in front of so many women. Alexandra's beloved still says that her fiancé will defeat Sam when he has the opportunity. Alexander's secret admirer also thinks that sooner or later Sam will regret all the words he said today. The villain said that his sect was lacking strong and determined swordsmen like Sam, and he was thus trying to lure him over to his side. The crowd of onlookers now wishes to be in Sam's place, as they realize that the elders and heads of families will be hunting him down. Elder Max was the first to propose joining his family through marriage. His clan is in dire need of such strong warriors, who will qualitatively upgrade the military component of the family. The role of wife can be played by the clan leader's daughter, who has recently reached marriageable age and is very beautiful and intelligent. Another free beauty in his family has these advantages, with whom Sam could be quite happy. Max understands that the young swordsman will not be able to refuse to marry such beautiful girls. Moreover, after joining the family, Sam may not think about various energy restoration resources in the form of pills or artifacts. Chloe knows how cunning Max can be, and notices that he is ready to sell out his boss's daughters. Chloe also realizes that her clan could be in danger if Sam joins Max's family. Only our swordsman was not going to naively believe Max's treachery, who wanted to lure him with the help of some women. He didn't just spend years training just to lose it all here and now. After all, his teacher gave him this chance, and now he simply cannot let his ambitions fall into disrepute. The swordsman shut up the treacherous, insolent fellow, so that he would no longer dare to seduce him with his women. Max had to apologize for acting recklessly and not taking this man's ambitions into account. But deep down, he thought that this impudent swordsman did not understand what was right and what was wrong. So Max would definitely find a moment to kill him on the top of the mountain. Alice looked at him with admiration and noticed that he did not deviate from his principles. But she could not understand whether he was doing the right thing or not. Another influential warrior from a clan ruled only by women entered the Sakura Alley. She asked Alice why she was staring at that swordsman when she should have prepared everything for their arrival, and whether she had decided not to carry out the teacher's assignment. This beauty's name was Lara, and Alice had no intention of disobeying her, because she was her mentor. Teacher Lara asks Alice how she allowed this wanderer to end up in the place of their pavilion. As soon as Alice explained to her the whole situation about Sam denying all intimacy with the woman, Lara stopped swearing at her and at him. When the leaders of all the clans and sects gathered, a discussion began, and the onlookers realized that no one would let them to the top of the mountain. Only young swordsman Sam will not limit himself to families to get to the treasures of this mountain. Lone adventurers decided to go with him to the top of the mountain, but the swordsman simply refused each one. Another interested warrior came who wanted to tell some useful information, but was driven away. The latter didn't even have time to say anything, but he was already driven away, and he also wished him death. Alex really liked that this battle with Alexander turned out to be very useful. The protagonist added, on top of everything else, that this was only the beginning of Sam's first big test. Meanwhile, something started happening at Alex's estate, and apparently, someone came to visit him. As usual, Alex is not happy to have guests in his house, as he has become accustomed to living alone for 5 years. Several years passed, and Alex's third brother came with his son after he disappeared with his lover. Old man Chen scolded him for a long time for running away, and when the problem started, he ran home. Our hero followed their conversation and understood that very soon after the conversation with Chen, his brother would come here. Alex, as always, was damn right. His brother came to his estate and brought his son for some purpose. This brother brought his son to ask him for a favor. Alex, besides his little son, noticed his brother's tired appearance. Even a fool could understand that this damn love had brought him to this state. The master immediately agreed to listen to his brother and ask him what he wanted to ask him. First of all, the brother introduced the boy who was playing with weapons to Uncle Alex. The boy introduced himself. His name is Hank. He is only a few years old, and he clearly does not have any talent. Alex noticed that this boy did not have the same bright talents for self-improvement as his father. The brother is very ill, but he decided to entrust Alex with raising his son in a calm environment. He was born in a marriage with a popular girl, and that's how little, stupid, and untalented Hank was born. The beloved wife also ran away from the family, so they started looking for her and were able to find her. Her family did not kill Taylor because his wife begged them with tears on her knees to spare him. Ultimately, these events brought him back to his family, where he will leave Hank to Alex, and he himself will go to prove to his wife's family that he is a talented warrior from an influential family. Alex told him that he could rely on him to raise his nephew. Only Hank himself did not yet know where his father was going and for what purpose. Finally, our hero gave a protective seal so that he would be safe, but if he encountered someone stronger than Alex himself, then it was unlikely that anyone would help him. Taylor told his son that he was going to look for his mother, so he was staying here because it was dangerous, and he would have to listen to his uncle Alex for a while. Taylor walked up to the gate, said goodbye to everyone, and went on his way. Something heavy settled on the boy's heart. He was so small, and he had to worry about his own parents. Aunt Anna also came to visit Alex and said hello to her nephew, who was very nice. Anya immediately noticed that something was wrong with this child, because he did not have the same talents as her brother Taylor. She even wants to say that Alex himself has much greater talent than this boy. Our hero promised that he would find the necessary elixir, with which Hank would become very strong. Alex immediately asked the boy if he liked daggers or any other weapons, and he replied that he liked daggers. Hank likes daggers because they're really cool, and how else could you not like cool things? But he's not at all happy with swords. They're not as cool as daggers, in Hank's opinion. Meanwhile, Anya was already getting ready to leave Alex's estate to go to training. She also recently managed to catch a bad guy and take a couple of elixirs and potions from him. Here is an example of these elixirs. It looks like a regular mid-level potion. Alex didn't need this potion, so he mentally tried to refuse her, but she was too persistent. Finally she left, Alexa thinks. He's already tired of her being here. After some time, the boy began to adapt to life in a new place, and Alex also gave him his dagger. Perhaps our young master does not want to let him into the miniature world of Elbrus, since he is still too small and weak. Our mentor doesn't want to let him into the mini-world, but is ready to teach him how to use a dagger. This dagger was created from materials from the miniature world, and will be entirely Hank's. It's immediately clear how happy the boy has become at Alex's house. Now he even has his own weapon. Alex thinks that many will underestimate Hank at the beginning of his journey. But who knows, maybe he will show everyone his outstanding talent in the future. The mentor reflects on the importance of talent in self-improvement. But if one has a sincere desire and feelings for one's work, then one can attain true mastery without talent. This manual was ideal for the boy. It contained knowledge about the technique of the heavenly sword. This technique does not depend on the talent and strength of the swordsman, except that the owner of the technique himself influences the power of this technique. Alex is already thinking about how, by the time he is 20, under his guidance, he will make him a master of the Emperor's kingdom. Such a result by the age of 20 is very rare these days, so he will be guaranteed a reward from the system. He finally brought Hank the manual on the heavenly sword technique. The boy immediately liked this technique because it was connected with daggers, and he could achieve true mastery. Hank promised that he would train hard, but Alex warned him that he also had to balance rest and training and never go to extremes. Hank understood his teacher perfectly, so he will both train and get enough rest. At the initial stage of self-improvement, the boy will be just an ordinary person, but upon completion, he will become a skilled warrior with a high realm. Alex tells his new student that if he goes to the first stage, he will immediately break through several kingdoms. He plans to retrieve a couple of rare medicinal herbs from the portal. He plans to use these herbs to help Ronald, the alchemist on his team, prepare pills and potions for Hank. Hank should be extremely happy, as even the Emperor doesn't have the resources he has. True, student Margarita does not understand, along with Ronald, why Alex immediately increases Hank's endurance and body strength with the help of his techniques. Ronald told him that he would make a set of pills for him today, so that he could take them systematically. Hank made Ronald remember how his family treated him, as they had wasted his talent since childhood, and humiliated him all his life. Within a couple of hours, Hank was given the first samples of the pills, which he was as happy with as our children are with lollipops. These enhanced pills should help him become stronger and more powerful, but now he needs to drop his expectations and face reality. Alex believed that these improved pills would be useless for the boy. Although they are useless, they have a pleasant taste. They are even a little sweet, like candy. Hank took Ronald's pills with great pleasure, as he really liked the taste of them. True, Ronald was scared, because nothing happened to the boy, although he did everything right. He turned to Alex, who replied that, of course, he would not tolerate any changes, since Ronald and Hank's paths to improvement were different. Then the alchemist asked when the changes would appear, and what the differences were. Alex gave him almost no answer, except to say that time would tell them everything, and Ronald had even more questions. Meanwhile, the treasure mountain that their swordsman Sam had set out to discover would open in 3 or 4 days. Something became clear to Alex about why the old men decided to kill Sam right away. True, this is not the only problem the swordsman has now, as he will encounter some in the future. Now Alex should pay attention to the Buddha Mosque, where the demon from the bloody capsule was cleansed of darkness. It's time to see the incredibly powerful warrior, subject to the will of Alex, the predecessor of Buddha Greg. The young master played it safe and used a soul subjugation seal on Greg. This old man Greg looked as clean as possible, like a white cloud from the sky. Greg greeted his master who had purified him with true happiness. For purifying the demon and turning him into the purest follower of Buddha, Alex received an incredibly high god-level reward. He received such a high reward for purifying the first follower of Buddha in this world. But it's a pity that this legendary weapon will go to Greg. Alex didn't waste time on trifles and immediately gave these weapons to Greg, since only he is capable of using them. The sage knelt before him for giving him the legendary ancient weapon. In honor of being the first follower of Buddha in this world, Alex gave him the name Greg Buddha. This is the 3rd time that Greg thanks our hero, only for the new name he was given. Meanwhile, the alchemist Ronald was working in a miniature world, when suddenly this unfamiliar bright light appeared. The reason for this unfamiliar glow was that Alex decided that it would be best to send Greg to practice Buddhist techniques in the mini-world. Ronald didn't recognize this man at all, and it's understandable, as only Alex and his students have access to this world. The alchemist noticed the strange clothes and the golden staff in his hands, which reminded him of some kind of artifacts. Greg Buddha decided to introduce himself to the alchemist Ronald by folding his hands and making some kind of sign. After the greeting, Greg walked away in an unknown direction, as if he already knew where to go in this unfamiliar world. Ronald immediately turned to his mentor to ask who he was, because his power was unfamiliar to him, but he felt that it was powerful. Alex told him that this was another of his subordinates, only this one was a follower of Buddha, who was clearly different in strength from him. Then Ronald thought that the Buddha was a god whom Alex was able to subjugate. Alex said he had no idea, but he was worth watching, and there was no point in comparing himself to him, since their paths to self-improvement were radically different. He immediately thought that when Buddha Greg gained strength, he needed to be asked about the Emperor and the ancient lands of the living dead. By refining that demon, Alex also saved 100 years of cultivation and rose to the 8th level of the Honor Realm. Just soon, that very mountain full of treasures should open up, where the battle will now begin, and where the swordsman Sam is located. The gates to the mountain began to open, and light spread across the entire slope. Sam was already standing and watching, expecting the gates to open as soon as possible, and for him to take all the most valuable things on this mountain. The moment had come when one of the ancient lands of the continent began to open up. Warriors from all over the continent had waited a week for this event. That same influential old man shouted out loud to everyone about the opening of the 1,000-year-old gates to the Mountain of Treasures. People, swordsmen, villains, and just warriors rushed to the gates to be the first on this mountain. The swordsmen of the Nine Swords Mountain clan rushed towards the gates to quickly steal everything. The villains also burst into the gates, and one after another ran in, like mosquitoes into an open window. This lovely clan, full of women, gracefully flew into the portal. Only our beauty Alice for some reason remained outside, and was in no hurry to get into the portal. For some reason, she started warning Sam to be more careful, because he was about to be hunted. But she didn't understand the reason for her concern, because he was a real idiot. The swordsman was very pleased that Alice took care of him, but he still would not allow himself to stray from his path. He also promised himself that he would not let anyone kill him on this mountain. After all his thoughts, he quickly flew into the portal and disappeared into it. From that moment, Sam's difficult test would begin. At the entrance to the portal stood a statue of the founder of the Lost Clan. It looks majestic. Sam knew as soon as he saw the statue that it was the statue of the clan's founder. The founder's name was written on the stone, and the clan that stood at the top of that treasure mountain was named after him. Sam stood in some circle and said that the founder was the strongest and most popular in his time. It is hard to believe that his clan could simply be lost. Suddenly, 4 warriors ran out of cover and headed into the circle towards Sam to fight him. 4 warriors stood in a circle and surrounded the swordsman. Now he is in great danger. Sam immediately realized that all these warriors were targeting him, and their level was close to breaking through to the Emperor's kingdom. Mentor Lara and student Alice argued about Sam and her possible involvement in the attack. The Dark Lord stood up for the swordsman, as he felt that there was no justice in the 4 of them attacking one young master. Elder Max told the Dark Lord that he could intercede for his favorite, but he refused. Sam stood up proudly and said that he was surrounded by scum that could not reach the Emperor's kingdom. One of the warriors dared to shout out that the only scum here was Sam, who had simply gone mad after gaining a little power. Sam said that the only thing that could be considered crazy about him was his techniques, nothing else. Sam is a true master of the sword compared to this warrior, and this old man will never achieve anything because he is stupid. This guy's words only made him very angry. Now he doesn't know where to go except to attack fatally. Sam said that if this guy was looking for death, he would easily kill him. The guy's blood immediately ran cold after Sam's words, because he was in real danger against a strong opponent. He knows that this swordsman is of a higher level than all 4 warriors, but they should be enough to defeat him. Perhaps the swordsman himself doesn't understand what harm he has done to the family that now surrounds him. The elder of this family explained that the beloved of Alexander, whom Sam defeated, is the daughter of their chief. Sam doesn't need to be given a reason to insult his main opponent Alexander, he was only reminded, and he's already calling him trash. The old man was seriously angry after his words about Alexander being just trash because of his lost power due to the woman's fault. The elder's hand was covered in blue flames, and he became very angry and ferocious. A powerful jet of blue flame shot towards Sam to kill him. Sam looked into the center of that flame and knew that this attack wouldn't do anything to him since it was being performed by trash. The swordsman cut the flames with a swing of his sword and said that these flames could only be used to fry steaks, not to kill. The young man didn't hesitate. He uses a technique we haven't seen before, which causes many clones of his swords to appear. He soared into the sky, many swords attacking the old man to inflict fatal damage. Sam tells these scum that he is going to learn all the secrets of his true path as a swordsman, and some trash won't stop him. One of the many swords still struck the old man and caused irreparable damage. Now it is clear to everyone that they should not expect mercy from the boy. The men from the circle began to run away and shout for help to stop him somehow. Finally, they gathered themselves and got into a fighting stance, preparing for Sam's devastating attacks. True, he had already given them his word that he would kill them all, and just after these words he found himself behind their backs. Once again he is in the sky to launch an attack that will destroy one insolent warrior. This swordsman doesn't even know where to go if one of Sam's attacks hits him. The man understands that no magical barrier will stop his sword. He will lose 100%. At the most unexpected moment, one of the warriors got behind the swordsman and was about to attack from there. The attack was successful. The enemy struck Sam in the back and pierced his torso. The guy was already seriously scared. His grimace clearly depicted the horror one experiences before a terrible death. Even though Sam was wounded, he defeated the swordsman who had shouted at him so loudly earlier. The swordsman's body, split into 2 parts, lay on the floor. 3 more opponents remained, one of whom was wounded. The swordsman told them that they were trash, and that he was going to kill them, which means he would definitely do it. Max immediately told everyone to get ready and finish him off quickly, as he could cause them problems in the future. Even though he was wounded, he was confident and stood in front of them, asking who wanted to be killed next. The old man sent those 2 to deal with the impudent and annoying swordsmen themselves. In fact, the old man was gathering external energy for an attack, and sent 2 to distract him. The guys immediately realized that it would be easy to detain the young man, since they themselves were quite strong. Sam thought about it and understood their plan, so he took out 3 Imperial quality pills. He swallowed 3 high-quality pills at once to increase his strength and regeneration levels. The old man's beard almost fell out when he saw the pills of the highest Imperial quality. There are very few pills of this quality in their entire kingdom, and the old man says that Sam swallowed 2 at once, but Grandpa clearly has problems with his eyesight, since there were 3 pills. Sam suddenly told everyone that these pills were not of the highest quality, but of average quality, and did not have such value. Even so, the old man managed to be very surprised, because in his stupid kingdom even such pills were in short supply. Sam found another reason to laugh at how trashy they were for reacting this way to ordinary pills. Max immediately began to analyze who his teacher was. If this young swordsman possessed an alchemist with the skills to create such pills, and he also restored all his wounds. The old man decided that the only way to get rid of him was to simply kill him completely. And while they are fighting here, there is another fun at the top of the treasure mountain, where they are robbing the treasures of a once great family. Alice called all the girls together to plunder an ancient estate full of artifacts. Sam realized that he had nothing more to do here. He needed to hunt for the artifacts his mentor Alex had sent him for. The swordsman immediately disappeared from the enemy's sight and rushed off in his own direction. Sam's opponents did not know where he had fled from them, although they really wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, the Lord of Darkness is fighting with some warriors and is successfully moving towards the artifacts. With this sword, he has already felled many soldiers from other families who were trying to take the artifacts from him. The ruler became furious and killed an imperial soldier. That is, he directly destroyed a subordinate of Empress Catherine. Alex had already begun to think that his soul seal had begun to influence his mental state, or that the strengthening of dark techniques had influenced his behavior. The hero also began to think that a famous sect was located on this mountain. So in addition to artifacts, there should be many ingredients for making pills, weapons, and potions. Meanwhile, Sam burst into the alley of rare plants, destroying the protective barrier. This alley contains many different rare plants that may be useful to Sister Anya and the alchemist Ronald, his friend. He took a couple of ingredients just for his friend Ronald so that he could make many new pills and elixirs. From these small wooden boxes came the rare plants that Sam was looking for. Suddenly Alice came to this clearing, as she also wanted to take a few copies for herself. The swordsman immediately blocked her path, since this clearing from that moment on belonged entirely to him. Alice thinks that this whole place doesn't belong to him, so everyone takes everything they see. His true swordsman's path doesn't say that he has to listen to some beauty, so he's forced to refuse her. He used the technique of separating the blades to make them multiply. The sword soared into the sky and threatened Alice that she would lose her life as soon as she approached the plants. The beautiful warrior fought back by attacking his blades with cherry blossom petals, which easily pierced the armor of imperial warriors. The petals couldn't even scratch the energy blades, so they were completely useless. Alice was also surprised that she could not cause any harm with his blades, and realized that this is the kind of strength that swordsman Sam has. The guy told her that if she tried to break the sword barrier again, she would get into trouble. Alice's beauty entered the battle, and she began to sweetly beg him to give her a couple of plants that give eternal beauty. Sam found the plant she was looking for. He's probably hoping for a good exchange. The girl understood the essence and offered this pill for exchange. Sam took out his medium-grade imperial-grade pills to show that he had better pills. Moreover, she can throw them away, since they are worth nothing compared to his pills. The girl was stunned by this, because it was rare to see such pills, even as the successor of the clan head. The beauty realized that her opponent had everything, and she had nothing more to offer in exchange for the plant. Sam told her that he didn't know about the shortage of rare plants in their pavilion, so he would give her this blue plant of eternal beauty. He handed over the plant, holding in his hands several rare mushrooms and flowers that would be much more useful than this thing. Then he told her that all the girls in this pavilion were real poor things and left. Meanwhile, Buddha Greg was sitting on the top of the mountain and preparing his Buddha body. He finally finished his training and came to Alex to tell him about his progress. The protagonist asked what he knew about the artifacts in the ancient lands, since he was the only one Alex knew, and he lived during those times. Buddha Greg knew in great detail about the artifacts, the Great Bloody War, and some conspiracy. The bald Buddha continued to talk about how he knew a lot of things, but the most interesting thing was that one of his fellow demons discovered him. In general, according to Greg, demons are their general name, but in fact they have many different types. Our Greg was an elder in the kingdom of demons. One day, a very powerful man arrived in their kingdom and decided to conspire against the northern continent. True, this conspiracy was not only against the northern kingdoms, but also against the demons themselves, which seriously interested Alex. Buddha said that in the north there was no ruler at all, and it was not clear against whom they were fighting. Alex immediately became excited, because there was a great emperor who ruled the continent. Buddha said that the emperor owned only a part of the land, and the rest was owned by another person. This man was truly equal in power to God himself, since he was at the rank of the divine kingdom. Then Alex asked whether the emperor possessed the same power or not. Greg said that the emperor was at the highest level of the heavenly realm, and had almost reached the divine realm. Then this powerful man led the demons to the north of the continent to kill all the people. That man's plan was that when there were very few people left, he would come and save them in order to advance beyond the divine realm. The emperor learned of the man's plan, and with the might of other powerful warriors they stopped him. The great bloody battle ended with both races falling and the population greatly reduced. Greg realized that Alex wanted to get his hands on one of the 5 legendary weapons of that time. Rumor has it that if someone takes possession of even one of them, all the northern lands will fall under his control. There is also information that the 2 main forces in that war have been reincarnated, and they want to return the lost lands. Baldy said that only warriors of the Emperor Kingdom and above can enter the ancient lands, so the battle will take place among the strongest. It is precisely one of the rebellious ancients who will become the king of the continent, and Alex now owns 3 of them. It would be better if one of these three became king, and then our hero would own them, and for this, the system would give him a great reward. For such valuable information, Alex thanked him with a collection of techniques for Buddha to ascend from the heavenly kingdom to the divine. He decided to assign one task to his ninja scout, so that he would convey some information to someone. He told him to go to the north of the continent, and gave orders to wait for a convenient moment for them. The young master transformed himself into a large, shining deity to visit Violetta. She was just sitting all alone to practice her techniques. Right in front of the beautiful reincarnation of the Emperor, a large divine silhouette gathered from the clouds. Alex stood in front of her with the full width of his silhouette, so that he would seem truly big to her. Violetta was never afraid of such a gigantic master before her eyes. But on the contrary, she thought that he was her ancestor and greeted him. Alex got straight to the point and asked if she was Violetta, or that same great emperor of the ancient empire. Violetta immediately became worried, since only in her family knows that the great emperor was reborn in her body. And how could he know? The guy told her not to be afraid, since the deity sees everything and knows everything, and therefore knows everything about her. The girl thought that he was the king of a heavenly kingdom, but still did not know who he was. Alex said that he was a deity, and that seeing a deity was not a rarity for her, so she should be happy. Violetta also learned that this deity has many names, as many knew him before the Great Bloody War. He called himself the immortal, incomparable, strongest, eternal First Master. The beauty knelt down and solemnly greeted the unique and incredible First Master. Alex said that his deity had recently awakened from sleep, and since this girl accepted him, he would take her as his student. She was shocked that he considered her an ordinary student when the blood of great kings and emperors flowed through her. Alex felt that she disrespected him, for which she immediately apologized and bowed. Kneeling down and falling at his feet, she said that she welcomed her new teacher. Since he is her teacher, he can offer several techniques. She asked for physical and spiritual practices, since she lacks them. He asked if this was all she really wanted, and if she didn't plan to reclaim her own ancient lands. Violetta realized that even her great teacher knew this, and that's why he was offering it. That's how it turned out. She was going to fight hard, and all her achievements belonged to her, so she is not used to not relying on anyone. Alex is very proud that she became his student, as she is very courageous, so he will protect her until the very end of her journey. The girl is grateful with all her heart to her new mentor for giving her such a high honor. The guy realized that she would need powerful techniques and methods for battles. He has 3 of them, for example. The technique of the Buddha's body, the body of the fallen demon, and the body of the dragon warrior. The girl was delighted and chose the body of the dragon warrior. With it, she would receive a body like a dragon and all its endurance. Alex took out his manual with ancient texts from the portal, which would greatly help her. Although she is happy, she must know that her northern continent is only a small part of the universe, and the beginning of her journey will begin in heaven. To get there, she will need to train long and hard. Thus she will get to him faster, and only then will he make her an official student. Just when she was about to find out about heaven, he disappeared and said that he would wait for her there. Empress Violetta clearly stated that she intended to become the first human ruler of the continent, and then go to heaven and become her master's apprentice. Violetta also forgot to ask her mentor Alex if he knew how to regain his male body without losing his skills. Meanwhile, Alex received a call from one of the Purple Star sect ninjas to report some information. According to her, it became known that the soul of the great emperor would soon awaken. Alex thought that this great emperor could be the founder of the clan where battles for artifacts are currently taking place. And here is that very soul in that very house of the clan from the Mountain of Treasures. The Dark Lord directed everyone to attack this soul, and he himself used the forbidden techniques of Soul and Blood Devourer. The Lord had to kill other people because they were in his way before they could help him cleanse the Emperor's soul. Using his techniques, he sealed him in chains and told people to hold him until he cleansed his soul. Techniques of different styles made it so that the soul could not attack them and forced them to defend themselves. The Dark Master says that he has always stood for justice, but they are constantly fighting against him. Suddenly, it seemed impossible to hold on to the souls, so he launched a beam of spiritual energy straight at the attackers. The Lord realized that things were bad, since the soul was completely free and could easily kill them. The entire team of the Dark Master was killed. A pile of blood and corpses lay under his feet. And again a sea of blood poured out after another attack by the rebellious Emperor. The elders of the Nine Swords clan noticed that all of their allies had also been killed. In this soul, there were only 4 opponents left who fought with him in the main square of the Lost Clan. The soul released many tentacles that dealt fatal blows to our warriors. People began to understand that the Emperor began to divide his soul in order to escape, in order to gain strength and vital energy. The founder decided to take Sam's body for himself, as he liked it the most. For some reason, Alice was worried about the swordsman, who constantly rejected her, and at the very beginning irritated her. Some warm feeling in her soul made her protect that guy so that he wouldn't die. Even after his help, the beauty received a sea of negativity from him, and he also told her to get lost. Still, this soul of the founder entered the body of a young swordsman who follows only his own path. And once again she fears for her swordsman, as she now understands that his end has come right now. Sam's face accurately conveyed his emotions. He let in the founder's soul, thereby trapping him. The spirit didn't understand how he ended up there, and Sam gave him a test inside his soul. Now they will have a battle for who will take over Sam's body. Both souls will meet in combat. Alex taught him this technique and called it a 100-year-old training of the soul. The founder's soul accepted the challenge and headed towards Sam's soul to destroy it. Numerous copies of the spirit sword were aimed at the founder, but he was able to stop them. The old man realizes that he should run away, as the enemy's techniques are too strong. The founder's soul was able to escape from Sam's body and walked away. Sam took out his sword and asked if the founder could escape from him in this way. Once again, the founder tries to escape from Sam's red blades, but no one believes that he will succeed. People don't understand how powerful techniques must be if their user is so much weaker. The final attack on the spirit was this blood-red attack that split it into two parts. The soul was split and a lot of energy had to come out of it, which would go into its conqueror. Sam didn't take any chances and aimed the copies of his swords a second time, so as not to leave the founder a chance. As it turned out, all the soul energy sank into Sam and covered him with a red aura. The swordsman, meanwhile, had become even stronger than he had been, and had become the most dangerous threat to the surviving warriors on the mountain. Even in appearance, he has become even more dangerous. Numerous blades are flying around him, and no enemy technique can penetrate each of them. The swordsman put his sword back in its sheath and told them that if they wanted to fight, they should just try and be punished immediately. The elder thought that Sam had become the main danger for them, since he had recovered and become stronger. People were looking for help to defeat him, but it seemed like everyone was against it, as they feared for their lives. The Lord looked at them with shame, since they were going to defeat Sam together, and he was not a rat to kill one swordsman with a crowd. Then the young master told them all that he would go if they did not need anything else from him. No one stopped him, not even his enemies, who wanted to kill him because he had disgraced Alexander. Alex watched all this through the mirror and said that very soon Sam would break through to the Emperor's kingdom. It was almost over, Alex said, when he suddenly noticed some kind of white aura that he hadn't noticed before. This explosion also suddenly occurred, just like this white aura appeared. These cases are somehow connected. The bishop suffered the most, as he was at the epicenter of the blow, and even blood poured from his mouth. An unknown humanoid silhouette rose into the sky. No one expected to see it here. The Emperor of Darkness was caught by his elite soldiers of evil so that he did not fall. This man in white robes and dark boots descended from the heavens. The man told everyone to lower their weapons, then strengthened his fist with his energy. If these people do not lower their weapons, he will kill everyone who disobeyed the order. Elder Chloe knew this person. He was the current leader of this sect on the Treasure Mountain. Chloe says that the young gentleman urgently asks him to come for a conversation that is very important for both of them. The blonde said that he had no right to leave his home unprotected when there were so many uninvited guests. He was absolutely calm until some strong aura appeared nearby. His legs took a fighting stance, ready to attack the man with that incredible aura. Chloe and the blonde realized that someone had arrived. From the silhouette, it was clear that it was some kind of swordsman. As it turned out, it was Sam who realized that this was the main courtyard of the entire residence. Blonde Ken told the man in a loud voice to stop and not come any closer to them. Using his fighting stance, he quickly moved towards the new enemy. Sam stood in front of him and didn't understand why they were paying so much attention to him here. And he also wanted to know what this blonde wanted from him. Ken blocked his way with his hand and told him to return his clan's treasures so that they would speak differently. No one would give away such artifacts, so he told him to try to take them back. Ken immediately attacked him after he said that the artifacts would only go to him when Sam died. The swordsman realized that the battle would not be easy, since the speed of Ken's attacks was several times higher than all the attacks of Alexander, Max, and the Founder. At the moment, he didn't even see one of the attacks, but miraculously dodged it. The blonde was terribly unhappy with the ignorant idiot who decided to rob his clan. Ken and Sam clashed in a fierce battle. Together they fought like fire and water. Great energy was released and destroyed everything around. Their fists and blades clashed time and again, and sometimes it seemed like their attacks were useless. The top of the mountain was poking through the clouds, which were being dispersed by the attacks of Sam and Ken, which were just dispersing the celestial masses. The Nine Swords clan elder was amazed at the strength of the two, and hoped that they would both kill each other. Max realized that Sam was not fighting them at full strength. On the contrary, They could not even pose any threat to him. Grandpa's heart also stopped every time their attacks collided. Chloe enjoyed this battle. She didn't even know that there were such strong sword masters on their continent. The Dark Lord rejoiced for the swordsman to defeat this scoundrel who had struck at him. Sam thought that Master Ken would give a boost to his development, because his strength would allow the swordsman to break through to the Emperor's kingdom. To unleash the young gentleman's full strength, Sam decided to provoke him with barbed remarks, such as that Ken's blows were like slaps from a virgin. The guy managed to provoke Mr. Ken, so he really enjoyed this fight. He laughed and said that he was just getting started. Ken assumed a stance that was necessary to perform an unknown technique that could be very deadly for our swordsman. Sam was waiting for this moment when Ken would attack with full force and deliver a crushing blow. All the people on the mountain wouldn't have enough fingers and toes to count the number of blows they've parried from each other. Ken has finally met an opponent who can truly judge his strength. Sam suffered greatly, as Ken's strength was monstrous. He himself had never met a man stronger than him in battle before. However, the swordsman's strength was inferior to the young master of this sect, and the sword fell downwards under the impact of Ken's attacks. Ken was still able to repel the attack and break through Sam's shield, but it remains to be seen whether he won or not. Sam's body left a large mark on the ground. This attack could have been his last, but we hope he survived. Although the motionless body on the ground told us that he was dead, I don't believe it. And even his beloved sword lay aside as long as his hand was able to hold it. Suddenly Ken says that the swordsman doesn't have to pretend to be dead, since his attack of this kind wouldn't even kill a fly. And yet we were right. Sam did not die, he pretended. But for what purpose? Because his enemy could try to finish him off. In fact, he did it as a joke, to ask that he couldn't rest or lie down anymore. The young man tried to get up after the heavy attack, but it was difficult for him. You could see how tired he was, and how hard it was for him to move after that painful attack. He shook his head slightly, saying that he just needed to warm up before the real battle with really strong attacks. The handsome man with white hair asked if he was done with resting, or if he would have to wait a little longer for this scum. Sam answered him positively, and Ken told him that fools always had a lot of courage. The swordsman was about to show him who the real fool was with his sword, and then covered the blade with a red fiery aura. Red flames ignited the ground around the sword. One swing was supposed to create a wave of flames. Just such a wave of fire was formed when Sam made a blow. This wave sawed the ground and headed very quickly towards the handsome Ken. Ken made a cold calculation, his gaze confirming that he was completely confident in his strength and ready to meet even such a powerful attack. He later called Sam's sword so weak that even a child with a stick could handle it. Apparently, something didn't go according to Ken's plan, as the wave of fire didn't stop from his punch. A large explosion occurred after the attack, but it still did not indicate the end of the battle. Sam peered keenly into the cloud of dust to make out the silhouette of his opponent and see if he was alive. He did manage to get a good look at Ken's body, though, and he was still alive, as he said that fighting him wasn't fun at all, which Sam agreed with. The blonde offered to put all his strength into the attack to end this once and for all. Ken carried out his offer, his fist turning blue and covered in an aura. Sam also channeled all of his life energy into his blade for the final attack. Once again, fire and water clashed, only now their attacks became more serious. Their faces were very close. Finally, they came face to face. This battle resulted in them creating a large energy tornado. People around didn't believe what was happening, because there couldn't be such strong people. The elder stood with his mouth just as wide open, for he had never seen such a sight. Max, along with everyone else, watched and waited to see what the outcome of such a fierce battle would be. Chloe believed in Ken's victory from the very beginning of the battle, since they are friends. But everyone saw Sam, who looked very exhausted, and on top of everything else, his sword was broken. And then everyone thought that he died.